Xiao Nian suddenly laughed and pointed at a child sitting nearby. Chunlon, your words sound like my classmates who always say, "Teacher, I can do this problem, but I won't tell you." Actually, they don't even know how to do it. The women sitting around giggled quietly. Xiao Nian then looked seriously at Xiao Chunlon. If you can't tell me, why don't you tell the women here how Deputy Commander Feng keeps pestering you to have a baby? Xiao Chunlon knew Xiao Nian was deliberately provoking her and blushed with anger. In the end, she only snorted coldly through her teeth, turned her head to look out the car window, and ignored Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian just smiled indifferently. This person really likes to cause trouble, which is quite annoying. She stopped talking, knowing that her relationship with Qin Shua was her own business and didn't need to tell others. Although Xiao Chunlon was angry, she was also thinking that Xiao Nian was clearly avoiding this topic on purpose. She guessed right. Qin Shua's feelings for Xiao Nian weren't as good as they seemed. Soon, the car arrived in Lan City. Ma Dongxue and Xiao Chunlon got out together. Xiao Nian was the last to get off. She found a hidden spot, changed her clothes, and dressed up differently. Then she headed to the place she had agreed with Xie. When she arrived, she saw Xie pacing back and forth. "Comrade, are you waiting for me?" Xiao Nian now spoke in an older man's voice. Xie heard her voice and suddenly turned around. His face was full of surprise. "Uncle, you're here." Xiao Nian wanted to complain. "He's calling me uncle." "Yes, I was delayed by some things a few days ago, so I didn't come."
Heroine nodded.
"Someone like you must be very busy." Xiao Nian looked at him and noticed he didn't seem as guarded as last time, probably because he had sold everything he had. She smiled slightly and asked, "Did you sell everything last time?" Xie nodded. "Yes, I sold a total of 583 yuan. Then he took out some money from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian didn't count it. She simply took out 88 yuan and gave it to Xie. After receiving it, Xie looked at it and then took out 1 more yuan to give to Xiao Nian. "Uncle, I've calculated it. You gave me 87.45 yuan. Rounded, that's 87 yuan is fine." The child was quite honest, but Xiao Nian didn't take it. She just said, "You did a good job. This is your reward." This time, Xie didn't refuse. He felt that uncle was willing to give him more money because he trusted him. He secretly vowed to do his best to help uncle. Xiao Nian saw his expression and thought, as a future business leader, he was quite principled. "Uncle, when will you have more stock? Several people are asking me, and they want to buy soap and other products." Xiao Nian thought for a moment. Today was the weekend, so she could only come again during the next weekend. Next weekend.
Heroine nodded.
"Okay, I'll wait for you here then." Xiao Nian remembered the clothes in the supermarket and asked, "Do you know anyone who can alter clothes? I have some clothes that need slight changes before I can sell them." Xie immediately understood. These goods definitely couldn't be seen in public, so they had to be altered to look different from the original. He thought for a moment and nodded. "My mom can do it." But then his expression darkened a little. "But she's been sick recently, so maybe she can't do it now." Xiao Nian suddenly remembered that not long after Xie mother passed away, he met Xiao Chunlon and Feng Yuming. If you follow the timeline, it must have been within these few months. Compared to finding someone else, she trusted Xie's family more. So she asked, "What illness does your mother have? Why don't you bring her to Lanshan City to see a doctor?" Hearing this, Xie's eyes brightened. But they quickly dimmed again. "We've seen a doctor. My mom's health was already poor, and on top of that, she's been feeling down, so her condition has worsened." Xiao Nian understood. It was probably a combination of poor health and depression. Like Lin Hui from Grandma Lu's family, it was a mental illness. Last time, she saw a wilted vegetable seedling. She tried dropping a drop of spiritual spring water on it, and the seedling came back to life. Spiritual spring water could revive withered plants, so maybe it could also help with mental health issues? Anyway, it's a last-ditch effort. So I said, maybe I can think of a way, but it might not work and it definitely won't make things worse. Xie understood what I meant, but with his current health he could only do his best to try. He nodded and said, "Uncle, as long as you can save my mom, I will work hard to repay you in the future. Xiao Nian waved her hand. You don't need to work like a beast. Just focus on selling my goods well. Uncle, don't worry. Whether this works or not, I will keep selling the goods. Alright, tell me where your home is. I'll have my friend go check. Maybe she has a way. Of course, the friend was herself. Xie Rui hesitated for a moment, but still told her where he lived. When Xiao Nian heard this, she realized it was the cave where Qin Xinghua and her family lived. It turned out those 3 caves were home to 3 families, Qin Xinghua's, Hu Meili's family, and Xie Rui's. Okay, I understand. Wait at home. She'll go there by the latest the day after tomorrow, but whether she can be cured is uncertain. Xiao Nian didn't want to promise too much because she didn't know if the spiritual spring water would work. Xie Rui didn't ask who the person was. He would find out soon enough. After Xiao Nian and Xie Rui parted ways, she wandered around Lan City for a while. She found a place, took out 2 pieces of fresh meat with a good mix of fat and lean, along with some vegetables, packed them in a basket, and covered it with a rough cloth. Then she headed to where the bus was parked. When she arrived, she ran into Ma Dongxue and Xiao Chunlan. She saw Xiao Chunlan carrying a bag, probably filled with clothes. Xiao Nian, what did you buy? How much did Captain Qin give you? Xiao Chunlan asked. Now, it was just the 3 of them, and Xiao Nian didn't bother pretending. She replied directly, None of your business. Xiao Chunlan wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled. I know Captain Qin brought you to Lan City to repay a favor. Things might not be easy for you now. Hearing the word, repay a favor, Xiao Nian thought of Qin Shua's wildness at night and couldn't help but laugh. That man was quite good at repaying favors. She took a deep breath, resisting the urge to take out a chainsaw and cut open Xiao Chunlan's head. Yes, you're right. After saying that, she got into the car, too lazy to argue with such a fool and lower her intelligence. Xiao Chunlan felt like she had won, a smile on her face. She said to Ma Dongxue nearby, Some people like to deceive themselves. Sister Ma, don't you think so? Although Ma Dongxue felt that Xiao Nian and Qin Shua were not as Xiao Chunlan thought, she didn't see the need to explain to Xiao Chunlan. Anyway, the more Xiao Nian and Xiao Chunlan argued, the happier she felt. She nodded and said, Yes, Chunlan, you're very smart. Xiao Nian listened to their conversation in the car, smiled slightly, and thought she wasn't afraid of many fools, just a group of fools. When she got home, she took some things to Jiang Yongmei. She went into her room and checked her space, looked for items she could take out, and planned to give them to Xie Rui to sell in a few days. She also packed some spiritual spring water, planning to find a good time for Xie Rui's mother to drink it. Xiao Nian finished her classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, she had nothing planned. She decided to go see how Xie Rui's mother was doing. She rode her bike toward Guanshi Valley and saw Xiao Chunlan walking in the same direction. She didn't pay much attention, since Qin Xinghua and others lived in Guanshi Valley, and it was normal for Xiao Chunlan to visit her mother. Xiao Chunlan saw Xiao Nian riding past without saying a word. She felt jealous. Qin Shua was so generous to Xiao Nian, buying her things like a bicycle without hesitation. She thought about talking to Fang Yuming tonight about buying a bicycle. She didn't believe that Fang Yuming, who had been in the army for so many years, couldn't even afford a bicycle. When Xiao Nian arrived at Guanshi Valley, she saw villagers busy working in the fields. Uncle Guan, Xiao Nian greeted with a smile. Uncle Guan, the village chief, recognized her as the girl from last time. He had heard that she was Qin Lianzhong's wife. Qin Lianzhong was the one who helped protect their crops this time. Uncle Guan immediately smiled and said, Girl, coming to visit your relatives again? Xiao Nian nodded. Yes, uncle. Do you know where they are? Uncle Guan pointed to the nearby field. They're working over there. Xiao Nian looked over. Wow, all the displaced people are together. The Xie family, Hu Meili and her son, and Qin Xinghua and her children. Uncle, I'll leave my bike here and go see them. All right, put it here. No problem. Xiao Nian parked her car under a big tree at the village entrance and then walked toward the field. Xie Rui was working with his younger siblings. who Meili was also working, while Li Hong sat on the edge of the field, playing. Chun Xinghua was with her 2 sons, doing chores. When she approached, everyone looked at her together. Xie didn't recognize the person in front of him, so he stayed silent and continued pulling weeds. Li Hong, the simple-minded one, saw her and stepped back. He still remembered the kick she gave him earlier. Chun Xinghua thought of Xiao Chunlan's warning and didn't come to find Xiao Nian like before. Instead, the brothers Xiao Chunhe and Xiao Chunhe called out, "Sister Xiao Nian." Xiao Nian nodded and then asked Chun Xinghua, "Annie, didn't Xiao Chunlan take you to live at the family compound?" She asked on purpose. Sure enough, Chun Xinghua's face changed immediately. She awkwardly said, "Chunlan just got married. We don't want to disturb their new life." "Oh, I see. I thought Chunlan didn't want you to be her mother anymore," Xiao Nian said with a smile. "All right, you all be busy. I'll go for a walk." After speaking, Xiao Nian headed towards Xie. As she passed by him, she left a soft remark. "Xie, someone wants to see your mother." Her voice was so quiet only the 2 of them could hear. Before Xie could react, she had already left. Xie suddenly looked up and saw Xiao Nian. But he quickly resumed his work, though he seemed a bit distracted. About 20 minutes later, he told his younger siblings to work well and then went to the village chief to ask for leave, saying he wanted to visit his mother at home. Village Chief Guan knew about Xie mother's condition and nodded in agreement. Xie ran back to the kiln cave. Everyone was busy working, so no one noticed where Xiao Nian had gone. She had already wandered around to the 3 kiln caves nearby. Seeing Xie return, she came out from beside a pile of firewood. Xie hurriedly asked, "Did the uncle send you?" He had never seen Xiao Nian before and didn't know who she was. But when he saw the Xiao brothers call her, he guessed they knew each other. "Yes," Xiao Nian nodded. "Good, thank you," Xie said, then pushed open the door to the leftmost kiln cave. Xiao Nian entered and immediately smelled a mix of herbal medicine and earthy scent. The inside was a bit dim. Xiao Nian adjusted to the darkness before seeing the scene clearly. On the left side of the cave, there was a clay bed, and on the right, a worn-out cabinet. At the very back, there was a simple stove and a small bed close to it. Lying on the bed was a middle-aged woman, probably Xie mother. She was very thin, with a pale yellow face. She was covered with a torn blanket, her eyes half open and half closed, staring blankly at the top of the cave. When she heard the noise at the door, she rolled her eyes and looked over. "Cough, cough. Xiao you're back." Xie mother, Su Manqing, struggled to sit up. Xie quickly stepped forward and helped her. "Mom, this sister is here to see you." Su Manqing looked at Xiao Nian, not expecting a young girl to be able to diagnose her condition. She shook her head. "My body. Cough. I know myself. Cough, cough, cough."
No need to check.
Xiao Nian noticed her eyes lacked brightness, probably because she had no will to live. "You can go out first. I want to talk with your mother." Xie looked at Xiao Nian, thought for a moment, then left. After he went out, Xiao Nian approached and looked carefully at the woman. Although she looked very worn out now, it was still clear she used to be a beautiful and elegant woman. "Don't you want to live? Have you thought about your son? He's only 17. If you're not here, he will have to shoulder the burden of supporting the family and taking care of his siblings. Even if you're weak, can't earn money, or can't work, at least you should take good care of the home and find ways to earn a living so he doesn't have worries." Xiao Nian saw Su Manqing didn't speak, but tears kept falling down her face. She sighed. "Your son asked me to come because he made a deal with someone. No matter how you feel about it, he has to work hard for others. If you don't want to waste his effort, be strong yourself." Hearing this, Su Manqing's eyes suddenly opened. She asked, "What's your name?"
Xiao Nian.
Xiao Nian didn't hide anything and answered directly. "Who is Qiao Mingzhu to you?" When Su Manqing heard Xiao Nian's name, her withered eyelids suddenly trembled, and a bright light reflected in her cloudy pupils. Xiao Nian was also surprised. She didn't expect her to know Qiao Mingzhu. "She is my mother," Xiao Nian said. Su Manqing supported herself with her hands and tried to get up. Xiao Nian quickly went over to help her. She could even feel that the woman was so thin she was almost just bones. Cough cough. My name is Su Manqing. Your mother. Cough cough. Did she ever mention me to you? Hearing this name, a memory suddenly flashed in Xiao Nian's mind. It was something Xiao Mingzhu had mentioned to the original owner. When Xiao Mingzhu went to study in Shanghai, she had a very good friend named Su Manqing. Su Manqing came from a traditional dressmaking family and learned to make kipeos from a young age. Xiao Nian didn't expect that the gentle Su Manqing, as described by Xiao Mingzhu, would look like this now. I've heard my mom mention Aunt Su, but I didn't expect to see you here, Xiao Nian said. Su Manqing grabbed Xiao Nian's hand tightly. Why are you here? Is your mother also sent away? Where is she now? Xiao Nian gently patted Su Manqing's hand to comfort her, then explained what had happened over the past 2 years. When she heard that Xiao Mingzhu had passed away, Su Manqing nearly fainted. Xiao Nian quickly took out some spiritual spring water and gave her a small sip. Then she saw Su Manqing close her eyes and faint. She originally wanted to dilute the water and feed her, but the situation was urgent, and she didn't have time. Worried that Su Manqing's body couldn't handle the spiritual spring water, she only gave her a little. Unexpectedly, she still fainted. At that moment, she noticed some black stains being expelled from Su Manqing's body. It was exactly the same as last time. Only then did she feel relieved. Just then, Xie asked from outside, Mom, are you okay? Xiao Nian didn't lie to him and simply replied, Come in first. Xie came in and saw that her mother was not only faint but also had a dark face, looking as if she had just come out of a coal mine. He quickly stepped forward, hugged Su Manqing, and asked Xiao Nian, What did you do to my mom? Xiao Nian honestly answered, Gave her some medicine. I didn't expect her reaction to be so quick. Xie also remembered what the uncle in Lansher had said earlier, that there might not be a guarantee to cure his mother. Seeing Su Manqing's current state, Xie immediately lost his energy and looked very sad. Maybe there really is no hope. Cough. What's wrong with me? Su Manqing suddenly spoke. Mom, you're awake, Xie exclaimed happily. Su Manqing nodded and then sat up. She felt much lighter and better than before. She guessed that Xiao Nian had given her water earlier, but she didn't say anything. She said to Xie, Xiao, this is Xiao Nian, Aunt Mingzhu's daughter. Hearing this, Xie was surprised. It's the Xiao Mingzhu from Jiangqing you mentioned before. Su Manqing nodded. You go ahead and do your work. I want to talk with Xiao Nian for a while. Seeing that his mother was awake and looking better, Xie relaxed and left the room. After he left, Su Manqing said, Nian, how have you been this past year? Xiao Nian was afraid to upset her, so she chose kind words. When she heard that Xiao Nian was married to a soldier, Su Manqing's face showed a faint smile. They talked for a while. Xiao Nian knew that Su Manqing and Aunt Mingzhu used to be very close and often wrote letters in earlier years. They even exchanged photos of their children, but since a long time had passed, Xiao Nian looked different from when she was a child. Su Manqing hadn't recognized her earlier. Aunt Su, I know this is a difficult time, but you must stay strong. Think about your 3 children. Su Manqing nodded. I was mistaken earlier. I thought that since we don't have much money now, I shouldn't burden Xiao, but I forgot he's still a child. Xiao is really mature for his age, Xiao Nian said. Since my husband passed away 2 years ago, the family has relied on him. I'm useless. Su Manqing started to cry again. Xiao Nian quickly changed the subject. Aunt Su, we will get through this. Look, meeting me here is a good thing, isn't it? Su Manqing nodded, looking into Xiao Nian's eyes seriously. Nian, I know that water wasn't normal. She paused, gently touching the quilt with her fingertips. In this world, having a treasure is like walking in the dark with fire in your hands. You must hide it well. Xiao Nian was suddenly surprised. She didn't expect Su Manqing to be so perceptive and to realize right away that the spring water was unusual. Yes, Xiao Nian nodded. I feel much better now. Before, I always felt like something was pressing down on me, and I had no energy. Now, I don't feel that uncomfortable anymore. Su Manqing explained the change in her health. Xiao Nian guessed that the black substance she just expelled was probably some toxins stored inside her body. Su Manqing then warned Xiao Nian again not to let others know about the magical water she used. Only then did Xiao Nian leave. Su Manqing gazed in the direction Xiao Nian had gone, lost in thought. Maybe her life was not meant to end here. Meeting Mingzhu's daughter and saving her life might have been her fate. Since that was the case, she decided to live well for the sake of these children. Su Manqing got up, boiled a pot of water, cleaned herself, and changed into fresh clothes. Her complexion looked much better. When Heroine returned home, he saw a clean house and Su Manqing with a rosy glow on her face. His heart suddenly sank, and he thought of a phrase, a last flicker of hope. "Mom, do you have anything else to tell me?" Heroine asked, trying to hide his mixed feelings. Su Manqing smiled. "You silly child. I'm fine now. I'm already better." Heroine didn't believe it. How could she suddenly be fine? Su Manqing didn't explain, only told him to wait and see. Sure enough, she was fine all night, and she woke up the next day without any problems. That proved she was truly better. He didn't know what method Xiao Nian used, but he knew he had to help Uncle and Xiao Nian from now on. Meanwhile, after leaving the Xie family, Xiao Nian didn't rush home. She wandered around Guanshi Valley. Unexpectedly, she saw Hu Meili and Xiao Chunlan walking together. She followed from a distance, hiding behind a broken kiln. She quietly moved closer and hid under the window. Sure enough, she overheard their conversation. "When will you return my bride price?" Hu Meili asked. "I don't have that much money right now." "I'll give you 5 yuan first," Xiao Chunlan said, pulling out 5 yuan. Hu Meili's sharp voice rang out. "Are you just giving me money like a beggar?" 5 yuan, what can that buy? Xiao Chunlan also became angry. "If you want it, take it. You didn't give me the bride price back then, so why should I give you anything? Whoever asked you, just take it from them. I don't care. You must give it to me. If you don't, I will tell your current man that you slept with Honger from my family." Many people at the textile factory saw it. You can't deny it now. When Xiao Chunlan heard this, her eyes suddenly turned fierce. She slapped Hu Meili across the face. "You old woman! How dare you?" Although these were the original owner's experiences, now this body belonged to her. Xiao Chunlan knew that Fang Yuming would definitely mind this, so she didn't dare let Yuming find out. "You little brat, how dare you hit me? I will tell your man right now how you rolled in bed with my son." Hu Meili said this and tried to run outside. But unexpectedly, Xiao Chunlan grabbed her hair and dragged her back. She wanted to kill this old woman directly. But Hu Meili said, "If you dare to kill me, someone will call the police soon. When I leave, I told people I was with you." Xiao Chunlan suddenly let go, her nails digging deep into her palm. She couldn't let this old woman ruin her future. In her past life, she had nothing and no hope. She even thought about dying with Xiao Nian. But now she had Fang Yuming and a bright future with him. She couldn't risk her life because of this old woman. "I will give you the money, but you have to wait a bit. If you make my husband suspicious, neither of you will have a good life. At worst, we'll all go down together." After saying this, Xiao Chunlan left quickly. She didn't want to stay with this old woman at all. She couldn't kill the mother and son openly, but she could use other methods. Maybe she could borrow a knife to kill them. Weren't they interested in Xiao Nian at first? If the people in the military compound found out that Xiao Nian and Li Hong had something going on before, Xiao Nian would never let the mother and son go. If Xiao Nian didn't act, she could try other ways, like accidentally feeding rat poison. After all, Li Hong was a fool and might eat rat poison thinking it was candy. Xiao Chunlan was happily thinking this, not noticing Xiao Nian hiding behind the haystack. Xiao Nian saw Xiao Chunlan's thoughtful expression and knew she was probably planning something again. She waited a moment and then saw Hu Meili come out. Cough. Xiao Nian cleared her throat softly. Hu Meili looked startled and quickly looked over. When she saw it was Xiao Nian, she relaxed a little. mainly because Xiao Chunlan's gaze just now was too scary, like she wanted to hurt her. Although Xiao Nian used to be a bit crazy, she never really wanted to hurt anyone. Do you have something to say? Hu Meili asked. I heard what you and Xiao Chunlan talked about, Xiao Nian said. So, what if you heard it? Hu Meili asked. Xiao Nian looked at her stubborn attitude and then glanced at the dry grass, swaying outside the cave. She was too lazy to say more and just gently warned, you should know that Xiao Chunlan is not the same as before. She's very fierce now. If you make her angry, your life and your son's might be in danger. It's up to you whether you believe it. After saying that, Xiao Nian left. She wasn't really worried about their lives. She mainly thought that as long as they were alive, they could cause trouble for Xiao Chunlan. Hu Meili watched Xiao Nian's back and looked thoughtful. But she had no backing here, no one to help her. She didn't trust Xiao Chunlan, nor did she trust Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian didn't mind, she had already warned her. When passing by village Headguan, Xiao Nian left another bottle of Herbotu, but she tore off the note on the bottle. When she rode her bike back to the residential area, she saw Xiao Chunlan and a few sisters-in-law chatting under a tree. Xiao Nian didn't care and just wanted to go home quickly because she was a bit hungry. When she got home, she saw Qin Shua cooking. There was plain rice, twice-cooked pork, and stir-fried cabbage. All her favorite foods. That night, Xiao Nian told Qin Shua about what happened in the afternoon. She mentioned that Su Manqing and Xiao Mingzhu used to be friends, which surprised Qin Shua. He knew the local villagers who were sent down here well, but he didn't expect her mother-in-law to know someone from that circle. I'll talk to village Headguan and ask him to take care of the Xie family more, she said. Xiao Nian pressed her face against Qin Shua's smooth chest and softly said, Thank you, Shua. Qin Shua turned over and pressed his lips to her forehead. Let's do that again. She knew that this man's stamina was truly impressive. Over the next few days, Zhou Nian visited the stone ditch every day to check on Su Manqing. Seeing her face looking better each day, she finally relaxed. The two often talked about Xiao Mingzhu studying in Shanghai. But because Su Manqing didn't want others to suspect why she was recovering so quickly, she stayed inside most of the time. During this period, Zhou Nian also brought some food to the Xiao brothers. They were very grateful, and even Qin Xinghua gradually realized that Xiao Chunlan's previous words were not right. After all, since Xiao Chunlan got married, she hadn't helped them with anything. Instead, Zhou Nian had sent them things several times. Hu Meili saw the Xiao family eating the fatty meat Zhou Nian had given them and felt uncomfortable inside. She wondered whether she should try to get closer to Zhou Nian. She thought Zhou Nian seemed more reliable than Xiao Chunlan. Zhou Nian observed everyone's expressions quietly but remained calm. She didn't know what Xiao Chunlan would do next, but bringing these people to her side was always a good idea. The weekend arrived quickly. Zhou Nian remembered her appointment with Heroine and went to the place they had agreed upon in Lanshur. She didn't notice Xiao Chunlan's calculating eyes watching her from behind. At the abandoned yard they had used before, Zhou Nian didn't bother to disguise herself this time. After some time, Heroine and Su Manqing had proven to be trustworthy people. She hid the items inside the broken house in the yard, then sat outside waiting for Heroine. When he arrived, he saw her and wasn't surprised. Zhou Nian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you surprised? Heroine smiled. I guessed it a few days ago. How did you guess? Zhou Nian sniffed her clothes. What's wrong? Heroine thought for a moment. I don't know how to describe it. You have a faint smell like grass, exactly the same as the scent on Uncle when he delivered things last time. Plus, I noticed that Uncle walks a bit strangely, so I guessed. Zhou Nian could only blame herself for not acting convincing enough. That's why Heroine easily saw through her. But she didn't mind. She hadn't planned to hide it forever anyway. She looked at the rundown yard and thought that meeting here for a long time was not a good idea, as it could easily be noticed. So she asked Heroine, Do you know if there are any suitable houses nearby? I want to rent one, so it would be more convenient. Heroine heard about Xiao Nian's idea and nodded in agreement. I'll look into it these next couple of days and let you know. Xiao Nian nodded, then said, I also left my clothes here. When you get a chance, you can pick them up and have Aunt Sue alter the style. It's not easy to carry things to your place from the residential area. Xie Rui understood. After checking, he also learned about the conflict between Xiao Chunlan and Xiao Nian. He realized Xiao Nian was definitely being watched. If someone found out about their relationship, they might not be able to do business anymore. After their talk, Xiao Nian returned to the residential area. As soon as she arrived, she saw Ma Dongxue and Xiao Chunlan whispering and laughing softly. Their laughter clearly sounded like they were mocking her. Without needing to think, she knew they were talking about her. In the residential area, the shadow of a big tree swayed on the ground. There seemed to be a faint, awkward feeling in the air. A few sisters-in-law hanging clothes saw her coming and quickly looked away, whispering among themselves. Their voices suddenly stopped, leaving only the soft clinking of bamboo poles. Until Sister Wu, who was working in the cafeteria, called out to her. "Xiao Nian, do you know that many people in the yard have been spreading rumors about you these past few days?" Xiao Nian had been visiting Su Manqing often these days, but had no idea what was being said about her. So she asked, "Sister Wu, what are the rumors? Tell me." Sister Wu leaned in closer and whispered, "Some say you had an unclear relationship with that fool Li Hong, who was sent to Guanshi Valley." "Sister Wu, who did you hear that from?" Sister Wu hesitated and finally said, "I don't know who started it, but most people in the yard have already heard about it." Xiao Nian looked at the sisters standing nearby. When she looked, they all turned their heads, as if trying to avoid something. She took a deep breath, knowing that Xiao Chunlan was behind this. She sneered inwardly at how clumsy the lie was and wondered how Xiao Chunlan could say such things. Without staying any longer, Xiao Nian went straight home. When she arrived home, she found Sister Zhang talking to Jiang Yongmei. Seeing her return, Jiang Yongmei said directly, "Nian Nian, don't listen to those people's nonsense. Don't let them affect your mood." Sister Zhang nodded and said, "We all know what kind of person Xiao Nian is. We know who spread these rumors." A warm feeling filled Xiao Nian's heart. "Thank you, Sister Zhang, and thank you, Mom." Her mood wasn't really affected. She just wanted to see what Xiao Chunlan was capable of. So, she didn't rush to explain things for now. As it was getting dark, Qin Shua came back. Seeing Xiao Nian picking vegetables, he said nothing and pulled her into the room. Jiang Yongmei was cooking in the kitchen. She only chuckled softly. Although her son didn't say much, only he knew how much he cared about Xiao Nian. "What's wrong with us, Shua?" Xiao Nian noticed that Qin Shua looked upset. Qin Shua's heavy breath brushed against her collarbone, and his arms tightly hugged her waist. Though he seemed out of control, his ears turned slightly red. This was the first time he showed such obvious anger in front of her. His voice was dark and never sounded before. "Nian Nian, I can't forget the first time I saw you being bullied by a group of people." He gently pressed his lips to her forehead, trembling as he spoke. "That woman still wants to tarnish your reputation like this. I will make her pay." Xiao Nian didn't expect Qin Shua to react so strongly. In her mind, Qin Shua was usually calm and controlled. Without hesitation, she tightly hugged him back. "Ah, Shua, you know I don't believe these rumors. I will make her see what happens when she crosses the line. But for now, we need to wait." After saying that, she looked up into his deep, dark eyes. "Ah, Shua, just be yourself. Don't let Xiao Chunlan dirty your hands and heart." Hearing her words, Qin Shua's heart trembled. He lowered his head and kissed her heavily on the lips. He whispered, "But I want to protect you." Xiao Nian raised her hand and cupped his face. "Ah, Shua, I love you." Their breathing grew more uneven, filled with a deep desire. Night had fallen completely, and the bed curtains swayed with the wind. Xiao Nian's hair was messy, her face flushed, and she was covered in a light layer of sweat. She gently tapped Qin Shua's chest with her fingertips, drawing faint circles on his bronze-colored skin, causing his throat to tighten slightly. She chuckled softly with a playful tone. "Shua, are you feeling better now?" Qin Shua looked at her reddening eyes, feeling a soft, ticklish sensation in his heart, like feathers brushing against it. Although she was comforting him, her adorable and innocent look made him love her even more. He wished he could hold her close, as if to melt into her, and asked in a husky voice, Nian Nian, how do you want to deal with her? Is there anything I can do? Xiao Nian thought for a moment and shared her suspicions with Qin Shua. She suspected that Xiao Chunlan was trying to shift the blame onto her. Maybe she wanted to use her to deal with Hu Meili. Qin Shua frowned, but such a clumsy lie can be exposed at any time. As long as someone asks Hu Meili, they will find out about Xiao Chunlan and Li Hong. Xiao Nian didn't care that she wasn't wearing clothes and suddenly sat up sharply. She looked at Qin Shua with a worried expression. Unless the person involved is dead, then the matter is unprovable. Qin Shua helped her put on a coat, his face also serious. There's another possibility. If Hu Meili is dead, then who did it? Everyone suspects you, spreading rumors. At this moment, Xiao Nian realized she had overestimated Xiao Chunlan's bottom line. Such a person has no bottom line at all. Xiao Chunlan wanted to attack Hu Meili and her son, then falsely accuse her of the crime. The couple didn't have time to think much and quickly put on their clothes, preparing to leave. As they stepped out, they saw Jiang Yongmei calling them from the kitchen. Hey kid, hurry up and bring Nian Nian to eat. It's so late. You must be hungry. Xiao Nian suddenly remembered that neither of them had eaten earlier, and they had been rushing around, which made her blush a little. Mom, we need to go out first. We'll come back later to eat. Jiang Yongmei saw their serious expressions and knew something was wrong. She didn't insist and said, All right, the food is hot in the pot. When you come back, you can eat. They nodded and headed outside. It was already dark. Xiao Nian thought for a moment and asked Qin Shua, Should we go check on Fang Yuming's house first? Qin Shua looked outside, seeing no one around, and nodded. Both of them had martial arts skills, so they moved quietly. Soon, they arrived at Fang Yuming's house. The two listened at the corner of the wall for a while but heard no voices. Xiao Nian whispered, I'll go in and check. Before Qin Shua could reply, she quietly jumped into the yard. Although Qin Shua had heard Changxi say that Xiao Nian knew martial arts, this was the first time he saw her use it. He felt a proud smile rise on his face. His wife was so talented. He needed to work harder too. Xiao Nian quietly approached the window of Fang Yoming's house. She saw flickering candlelight inside, with two figures sitting face to face. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Xiao Chunlan hadn't gone to harm Hu Meili tonight. Does Xiao Nian really have a relationship with Li Hong? Fang Yuming asked. Yes, everyone knows that. Hu Meili wants Xiao Nian to be her daughter-in-law, Xiao Chunlan said confidently. She wasn't guilty at all when she said this because she was not the one who had been with Li Hong originally. It was the original owner. Fang Yuming looked a bit doubtful. Did they really do anything? Xiao Chunlan asked back. Does it matter? As long as Qin Shua and Xiao Nian are embarrassed. Xiao Nian thought that Xiao Chunlan wasn't sincere with Fang Yuming either. She could say such dismissive words. Darling, what do you really want to do? Xiao Nian saw Fang Yuming stand up and then hug Xiao Chunlan from behind, asking very gently. Sure enough, Xiao Chunlan had no resistance when facing Fang Yuming. Yumeng, I want to kill them, framed Xiao Nian. I really hate Xiao Nian, I hate her. Will you help me? In Xiao Chunlan's view, Fang Yuming in the story always unconditionally spoiled her. Anyone who hurt her, Fang Yuming would find a way to get rid of them. So, he probably wouldn't hesitate about Hu Meili and Xiao Nian either. Xiao Nian held her breath, wanting to hear how Fang Yuming would respond. Sure enough, in the next second, Fang Yuming chuckled. Okay, as long as my wife wants to do it, I will help. Xiao Chunlan also smiled and turned to hug Fang Yuming. Yumeng, I will have your children, many, many children. Xiao Nian was speechless when she heard this. Was she a sow giving birth? Many, many children? Did this woman see childbirth as a way to repay kindness? Then, Xiao Nian heard strange sounds from the two of them and quickly retreated to the wall, climbing over the yard wall. She was still muttering, Don't look at what is inappropriate. Don't listen to what is inappropriate. Qin Shua saw Xiao Nian jump down and quickly hugged her. Nian Nian, how are you? Is anyone inside? Xiao Nian nodded. Two people are there. Xiao Chunlan asked Fang Yuming to help her kill Hu Meili, and Fang Yuming agreed. Qin Shua wasn't surprised. Fong Yuming seems kind and gentle on the outside, but he's actually petty and ruthless. Tonight, they probably won't act. I'll have Changxi protect the mother and son early tomorrow. Xiao Nian shook her head. That's too obvious. I'll go and warn Hu Meili first thing tomorrow morning. Qin Shua took her hand. I'm worried about you. Xiao Nian raised her eyebrows. Shall we compare? In the past, Xiao Nian wouldn't dare say that, but recently, with the help of the spiritual spring water, she found her strength and endurance improving. Qin Shua was also interested. The two went to the playground. The night was dark, and the shadows of the poplar trees around the playground flickered. No one was outside, so Xiao Nian wasn't worried about others noticing her skills. She tied her hair into a ponytail, took off her military green jacket, and threw the first punch, using a flexible force that aimed straight at Qin Shua's upper body. Qin Shua tried to grab her wrist with a quick move, but missed as Xiao Nian dodged. He noticed how light and quick her movements were. He stopped holding back and started competing seriously with her. They exchanged blows under the moonlight, their shadows flashing quickly. Qin Shua swept her legs and Xiao Nian jumped nimbly, but Qin Shua caught her around the waist as she was falling. They lost their balance and fell onto the soft grass at the edge of the playground. Xiao Nian's nose was close to Qin Shua's collarbone, and she smelled the familiar soap scent. She heard Qin Shua's smiling voice. Comrade Xiao Qiao, do you want to keep going? She reached up and pinched his face, softly replying, My Lieutenant Qin is so amazing. I don't want to let go. As soon as she said that, Qin Shua blushed, and his breathing changed. Xiao Nian took the chance to turn and hold him, then jumped up and stood up, jogging home. Qin Shua couldn't help but laugh and followed her. The next morning, Xiao Nian got up early. Before class, she went to Guanshigou. When she arrived at the cave in Guanshigou, she happened to meet Xie Rui and Su Manqing. Previously, they always stayed away from others, so no one knew they knew each other. The three of them acted as if they were strangers, nodding to each other without saying much. Xiao Nian went straight to Hu Meili's house and knocked on the door. Hu Meili was surprised to see Xiao Nian at her door. Do you need something? Hu Meili asked. Xiao Nian pointed inside. If you want to hear, come in and talk. If not, forget it. Hu Meili thought for a moment and moved aside to let her in. Once inside, Xiao Nian spoke directly. Xiao Chunlon wants to hurt you. Hu Meili suddenly looked up then frowned.
Impossible.
How could she dare? Things are different now than before. Xiao Nian chuckled softly. Do you think Xiao Chunlon is still the same girl you used to control? If she didn't have some skills, how could she have married Fong Yuming so quickly? Hu Meili lowered her head without speaking. Xiao Nian pointed at Li Hong, who was sleeping like a pig nearby. Do you remember how your son used to bully her? Xiao Chunlon hasn't forgotten. Hu Meili looked at her son, thinking about what Xiao Chunlon experienced at the Li family, and shivered. Forget about whether Xiao Chunlon still holds a grudge against them. She had heard that Fong Yuming cared deeply for Xiao Chunlon. If he found out what happened at the Li family, he might take revenge on them. She looked at Xiao Nian and asked, Can you help me? Xiao Nian shook her head. I can't help you. Only you can save yourselves. She just wanted to use Hu Meili to reveal Xiao Chunlon's true nature, not to become a shield for this mother and son. Hu Meili sat down on the bed, feeling defeated, and touched Li Hong's face. But what can I do? It depends on your choice. Xiao Chunlon and Fong Yuming don't seem to have such a good relationship, Xiao Nian said. She didn't tell Hu Meili about the recent rumors in the military compound to prevent this woman from having bad intentions. She added, I can only warn you. Don't accept anything from Xiao Chunlon or Fong Yuming, and don't go anywhere with them. Be especially careful if they come to see you suddenly at night. The more Xiao Nian said, the more frightened Hu Meili became, trembling all over. She looked at Xiao Nian with pleading eyes. Xiao Nian, please help me. If I have to die, it should be me. Honger doesn't understand anything. Everything was taught by me and his father. Xiao Nian suddenly remembered the story from the book about the original owner. A spoiled young girl who was bullied to death by her family. She clenched her fists. These people should be grateful that the laws in Huagua are now mostly fair. I can only advise you to go to the local team, the commune, or the military district to report that Xiao Chunlan took your bride price but refused to marry your son, who merely looked conflicted. She was afraid Xiao Chunlan might retaliate against her for this. But she also feared that if she did nothing, Xiao Chunlan might harm her. Seeing that Xiao Nian didn't seem willing to help, Hu Meili murmured, "Let me think. Let me think." Xiao Nian shook her head at her. It seems she needs to prepare for all possibilities. Without saying more to Hu Meili, she left the cave. At the entrance, she saw Heroine standing there. She knew Heroine was probably waiting for her. So she walked over and quietly said as she passed by, "Keep an eye on Hu Meili and her son. Watch out for Xiao Chunlan looking for them." Heroine nodded and replied softly, "Got it." Xiao Nian felt relieved and was about to head back, checking the position of the sun. It was probably almost 8 o'clock. She needed to hurry home and get ready for class. Just as she was about to leave, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Xiao Nian, sister." She turned around and saw Xiao Chunha. Xiao Chunha was wearing a worn military uniform. She looked much thinner than in Jiangcheng, but seemed more mature than before. Seeing Xiao Nian stop, Xiao Chunha ran up to her. "Xiao Nian, sister." Xiao Chunha called again. Xiao Nian nodded. "What is it?" Xiao Chunha didn't mind her cold attitude. "I know Xiao Chunlan has visited Hu Meili several times recently. I can guess what she wants." He looked directly at Xiao Nian with no hesitation in his eyes. "What does she want?" Xiao Nian asked. "She wants to hurt Li Hong and his mother, and she also wants to hurt you," Xiao Chunha said straightforwardly, without avoiding the truth. As Xiao Chunlan's brother, he knew her very well. Based on the other person's eyes and tone, I can guess what they are thinking. Xiao Nian was quite surprised. Although Xiao Chunha hadn't recently shown her friendliness, she could feel that this young man was different from before. "So, do you have any ideas?" Xiao Chunha took a deep breath. "She can't hurt you. Are you trying to help me?" Xiao Chunha nodded. "Xiao Nian, I know you don't trust me, but this time I will show you my sincerity." After saying this, he ran off before Xiao Nian could reply. Xiao Nian looked at Xiao Chunha's back, sighed, and turned back home. When she arrived at the residential area, Zhang Yongmei had already prepared breakfast. After eating, she went to work. Passing by Fang Yoming's house, she saw Xiao Chunlan leaning against the door with her head down, not knowing what she was doing. Xiao Chunlan also saw her, but this time she said nothing. Xiao, what are you doing here?" Ma Dongxue asked as she passed by. Hearing Ma Dongxue call her Xiao Chunlan suddenly felt a bit annoyed. She was only a little older than her, but Ma Dongxue, relying on being the vice regiment leader's wife, always called her Xiao. "Nothing," Xiao Chunlan replied. Ma Dongxue, noticing her bad attitude, snorted. "You're still lucky, Xiao. Unlike me, I have to go to work every day." Hearing this, Xiao Chunlan felt uncomfortable inside, but she still said, "Then, Sister Ma, you should get going." Ma Dongxue turned and left, feeling puzzled by Xiao Chunlan's strange behavior. A few days ago, they were still calling each other warmly. Recently, she seemed emotionally unstable. Seeing Ma Dongxue leave, Xiao Chunlan also felt that what she said wasn't quite right. But she didn't chase after her, perhaps because she was preoccupied with Hu Meili and her son. Recently, she hadn't been sleeping well, which affected her mood. According to the original story, Fang Yuming would later rise higher than Vice Regiment Leader Ma. Ma Dongxue was only there to flatter her. Xiao Chunlan returned to her room and took out the medicine Fang Yuming gave her last night. Fang Yuming said it was a drug that would cause all internal organs to rupture, creating the appearance of someone being struck dead with a heavy punch. He gave her this medicine because Qin Shuo was the best fighter in the entire group. When the mother and son died, they could blame Qin Shuo. They would say Qin Shuo killed someone to protect Xiao Nian. This way, Qin Shuo would be sentenced and Xiao Nian wouldn't have a good life either. Xiao Chunlan's eyes lit up brightly when she heard Fang Yuming's idea. She thought Fang Yuming was really amazing to find such medicine. She asked Fang Yuming, "Yuming, where did you get this medicine?" Fang Yuming only said, "Just use it, don't worry about where it came from." Noticing that Fang Yuming didn't want to say more, Xiao Chunlan didn't ask further. She didn't want this small matter to affect their relationship. 2 peaceful days passed, but rumors about Xiao Nian in the community grew worse. Even Guan Shirgo heard about it. Hu Meili felt even more scared after hearing this. She had never seen Xiao Chunlan's tricks, but she knew how fierce Xiao Nian could be when she was angry. If this situation continued, she was afraid Xiao Nian might even come with a knife to threaten her and her son. Also, in the past 2 days, Xiao Chunha came to see her. He kept asking her to help explain the situation to Xiao Nian. Otherwise, even if Xiao Nian didn't cause trouble for her, Xiao Chunha would find ways to trouble Li Hong. Hu Meili remembered Xiao Chunlan's attitude toward the Xiao brothers before and probably understood what she was thinking now. But she still asked, why? She's your real sister. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chunha only smiled and said, Xiao Nian has boundaries, but Xiao Chunlan does not. After saying this, he looked meaningfully at Li Hong. He asked, what if Xiao Chunlan takes your son out to play and he accidentally falls and gets hurt? What could you do? Hu Meili saw Li Hong crawling on the ground nearby, covered in dust and drooling. She knew Xiao Chunha was telling the truth. She asked Xiao Chunha, what do you think I should do? Take action first, Xiao Chunha replied. Then he pointed at someone not far away. Look, she's coming. Hu Meili looked over and saw Xiao Chunlan walking toward their work area. Son, come here quickly, Hu Meili called nervously, trying to get Li Hong to come to her. Li Hong looked up, smiling foolishly. Mom. Just then, Xiao Chunlan had already approached. Heroine, who was working nearby, kept a close eye on them. Xiao Chunha also stood nearby, with his ears perked up. But Xiao Chunlan didn't rush to talk to Hu Meili. Instead, she asked Chen Xinghua, Mom, do you want to come stay at my house? Chen Xinghua was very surprised. Since her daughter got married, she rarely paid attention to her. Now, suddenly, her daughter asked her to move into her home. What was her daughter planning? She heard Xiao Chunlan say, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. I want you to come help me cook at my house. Whatever you Ming and I eat, you eat too. I promise I won't treat you badly. Hearing this, Chen Xinghua's eyes lit up. Can your 2 brothers come too? They asked. What would they do? The house can't fit so many people and only Yu Ming has a salary. How can we support so many? Chen Xinghua hesitated. She wondered what to do about her 2 sons if she left. At that moment, Xiao Chunha straightened up and asked, Mom, if you go to help at her house, how much will she pay you? Chen Xinghua nodded in agreement. Yes, if I go cook for Xiao Chunlan and her family, she should pay me. But Xiao Chunlan raised her eyebrows. She is my mother. She comes to help me and she wants pay? Is that fair? Xiao Chunha understood. Xiao Chunlan wanted to treat her mother as a free servant. He said, if our mom doesn't go, you can find someone else. Xiao Chunlan scolded. Ha! Is it just about valuing boys over girls? You only care about your 2 sons and ignore my well-being. If you don't care, I don't care either. I'll go take all my things now. Xiao Chunlan had left a few clothes in the cave before, not planning to take them. Now, she saw an excuse to go to the cave and spill medicine into Hu Meili's water bucket. That way, she wouldn't contact Hu Meili directly or take anything from them so they wouldn't suspect her. When Hu Meili and others used that water to cook dinner that night, they would be found dead at home the next day. Yu Ming said he would find a way to get Qin Shua to come to the cave tomorrow morning. Everything would then go smoothly. Thinking of this, Xiao Chunlan's face almost couldn't hide her smile. She ran quickly to the cave, looked around, and saw no one nearby. Since the cave was a public place in the village, it was never locked. She pushed open the broken wooden door of Hu Meili's cave and saw the water bucket by the stove. Without hesitation, she poured all the medicine powder into the bucket, letting it dissolve into the water. Xiao Chunlan immediately left and went into Chen Xinghua's cave. She was nervous but didn't notice when she left Hu Meili's cave. A small figure entered the nearby cave. Mom, I saw her throw something into the water bucket, said the little girl, Xie Panqing, who is Xie Rui's sister, talking about what she saw earlier. Did you see clearly? Su Manqing gently touched Xie Panqing's slightly messy hair. Xie Panqing is 8 years old. She nodded confidently. I saw clearly. Su Manqing gave her a big white rabbit candy. Xiao Xing, don't tell anyone about this. Xia Panqing nodded. Mom, I'll go back to gather pig grass now. Good. Stay with second brother and don't run around. Su Manqing felt a bit bitter. If they were still in Shanghai, Panqing would probably be in school now. Mom, what's wrong? Xia came in and saw Su Manqing with red eyes, changing her clothes. Su Manqing wiped her eyes and said, Nothing. Dust got into my eyes. It's a little uncomfortable. Then she added, Xiao Chunlon put something in the water bucket in the next room.
Try to tell Nian Nian about it.
Hearing this, Xia frowned. What did she put in? Su Manqing shook her head. I don't know. Let Nian Nian check it herself later. Okay, she should come over soon. Recently, Qiao Nian often used the excuse of visiting Qin Xinghua and her family to check on Shirgo village. Yesterday, she told Xia she would come this afternoon. Sure enough, not long after, Qiao Nian arrived. She came during the after-work time when villagers had gone home. Hu Meili and her son had just arrived home. Mom, I'm thirsty, Li Hong, covered in mud, mumbled. Hu Meili quickly scooped some water from the bucket and handed it to Li Hong. Just as Li Hong was about to drink, a stone suddenly hit the bowl, smashing it. With a loud bang, the bowl fell to the ground. Li Hong looked at the broken bowl and started crying loudly. Hu Meili hurried to comfort him while looking toward the door. She saw Qiao Nian dressed in military green. She swallowed her curse and asked, What do you want? Qiao Nian didn't beat around the bush. She simply said, There is poison in the water. Hu Meili frowned and said, How is that possible? I just drew this water this morning. At that moment, Xia came in carrying a mouse in his hand. He took a bowl, scooped some water, and gave the mouse a few sips. At first, the mouse seemed fine. Hu Meili asked, Isn't it okay now? But in just a moment, the mouse started struggling non-stop. Xia put the mouse on the ground. The mouse tried to run but couldn't move at all. It kept rolling on the floor, making squeaking sounds that filled the room. Soon it stopped moving. When the others looked, they saw blood-tinged foam coming from the mouse's mouth. Hu Meili let out a cry and burst into tears, her face turning pale and trembling. Qiao Nian pursed her lips tightly. She didn't know what kind of medicine this was, where it came from, or why it had such a frightening effect. She also remembered the powder Fang Yuming had tried to use to trap Qin Shuo last time. Qiao Nian doubted Fang Yuming's identity and wondered how he could have such things. Qiao Nian, save me. Save me, Hu Meili begged, kneeling in front of Qiao Nian, tears and snot streaming down her face. Qiao Nian backed away a little, feeling disgusted. Li Hong, the fool, didn't understand what his mother was crying about and started crying too. Their loud crying attracted Su Manqing and Qin Xinghua and her son. Su Manqing guessed what was happening, but didn't ask more. Qin Xinghua, not knowing, asked, What's going on? Why are you crying like that? Hearing Qin Xinghua's voice, Hu Meili remembered that Xiao Chunlon was Qin Xinghua's daughter. She immediately stood up, ran to Qin Xinghua, and grabbed her hair, pulling her inside. Qin Xinghua, look. Your good daughter did this. She tried to poison us. How could she be so cruel? How did you raise such a daughter? Qin Xinghua wanted to fight back, but when she saw the badly dead-looking mouse, her eyes widened. She stammered, What is this? Are you saying Chunlon poisoned us? Hu Meili ignored her and only held up the bucket of water in front of Qin Xinghua. This water was poisoned by your daughter. Do you dare to drink it? Qin Xinghua certainly didn't dare, but she also found it hard to believe. She knows her own daughter well. Although she has a bad temper and is very stubborn, she definitely wouldn't do something like poisoning or killing someone. So she said, Is there some misunderstanding? Chunlon wouldn't do such things. Misunderstanding? Then you drink this water, Hu Meili said, trying to force Qin Xinghua's head into the water. Qin Xinghua was so scared, she kept stepping back. At this moment, Xiao Chunha, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. He pulled Qin Xinghua behind him. Looking at Hu Meili, he said, That was done by Xiao Chunlon. Don't force my mom. She doesn't know about these things. Xiao Chunha is 16 years old, over 1.7 meters tall, much taller than Hu Mei. Hu Mei didn't dare to do anything to him, only angrily saying, "Your family must have a history of violence." Xiao Chunha pressed his lips tightly and said nothing, but his expression showed he was not happy. Anyone with a father who is a criminal or a sister who attempted violence wouldn't be smiling now. Just then, Xiao Chunlin suddenly ran in and threw a rat he had caught somewhere into the water bowl. "Brother, I caught a rat." It turned out Xiao Chunlin was sent to catch the rat after Xiao Chunha saw what was happening here. They couldn't believe their sister could be so cruel. But the truth disappointed them. The rat was the same as the one Xie Rui caught earlier. Hu Mei pointed at the two rats and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Chun Xinghua and his mother didn't say anything. Finally, Xiao Chunha looked at Qiao Nian and asked, "Qiao Nian, what kind of poison is this? It's so powerful." Qiao Nian shook her head. "I don't know." She wanted to take this water back, along with the medicine from last time, and give everything to Qin Shua to have the relevant authorities study. At least, as far as Qiao Nian knew, there was no such poison in Huagua. "Qiao Nian, is the method you mentioned last time still useful now?" Hu Mei asked eagerly. Qiao Nian understood she was talking about going to the brigade, the commune, and the military district to reveal that Xiao Chunlan and Li Hong were married, took bride price, but then refused to live with Li Hong. "If you're willing to do it, it will definitely work." Hu Mei clenched her fists. Instead of passively waiting for death, she decided to take action. "However, I suggest you go tomorrow instead," Zhou said.
Why?
Beauty asked. Zhou looked around at the people nearby. Xie Rui immediately understood her meaning and quickly left with his family. Xiao Chunha also understood and took Xin Xinghua and Xiao Chunlin back to their home. After they left, Zhou finally spoke. "You all should pretend to be poisoned and dead tomorrow. Xiao Chunlan will likely come to see your situation. Then my husband and I will also come to catch them in the act. You can use this chance to make a fuss with the military district, which would be better." Zhou didn't specify what exactly to do, and Beauty didn't dare ask. To her, Zhou was her last hope, and she could only listen to her. Before leaving, Zhou added, "It's better if you don't stay in this room tonight. Come back when it's almost dawn and pretend to be dead in bed." Not returning in the first half of the night is to prevent Xiao Chunlan from coming to attack again. Coming back at dawn is to prevent Xiao Chunlan and her people from checking on you. Zhou was always blunt with Beauty and her son, and they didn't deserve her kindness. Then she carried her water and left the cave. "Hey, my bucket," Beauty wanted to say, "Leave the bucket behind," but seeing Zhou's cold gaze, she didn't dare continue. She only thought about asking someone tomorrow for an unwanted bucket. When Zhou stepped outside, she saw Xie Rui and Xiao Chunha waiting outside. Xie Rui didn't speak. Xiao Chunha called out first. "Zhou, sister, what do you need me to do tomorrow?" Zhou looked at him. "Are you willing to prove that Xiao Chunlan was married to Li Hong and received the Li family's bride price?" Xiao Chunha paused for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, I am willing."
Okay.
Zhou didn't say anything more. She just nodded at Xie Rui, signaling him to pay attention to Beauty and her son. Xie Rui immediately understood her meaning and nodded gently. Zhou carried her water and left. She went to a quiet place and put the water into the space. Then she rode her bike back to the village square. But unexpectedly, halfway home, she saw Qin Shua. "Ah Shua, why are you here?"
she asked.
Qin Shua took her hand. "I came to find you." Zhou held his hand back. "Sit behind me. I'll take you home."
Okay.
Qin Shua jumped onto the back seat of the bicycle, holding Qi Nian tightly around the waist. The two headed toward the military housing area, facing the sunset and gentle breeze. After returning home and having dinner, they went back to their room. Qi Nian then began to talk about what happened at Hu Mei's house that afternoon. When she mentioned the poison, Qin Shua always felt a strange sense of familiarity. Qi Nian said, "Wait for me," then took out a bucket of water from her space, along with half a packet of medicine left from last time. Qin Shua saw the suddenly appearing items and widened his eyes in surprise. His firm belief in materialism had already been shaken by the magical spring water last time. Now he couldn't believe his eyes. He looked up at Qin Yan, who was smiling warmly at him. Qin Shua hesitated and asked, Nian Nian, are you a fairy? Qin Yan didn't expect him to think that way and burst out laughing. She reached out and tapped Qin Shua's forehead. So, what do you think I am? A cat, Qin Shua said, recalling that when he first saw Qin Yan, her bright, lively eyes reminded him of a cat's eyes. Qin Yan held back her laughter and imitated a cat's voice, saying, Meow. Qin Shua suddenly stammered, Nian Nian. Are you really a cat? Qin Yan couldn't hold back her laughter anymore and said, Haha, Ashua, you're so cute. Then she became serious and asked, Have you ever heard of Shumi Songzi? Qin Shua nodded. I've read about it in some books before, but those books are no longer allowed. He quickly realized, So, do you have something like that? Yes, it contains many things and can hold a lot. Qin Shua didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. They were incredibly complicated. Using the spring water last time was exactly the same as now. At that moment, Qin Yan grabbed his hand, and Qin Shua suddenly felt a flash of light before finding himself in a place he'd never seen before. He was so excited he almost lost his voice, and his face turned red. Nian Nian, this is... Qin Yan pointed to everything in the supermarket. This is my Shumi space. Everything inside belongs to me. Before Qin Shua could react, she pulled him through a nearby door. Qin Shua instinctively squinted his eyes, only because the light here was too bright. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful 3-story small house. It was the nicest house he had ever seen. This is my home, Qiao Nian said. Did you live here all the time when I wasn't around? Qin Shua asked. Yes, it's quieter and very convenient. Qiao Nian spoke and was about to take Qin Shua into the villa. When they reached the side of the spiritual spring, she suddenly thought, since she had already brought Qin Shua inside, she might as well let him drink some of the spring water. She poured a cup of water and handed it to Qin Shua, saying, Drink. Qin Shua took the water and drank it without hesitation. Are you afraid I might poison you? Qiao Nian asked with a smile. Qin Shua smiled slightly. Would you dare? Qiao Nian raised her eyebrows. This kid was making progress. But soon, Qin Shua couldn't smile anymore because he felt pain all over his body, so intense that he fainted. He simply passed out. Qiao Nian looked and realized that the first time drinking the spring water, he would faint. When Qin Shua woke up again, he found himself in a very beautiful room. He slapped himself, confirming it was not a dream. Finally, he was sure that the space Qiao Nian had brought him into was real. As for the water he drank, he guessed it was probably the same kind of water spilled on his wound last time. You're awake? Qiao Nian was lying on the bed and saw Qin Shua wake up. Qin Shua felt a bit wronged. Nian Nian didn't even let him sleep on the bed. He heard Qiao Nian say, Hurry up and wash up. Qin Shua then noticed the dirt covering his body. He knew Nian Nian was very clean, so he quickly agreed. Okay. Qiao Nian pointed to the bathroom nearby. You can take a shower in there. The left side has hot water. The right side has cold water. There are soap, shampoo, a towel, and pajamas on the metal rack. All of these were from the supermarket. Although Qin Shua was very curious about everything here, he obediently went to take a shower first. Qiao Nian was reading outside and couldn't help but smile when she heard the sounds from the bathroom. Qin Shua was probably curious and touching everything inside. She didn't rush him. Actually, she had thought about revealing the space to Qin Shua for a long time. After confirming his identity and feelings for her, she decided to bring him in. This also made things more convenient for her. When Qin Shua finished washing and put on his pajamas, he came out. Qiao Nian just took him for a walk around the villa. When she saw the appliances, Qin Shua exclaimed that this house was better than those in Beijing. They stayed inside the space, and Qiao Nian explained how to use it and introduced the items inside. Finally, Qin Shua asked, Nian Nian, can you hear the sounds outside from inside here? Qiao Nian nodded and said, Yes, but I can hear the outside. Before she finished, Qin Shua suddenly picked her up and carried her horizontally. Nian Nian, it's time to get up. Qiao Nian struggled to open her eyes and saw that the sky outside was still dark. She sniffed and asked with a slight nasal tone, Why get up so early? Last night, Qin Shua was the most wild he had ever been since they got married. In the end, Xiao Nian couldn't take it anymore and took him out of the space, and he finally calmed down. Even then, he kept talking, asking about things inside the space, then talking about this and that. This was the first time Xiao Nian realized that the usually silent man could chatter like a monk. But she understood. After all, anyone who suddenly learns there's another side to this world would be excited and unable to sleep. Just as Xiao Nian was about to fall back into sleep, she felt Qin Shua hold her. "Nian Nian, thank you for trusting me." Before she could answer, he added, "Yesterday afternoon, someone left this note in my clothes pocket." He took out the note, which had an unreadable handwriting. "Someone wants to harm Xiao Nian. If you want to protect her, go to Guanshirgo, who Meili's house early tomorrow morning. They know the truth. I have to say, Fong Yuming knows me pretty well. If I hadn't known about his and Xiao Chunlan's plot in advance, I would have gone there today," Qin Shua said. Xiao Nian took the note and gently rubbed her fingertips over it. She leaned in and sniffed, catching a faint scent of cheap perfume, which made her more alert. It was definitely written by Fong Yuming. She had smelled this scent on Xiao Chunlan before, so it probably came from her after contact with Fong Yuming. "Then I'll go now," Qin Shua said as he dressed. Xiao Nian thought for a moment and then said, "Let's go together." Okay. They both dressed quickly and left the house together. At this time, it was still early and there were few people outside. The two of them were not riding bikes, so they quickened their steps toward Guanshir Gully. Looking up, they saw sparse stars and a full moon like a round disk. A cold wind carried the fresh, cow dung smell typical of the northwest morning. Not far away, a kiln cave showed faint yellow light from a few kerosene lamps, seeping through the paper-covered window cracks. The two moved very quickly. When they reached Guanshir Gully, the villagers hadn't yet woken up. When they arrived at the kiln cave where the workers lived, they saw that Hu Meili's door was wide open and a strong smell of blood reached their noses. Xiao Nian's pupils shrank sharply. He lowered his voice and said, "Something's wrong." Qin Shua nodded, drew a dagger from his waist, and pulled Xiao Nian behind him. Xiao Nian didn't hesitate. He took out an axe from his space and followed Qin Shua toward Hu Meili's house. As they approached, a dark figure ran out of Hu Meili's house. The figure was short, dressed in black, with a black cloth covering his face, only revealing a pair of narrow, squinting eyes. Seeing Qin Shua and Xiao Nian, he froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. His right fist, carrying a strong wind, aimed straight at Qin Shua's face. Qin Shua reacted very quickly, sidestepping to avoid it, and at the same time, pulled Xiao Nian aside. He then elbowed the attacker's stomach. The black figure responded swiftly, twisting his waist and stepping back. He pressed his toes against the ground and moved sideways along the kiln wall, like a gecko, climbing quickly to the top of the kiln caves. It was clear he realized he was no match for Qin Shua and was preparing to escape.
Wokyo ninja technique?
Qin Shua said in a deep voice. Then he turned to Xiao Nian and said, "You go inside and check what's happening. I'll chase after him." Xiao Nian didn't hesitate. He took out a small bottle of spiritual spring water from his space and handed it to Qin Shua. "Be careful." Qin Shua took the item, leaped onto a nearby stone, and quickly jumped onto the mountain, chasing in the direction where the man disappeared. Xiao Nian didn't stay any longer. He entered Hu Meili's kiln cave. Inside, the smell of blood was thick. In the darkness, he saw two people lying on the kong, a traditional bed. Xiao Nian shone his flashlight over and widened his eyes. It was Xie Rui and Xiao Chunha, both with fresh bloodstains on their hearts. He no longer hesitated. He hurried to the bed, placed his finger under Xie Rui's nose. Fortunately, there was still faint breathing. Without thinking, Xiao Nian took out the spiritual spring water from his space. A drop was placed into Xie Rui's mouth, then another on the wound near his heart. Then he turned to check Xiao Chunha's condition. He was alive, just like Xie Rui. The same amount of spiritual spring water was given to him, and 2 drops were also placed on his wound. After finishing everything, Xiao Nian noticed that the smell in the room was a bit strange, a faint medicinal scent. She wasn't sure if the spiritual spring water could save both of them, so she quietly waited nearby. Xie softly groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Nian quickly stepped forward and asked, Xie, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Xie, a little confused, shook his head and then asked, Xiao Nian, why are you here? Xiao Nian didn't answer, but helped him sit up. Xie obediently sat up, but because of the sudden movement, he pulled at his chest and winced in pain. Worried about attracting suspicion, Xiao Nian didn't give them too much spiritual spring water. So, their wounds hadn't fully healed. Do you remember what just happened? Xiao Nian asked. Xie looked at the blood on his chest and shook his head, confused. I felt a medicinal smell earlier, then I don't remember anything after that, he said. Xiao Chunha's voice came from nearby. Xiao Nian thought about the medicinal smell she had just noticed, guessing it was something to make people faint. She asked Xiao Chunha, You're awake? Are you okay? Some pain, but it's not serious, Xiao Chunha replied. Then he asked, Sister Xiao Nian, why are you here? We wanted to check if Hu Meili and her son were okay. We didn't expect someone to run out of this room as soon as we arrived. When I came in, I saw you two lying on the bed. Xiao Chunha touched his chest wound, feeling something was off. Although it looked like a lot of blood had flowed, he didn't feel much pain. He pressed his lips together but didn't ask anything further. Xie knew Xiao Nian had some special abilities. Last time, she healed his mother, and this time, she saved him. But he didn't say much, only explaining how they ended up in this room. It turned out that Hu Meili and her son had stayed at Qin Xinghua's house last night. Afraid that Xiao Chunlan might come to check if anyone was inside, Xie and Xiao Chunha volunteered to sleep here. They stayed cautious all night, unable to fall asleep. But half an hour ago, they suddenly smelled a strong medicinal scent. Both of them accidentally fell under its influence and fainted. Fortunately, Xiao Nian arrived just in time, or they might have truly been left here today. At that moment, Qin Shua returned, chasing the shadow. Seeing the people on the bed, Qin Shua didn't ask much and simply said, That person ran very fast. I couldn't catch him. Xiao Nian knew that because Xie and Xiao Chunha were present, Qin Shua didn't mention that the person was from Japan. She asked Qin Shua, Are you hurt? Qin Shua shook his head. No, but my dagger wounded that person's arm. While they were speaking softly, suddenly outside the door, Xiao Chunlan's sharp cry broke the village's quiet. Captain Qin has killed someone. As soon as the cry was out, several villagers rushed into the room with Xiao Chunlan. It was already dawn, and Xiao Chunlan only saw two people lying on the bed, unable to see their faces clearly. But from the smell of blood in the room, she judged that Hu Meili and her son were already dead. Ignoring everything else, she shouted, Captain Qin, as a soldier, how could you be so narrow-minded? Just because of some rumors, you killed the people who were sent down. A few villagers nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain Qin, how could you kill someone? Exactly just because of a small matter, you killed. We must catch him and make him pay. We're going to find the leaders in the military. They argued back and forth, making a final decision on the matter. They even wanted to go outside and cause trouble at the military district. Xiao Nian couldn't allow them to slander Qin Shua like this. She stepped forward quickly, grabbed Xiao Chunlan's hair, and slapped her twice with a loud sound. Then, pulling her hair, she forced her to lift her head and look at the bed. Qin Shua lit a kerosene lamp at the right moment. Xiao Nian asked fiercely, Can you see clearly now? Tell me, which one is Hu Meili and which one is Li? As the lamp lit up, Xiao Chunlan finally saw the people on the bed. Her eyes filled with disbelief, and she shouted, Impossible.
Impossible.
Why aren't they Hu Meili and her son? Xiao Nian sneered coldly. What? Do you want them to die? Do you have some secret you don't want others to know? At this moment, Xiao Chunlan finally realized she had been tricked by Xiao Nian and Qin Shua. How could these two be so clever? She asked, What about Hu Meili and the others? Where did they go? How come you are in their house? Xiao Chunlan even thought that Xiao Nian must have discovered Hu Meili and her son's death and thrown their bodies on the mountain. and Xie Rui and Xiao Chunhe were Qiao Nian's helpers, the ones who also threw out the dead Hu Meili and her son. Why do you care so much about them? Are you still thinking about the old love between Li Hong and his wife? Qiao Nian asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlan felt guilty and shouted loudly. Qiao Nian, what are you talking about? I have no old love with him. Don't accuse me wrongly. It must be you who killed them. Now you want to frame me and shift the blame onto me. Then she turned to the villagers and said, hurry up and act. Catch Qin Shua and Qiao Nian and send them to the military district. Qiao Nian also looked at the villagers, seeing they were rough and eager to act. From their looks, it was clear they weren't honest people, probably troublemakers from the village. One of them had triangular eyes and reached out to grab Qiao Nian. Qin Shua quickly kicked toward him, but Qiao Nian moved faster. She kicked the man's thigh directly. The man with triangular eyes was kicked back 2 meters and fell to the ground. Qiao Nian, as a military family member, how dare you hit ordinary people? You. Before Xiao Chunlan could finish, Qiao Nian gave her a solid slap and then picked up a pair of rotten, stinky socks from the bed and stuffed them into Xiao Chunlan's mouth. Xiao Chunlan was so disgusted she rolled her eyes. Qiao Nian ignored her and asked Qin Shua, what should we do now? Qin Shua looked at everyone in the room, his face darkening. He slammed his hand on the small table beside the bed. The table shattered into pieces. Then he asked the villagers seriously, who sent you here? Do you know how serious this is? If you get involved with bad people, the Red Committee will take you away for questioning. The villagers who usually mingled in the village and town were used to talking to anyone and everyone. Seeing Qin Shua so serious, they became a little scared. One of them, trembling, pointed at Xiao Chunlan and said, she paid us to come. We don't know anything. The other two nodded in agreement, saying, yes, yes, she told us what to say and we just repeated it. We don't know anything else. Xiao Chunlan was furious and glared at them, but at this moment, her hands were held by Qiao Nian and her mouth was stuffed with a dirty sock, so she couldn't move. She could only pray silently in her heart, hoping Fang Yuming would come to rescue her soon. Perhaps her thoughts worked, because the next second, Fang Yuming entered the cave with 2 people. Due to Qin Shua and Xiao Nian blocking the view, Fang Yuming didn't notice who was lying on the bed. Judging by the situation inside, it was definitely a serious matter. He then said, Captain Zhang, Deputy Captain Ma, look, something has happened. I don't know what Lieutenant Qin did. Qin Shua and Xiao Nian didn't expect Fang Yuming to bring the 2 leaders directly. Captain Zhang saw the messy scene inside and shouted sternly, unrelated people, leave now. The villagers were so frightened that they quickly left the room. Fang Yuming spoke gently to the others, please wait outside for a moment. We might need to ask you some questions later. They nodded repeatedly and stood neatly outside the cave. Once the room was empty, the 2 leaders and Fang Yuming looked inside. But as soon as they saw who was on the bed, Fang Yuming's face changed briefly, and his eyes twitched. He clenched his fists unconsciously. Qin Shua and Qiao Nian noticed his change and exchanged a glance but said nothing. Captain Zhang saw Xiao Chunlan, who was controlled by Qiao Nian, and asked, Comrade Qiao Nian, what are you doing? Qiao Nian quickly released Xiao Chunlan and smiled awkwardly. Captain Zhang, I didn't mean to. She insisted on falsely accusing our Lieutenant Qin of murder. I was angry and just wanted her to be quiet. Xiao Chunlan then pulled out the dirty sock from her mouth and spat it out. Ugh, ugh. After the foul taste disappeared from her mouth, she looked up with tears in her eyes and said to Fang Yuming, Yuming, they bullied me. Fang Yuming frowned with some disgust, but because there were so many people, he could only pretend to be a caring husband. He pulled Xiao Chunlan into his arms, wiped her tears, and softly said, what exactly happened? Tell the captain and them. I believe the captain won't favor anyone. When these words were spoken, Commander Zhang immediately understood Fang Yuming's meaning, that he was asking him not to favor Qin Shua. He smiled and said, Comrade Xiao Chunlan, please explain clearly. We will never wrong a good person or ignore a bad one. Xiao Chunlan then explained, I know some people are spreading rumors about Qiao Nian and Li Hong. Xiao Nian has always been a strong-willed person in Jiangcheng, and I worry she might take out her anger on Li Hong because of this. Our family and Aunt Hu are close friends in Jiangcheng, so we came to see Aunt Hu and Li Hong. But when we arrived, we saw Xiao Nian and Qin Shua inside this room, with blood on the bed. Li Hong and Aunt Hu are gone, so I suspect something has happened to them. This explanation sounded reasonable. Fang Yuming added, "It's my family's Chunlan who is worried about her friends, so she might have upset Commander Qin and Comrade Xiao Nian. But please, explain. Where did the people in this room go? Why are you here? Why is there blood on the bed?" Qin Shua simply looked at Fang Yuming with a cold expression. Then he said to Commander Zhang, "Commander, I have something to report to you later." Seeing Qin Shua's serious face, Commander Zhang knew the situation was serious and nodded. He then called out, "Xiao Chang, go get the doctor from the unit to check on them." At this moment, Fang Yuming spoke again. "Lieutenant Qin, is there something that Deputy Commander Ma cannot know? Also, please answer my question. Where did the owner of this room go? Why are you so eager to find the owner? Are you worried they might find out something?" Xiao Nian couldn't stand his targeting of Qin Shua, so she stepped in front of Qin Shua and asked Fang Yuming directly. When she asked this, the couple noticed Fang Yuming's eyes twitching noticeably. "Xiao Nian, men are speaking. Why does a woman need to interrupt?" Seeing this, Xiao Chunlan also stepped forward, unable to bear seeing Xiao Nian's words leave Fang Yuming at a loss. Xiao Nian suddenly took a step forward, her fingertip almost poking Fang Yuming's nose. A sarcastic smile appeared on her lips. "Oh? The chief once said women can hold up half the sky. Do you think that's wrong? Or do you believe only men can speak, and women must keep their mouths shut and be decorative?" Hearing Xiao Nian say this, Xiao Chunlan tightly grabbed Fang Yuming's hand. "Xiao Nian, don't talk nonsense. I didn't mean that." Xiao Nian chuckled softly, with a teasing tone, and glanced at Xiao Chunlan's pale face. "Then what do you mean? You followed Jiangcheng all the way to Guanqigu, from being Li Hong's daughter-in-law to Fang Fuyang's wife. You rely on this mouth to act pitiful and stir up trouble. Do you think all women should learn your skill of keeping quiet and sneaking into a man's pants?" When Xiao Chunlan heard Xiao Nian revealing her past, she screamed and tried to rush at her. "Xiao Nian, don't talk nonsense. It's clearly you and Li Hong involved in something, and now you want to frame me. I will tear your mouth apart." Before Xiao Chunlan could get close, Xiao Nian quickly grabbed the dirty sock that had just been stuffed into Xiao Chunlan's mouth and flung it at her face. "Tear my mouth apart? You, Fang Fuyang's wife. Or your dirty mouth stuffed with that sock. Xiao Chunlan, do you really think others don't see through your little tricks? You think you can just find someone to investigate and clear your name? Enough, Comrade Xiao Nian. Don't deliberately change the subject. We're talking about the situation here. Your behavior only makes us more suspicious that you're hiding something," Fang Yuming shouted angrily. From Xiao Chunlan's fear and avoidance, he realized that Xiao Nian's words were true. But he absolutely couldn't admit to being the one who was betrayed and humiliated in front of so many people. Xiao Nian sneered coldly, her gaze like a blade, sweeping over Fang Yuming's stiff side face.
What?
"Fang Fuyang, are you afraid? People need to face reality and accept your wife Xiao Chunlan's past. You're already married. You can't just dislike her because of her past." As she spoke, her tone grew more sarcastic. Qin Shua saw this version of Xiao Nian, and his eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw her so fiery and fierce. You're lying." Xiao Chunlan trembled with anger, pointing at Xiao Nian. "Me lying?" Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow and asked loudly enough for everyone around to hear. "Then tell me, did you accept the Li family's bride price? Did you stay at Li's house for several days? Were you caught by your mother and Hu Mei sleeping together?" This statement hit Xiao Chunlan like a heavy. She quickly looked at Fang Yuming and said, "Yuming, you. Don't listen to Xiao Nianhu's words." Seeing this, Xiao Nianhu smiled more brightly and turned to hold Qin Shua's arm. She smiled at Fang Yuming and Xiao Chunlan and said, "I understand that Xiao Chunlan is worried and confused. After all, she and Li Hong are like a married couple who have known each other for a day but share a bond. They are also close friends, So it's no wonder she came early to check on Hu Meili and Li Hong. Xiao Chunlan's pupils shrank suddenly. She instinctively tried to hold Fang Yoming's hand tighter, but bumped into his cold gaze. There was no warmth in his eyes anymore, only a feeling of being betrayed and angry. Yuming, believe me. Don't listen to Qiao Nianhu's nonsense. Hu Meili and her son are gone, and she is making up stories about me. Fang Yuming suppressed his emotions and put on his usual gentle smile. Qiao Nianhu, I won't believe things without proof. I only trust my own eyes. I see bloodstains in this room, and the two people on the bed are injured. But Hu Meili and her son are missing. Vice Captain Ma, who had been watching silently, finally spoke at the right moment. Xiao Fang is right. Xiao Qin, don't beat around the bush. Right now, we need to find out why you are here and why they are hurt. As for Xiao Fang's personal matters, they can be handled privately between the couple. Captain Zhang smiled and said, Old Ma, young people are full of personality. We can't judge them just because of that. Besides, Xiao Qin has worked with us for many years. Don't you know him? If Xiao Qiao doesn't speak up for him, he's like a gourd with a broken mouth. After that, Captain Zhang looked at Qin Shua and asked, Xiao Qin, tell us what happened today. Qin Shua then explained that recently, there were rumors about Li Hong and Xiao Nianhu. They didn't sleep all night because of these rumors and wanted to ask Hu Meili early in the morning who was spreading them. But when they arrived, they saw the door open and a strong smell of blood inside. They hurried inside to check what was going on. They found Xiao Chuanhe and Xie Rui injured. Qin Shua immediately used the first aid supplies he always carried. The two had just woken up and hadn't had a chance to speak. I heard Xiao Chunlan shouting outside, saying that Lieutenant Qin had killed someone. Qin Shua kept quiet about the medication and the Japanese ninja incident. This concerns national security, so he couldn't let anyone with bad intentions find out. Captain Zhang understood that Qin Shua was holding back some information. He glanced at Deputy Commander Ma and Fang Yuming, but didn't ask further. Instead, Fang Yuming pretended to be casual and asked, Did you see who hurt them? Qin Shua shook his head. When we arrived, that person had just left. Deputy Commander Ma then asked, Why did these two appear at Hu Meili's house? And where did the mother and son go? Just then, a voice came from outside.
Help.
If our mother and son are hurt or killed, please, great heavens, save us. Who is that? Captain Zhang asked. Captain, it should be Hu Meili and her son, the ones Deputy Lieutenant Fang is looking for, Qin Shua replied, glancing at Fang Yuming. His eyes flickered briefly. Let them come in, Zhang ordered. Along with Hu Meili and her son, a doctor in a white coat was also brought in by Chang Shi. Please examine them first, Captain Zhang told the doctor. The doctor ignored the others and went straight to the bed to check the two. As soon as Hu Meili and her son entered, they knelt in front of Captain Zhang with a loud thud. Captain Zhang quickly helped them up. Comrades, if you have something to say, just tell me. Don't do this. Seeing Captain Zhang's kind attitude, Hu Meili gained some courage. She pointed at Xiao Chunlan and cried, Leader, please help us. Xiao Chunlan was married to my son when she was in Jiangcheng, and she took our bride price. But then she denied everything. I asked her to return the bride price, but she threatened me with her current husband's rank as deputy lieutenant, saying if I told anyone about her and Hangya, her husband would come to kill me. Hu Meili was crying so hard, tears and snot streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. Hu Meili, don't lie, Xiao Chunlan yelled, pointing at her. Frightened, Hu Meili hurriedly moved closer to Captain Zhang for protection. Comrade Xiao Chunlan, take your hand back, Captain Zhang said sternly. Xiao Chunlan dared not speak again, only pressing her lips tightly. She wanted to pull Fang Yuming away, but he gently pushed her aside. Comrade Hu, don't be afraid. Just tell us everything you know, Captain Zhang said kindly to Hu Meili. Hu Meili was no longer afraid and said, I've been very scared lately, so I asked to stay with the two neighboring families for a few days. I didn't expect such a thing to happen today. It must be Xiao Chunlan. I think she wants to hurt us. She looked at Xiao Chunlan with a fearful expression, as if she was very scared. She didn't mention the incident of giving medicine yesterday, mainly because Qiao Nian didn't allow her to say. Captain Zhang didn't ask Hu Mei further, but turned to look at the doctor in the white coat standing by the bed. "How are the two young comrades?" The doctor replied. "They have minor skin injuries, no damage to the heart. It was probably the medicine used earlier that stopped the bleeding. With some more treatment, they will recover soon." Qiao Nian and Qin Shua exchanged glances. It seemed the doctor hadn't figured out the cause of the spiritual spring water.
Good.
"Use any good medicine you have for them," Captain Zhang said. Then he turned to look at the two people on the bed, who appeared weak. Actually, Heroine and Xiao Chunhe didn't feel any real discomfort now, because Qiao Nian had given them only a little spiritual spring water, and its effects were mainly used to treat the wound near the heart, with no other feelings. "Do you two young comrades know who hurt you?" Both shook their heads weakly. Heroine thought for a moment and answered, "I think I smelled some medicine. Then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I felt some pain in my chest, and I saw Comrade Xiao Nian and Commander Qin come in." Xiao Chunhe also said, "When I woke up, I heard Commander Qin asking Heroine if he was feeling unwell." Hearing this, Commander Zhang frowned and said, "So you don't know who hurt you?" "We don't know," they answered together. "I will send someone to investigate this matter. We will talk after we have the results," Captain Zhang said seriously. Then he looked at Xiao Chunlan with a stern expression that left no room for doubt. "As for Comrade Hu Mei's accusation that Xiao Chunlan took bribes, what is your explanation, Xiao Chunlan?" At this moment, the sun had already come out outside. Its rays shone through the window, illuminating everyone's expressions. Xiao Chunlan nervously twisted her clothing, her face looking a little pale. She secretly glanced at Fang Yuming, but he was not looking at her. He was lowering his head, adjusting his sleeve, as if he didn't care.
I
am just friends with Li Hong. The bride price thing was their idea to trick me out of money," she said loudly, but her confidence was weak. "Is that so?" Commander Zhang turned to Hu Mei. "Comrade Hu, do you have any proof?" Hu Mei looked troubled. She had no proof. They had tricked Xiao Chunlan into marriage before, so now she had nothing to show. "Commander, look, she has no proof. She's just talking nonsense," Xiao Chunlan said with a slight smile, thinking she was winning. Just as she thought she was about to succeed, Hu Mei suddenly pointed to Xiao Chunhe on the bed. "Leader, he is Xiao Chunlan's brother.
He knows about this.
Also, Chen Xinghua is Xiao Chunlan's mother. It was her and me who discussed this matter before." Commander Zhang looked at Xiao Chunhe with suspicion. Xiao Chunlan also gave him a warning look. But Xiao Chunhe didn't look at her. He simply said, "My sister did marry into the Li family. I don't know how much bride price was paid. You should ask my mother." Xiao Chunlan's eyes widened in shock. "Xiao Chunhe, you're my brother. How can you, Comrade Xiao Chunlan, please stay quiet now," Commander Zhang said firmly. He then asked, "Where's Comrade Chen Xinghua?" "Commander Zhang, I am here." Chen Xinghua's voice came from the door. "Please come in and explain this matter clearly." Chen Xinghua entered the room, seeing Xiao Chunlan giving her a warning look. She swallowed hard and saw Xiao Chunhe nod at her from the bed. Finally, Chen Xinghua gathered her courage and said, "We received 120 yuan in bride price from the Li family and a bicycle. Chunlan married into the Li family because they said they would hold a wedding after she was pregnant. So the two families ate together at that time." She continued, "At that time, Qiao Nian was also present. Our family also had to stay in the hospital for several days because we ate wild mushrooms and got poisoned." Now she had openly talked about the bride price and the wedding feast. With so many witnesses, Xiao Chunlan couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. She only secretly resented Chen Xinghua, the housekeeper, for not defending her daughter at all. She also hated the Xiao brothers for not helping her as the older sister. But now is not the time to argue about these things. She could only say, "This is the new China now. They are arranged marriages which are wrong. Li Hong and I haven't registered our marriage, so we are not truly husband and wife. Because you haven't registered, I didn't say anything when you married Deputy Captain Fong, but you need to return the bride price to us." Hu Mei's only thought now was to get back the bride price. "I kept the bride price. If you want it back, go ask whoever you want." Xiao Chunlan also refused. She currently had no money. Captain Zhang was getting annoyed and directly said to Fang Yuming, Xiao Fang, since you married Xiao Chunlan, you should return the bride price to Humaili. Look at what trouble this small matter has caused. Seeing Captain Zhang's obvious displeasure, Fang Yuming could only pinch his nose and agree, saying he would go back later to get the money and return it to Humaili. When Xiao Chunlan heard that Fang Yuming was willing to return the bride price, she also relaxed a bit. She just needed to go home and coax Fang Yuming properly. She believed this man would be angry for no more than 2 days and wouldn't hold much against her. But Xiao Nian wouldn't let her off easily. We finished talking about the bride price. Now, let's discuss Xiao Chunlan spreading rumors that I and Li Hong are involved in something inappropriate, shall we? Xiao Chunlan immediately exploded. What rumors?
I don't know anything.
Xiao Nian, don't falsely accuse me. Xiao Nian sneered. You also said earlier that the matter of the Li family's bride price was a misunderstanding. How much of what you said can I believe now? Xiao Chunlan's face turned pale and then white, but she firmly refused to admit to spreading rumors. Xiao Nian, I know you hate me because of my father's issues, and you're trying to find trouble with me. But I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I admit to it? If it weren't for knowing how shameless Xiao Chunlan was, Xiao Nian might have been fooled by her confident attitude. At that moment, Jiang Yongmei's voice came from the doorway. I want to see who's so shameless, so brazen, that they refuse to admit to their own bad deeds. You. Xiao Chunlan turned to scold her as soon as she heard Jiang Yongmei's voice. I saw Jiang Yongmei standing in front of her, pointing at her. You, what are you, Xiao Chunlan? I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I see you lie so much. People who are dishonest like you, if all our young people were like you, we'd be doomed. Luckily, Nian Nian is different from you. Girls like her are the hope of our country. Xiao Chunlan knew she couldn't argue with Jiang Yongmei, so she looked sadly at Fang Yuming and shook his arm, shouting, Yuming. Jiang Yongmei rolled her eyes. This girl was so pretentious, not at all as cute as Nian Nian. She walked over to Xiao Nian, looked at her, and whispered, Nian Nian, are you okay? Xiao Nian shook her head. Mom, I'm fine. Jiang Yongmei finally relaxed and scolded Xiao Chunlan. What are you doing, Yuming? I was secretly watching. You did something bad and only know how to find a man to stand up for you? I think Vice Company Commander Fang marrying you is really unlucky. Xiao Chunlan saw Fang Yuming ignoring her, and Jiang Yongmei kept scolding her, which made her furious. She snapped back. Old woman, what right do you have to scold me? You're not my mother-in-law. My business is none of your concern. You think I want to interfere? If you hadn't spread rumors to slander Nian Nian, I wouldn't even bother to look at you, Jiang Yongmei said angrily, about to hit her. But Xiao Nian grabbed her quickly, stepped forward, pulled Xiao Chunlan's hair, and slammed her to the ground, hitting her repeatedly. How dare you insult my mother-in-law? My mother-in-law is such a good person, and she's not even 50 yet. You call her an old woman? I don't think you'll live to her age. Probably jealous. While scolding, Xiao Nian pinched her own thigh. Her eyes turned red, and tears started streaming down her face. Captain Zhang hurriedly shouted, Xiao Qin, Xiao Fang, stop. Separate your wives. What's going on here? Fang Yuming looked very grim and pulled Xiao Chunlan's arm to drag her back. Qin Shua hugged Xiao Nian's waist, comforting her gently as he helped her back. Nian Nian, don't be angry, Qin Shua said softly. Xiao Nian seemed to come to her senses, tears of grievance in her voice. Shua, I didn't mean to hit her, but she shouldn't have scolded our mom. I was really furious. Qin Shua quickly reassured her. I know, Nian Nian. It's okay now. I'm here. Xiao Nian turned to look at Qin Shua, blinking playfully. Qin Shua almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Nian Nian, you can't do this again next time. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap landed on the back of his head. Then Jiang Yongmei's voice was heard. Nian Nian was just helping me. Why are you scolding her? Next, Jiang Yongmei turned to Captain Zhang and said, Captain Zhang, you can't blame my Nian Nian. If Xiao Chunlan hadn't scolded me, this gentle girl wouldn't have acted. Captain Zhang looked at Xiao Nian, who was crying with red eyes, then at Xiao Chunlan, who looked resentful beside Fang Yuming. He shook his head. Little Qiao was wrong to hit, and Xiao Chunlon was wrong to scold. Let's just leave it at that. Xiao Chunlon was secretly pleased, thinking Captain Zhang wouldn't pursue the rumor anymore. But then Captain Zhang continued, however, we must clarify the rumor about spreading false information, or it might affect the unity of the military family in the future. His tone was serious and firm. Captain, let's go back to the military area first. It's in the village now, and others might laugh at us. Vice Captain Ma reminded him to save face for Fong Yuming. Captain Zhang looked at the villagers outside, who were watching, and nodded. He then said, take these 2 injured comrades back to rest, and find out what happened last night. Yes, Changshi nodded and led a few soldiers to carry them out. Hu Meili heard they were leaving and quickly said, Captain Zhang, I ask you to protect us. The bad person hasn't been caught, and I worry they might come back to hurt us again. Captain Zhang thought for a moment. He believed the people in the cave were key witnesses, so he asked Changshi to find more people to protect them. Unexpectedly, Hu Meili continued, I want to go back to the military area with you. I'm afraid they won't return the bride price. Fong Yuming clenched his fists but still smiled and said, all right, Aunt Hu, we'll go back together. I'll get the money for you right away. Hu Meili hurriedly followed Captain Zhang out. The villagers outside saw what was happening and started talking among themselves, not understanding the full story. Only the people who had arrived earlier knew what had happened and told others. Everyone ignored who the real culprit was and only believed it was Xiao Chunlon's doing. She is not trustworthy, loves to lie, and dares to kill people. Xiao Chunlon heard the gossip and felt her chest heaving with anger. She shouted loudly, I am a military family member. If you keep talking bad about me, you will be punished. Captain Zhang, who was walking ahead and heard this, turned around and sternly scolded Fong Yuming. Yuming, we serve the people and protect them. You can't act recklessly just because you're a soldier. Fong Yuming's face was already unhappy, and now it looked worse. He grabbed Xiao Chunlon's arm, gritted his teeth, and whispered in her ear, be quiet. Then he looked at the villagers and said kindly, Comrade Xiao has been in a bad mood lately and speaks harshly. I apologize to everyone on her behalf. Sorry. In the villagers' past impression, Fong Yuming was polite and humble. Now, after marrying someone like Xiao Chunlon, they felt sorry for him. An older woman even pulled Xiao Chunlon aside and said, Miss, you must have married Comrade Fong because you wanted to. Just live peacefully with him and don't cause trouble or embarrass him. Xiao Chunlon frowned, wanting to curse, but Fong Yuming quickly held her back and said, be quiet. Xiao Chunlon couldn't do anything about Fong Yuming and blamed everything on Xiao Nian and Qin Shua. She thought all the changes were because of them. Otherwise, why would Fong Yuming treat her like this? Since she was brought into this world, why did Qin Shua have to be reborn? Xiao Chunlon still believed that Qin Shua's rebirth changed everything. Now she also wanted to investigate the rumors. Thinking about this gave her a headache. She just hoped the women in the military family yard would keep quiet and not expose her. But she was wrong. Jiang Yongmei had already prepared the other women in the yard to think the same way. So when the group returned to the military family yard, they saw the sisters-in-law waiting in the courtyard square. Jiang Yongmei stepped forward and told Captain Zhang, Captain Zhang, these sisters-in-law can all prove that Xiao Chunlon was the one who first said bad things about our Miss Nian Nian. Captain Zhang asked each of them, and sure enough, everyone confirmed that Xiao Chunlon was the one who started it. He looked seriously at Xiao Chunlon and asked, Comrade Xiao Chunlon, do you have anything to say? Xiao Chunlon still wanted to argue, claiming she was not at fault. But Fong Yuming interrupted her, saying, Commander, it's true that Chunlon is wrong. Let her apologize publicly to Comrade Xiao Nian in front of everyone. Is that okay? Commander Zhang looked at Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian pursed her lips and said, yes, but you also need to compensate me for emotional distress. The recent rumors have hurt me a lot mentally and physically. I haven't slept well these past few nights, and it has seriously affected my life. Fong Yuming's throat moved sharply, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. But he still suppressed his anger and smiled, asking, how much do you need? About 100, Xiao Nian casually replied. Xiao Nian, you're crazy. Why don't you just deal? Xiao Chunlon said with bitterness. She hated Xiao Nian so much, she wished her dead. She couldn't believe she would be willing to accept any compensation. Comrade Xiao, watch your words. Qin Shua stepped forward, shielding Xiao Nian behind him. He looked down at Xiao Chunlon's twisted face, his voice cold and sharp, unlike his usual tone. He raised his hand and held it out in front of Xiao Chunlon. My wife wants her emotional distress compensation, and she wants it all. Xiao Chunlon was frightened by Qin Shua's serious look and instinctively took a step back.
I
didn't do anything, Xiao Chunlon said. Xiao Nian sneered when she heard this. You have money to falsely accuse Qin Shua, but no money to pay compensation. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Xiao Chunlon habitually denied it. But Xiao Nian waved her hand. Whether you do or not, call those people over and ask. One person might lie, but a group of people? That's unlikely. Xiao Chunlon's face changed, and she dared not speak further. She looked at Fang Yuming with hope. Although Fang Yuming was annoyed with Xiao Chunlon now, thinking she was good for nothing and causing trouble, he knew they were husband and wife. He could only say, fine, I'll pay, but don't trouble Chunlon anymore. Xiao Nian smiled. Deputy Commander Fang really cares for Xiao Chunlon. Don't worry, once I get the compensation, I'll have her write a self-criticism letter and read it aloud to everyone. I promise I won't trouble her again. Xiao Chunlon was a little unwilling to write a self-criticism letter after hearing this. But she was frightened by Qin Shua's fierce gaze beside Xiao Nian and didn't dare to speak further. Commander Zhang seemed not to notice Qin Shua's situation and only called Fang Yuming. Little Fang, just go back and get the compensation amount. Comrade Xiao Chunlon, also go back and write a self-criticism letter. Meet here again in half an hour. Yes. After saying this, Fang Yuming pulled Xiao Chunlon to go home. Meanwhile, Qin Shua and Xiao Nian followed Commander Zhang to his office. Deputy Commander Ma was also preparing to go, but he heard Commander Zhang say, Old Ma, go see how today's training went. Since neither of us is here, I'm worried those kids might slack off. Everyone could see that Commander Zhang was trying to send Deputy Commander Ma away. Deputy Commander Ma squinted and finally smiled. All right, I'll go take a look. After he left, Commander Zhang and Qin Shua's wife finally entered the office. The door was not closed. Xiao Nian stood by the door, paying attention to what was happening outside. Qin Shua recounted the encounter he had in the morning and the fight between the two people. After hearing this, Commander Zhang suddenly stood up. Are you sure that person is from Japan? Qin Shua nodded. I've fought Japanese ninjas before. This person's skills are exactly the same as those ninjas. He's short, very fast. I injured his arm, but he disappeared quickly. I will send people to check the nearby villages one by one. Maybe the Japanese are in one of the villages, but we must check secretly. Why? Commander Zhang asked, but then his eyes widened suddenly. Are you suspecting there's a Japanese spy among us? Qin Shua nodded and also mentioned that Xiao Chunlon had been drugged. Commander Zhang sat down in disbelief after hearing this. He must have been investigated when he joined the army. How could this happen? Qin Shua shook his head. I just wanted to inform you of this situation. How you treat him now should stay the same. Don't let anyone find out. As for other matters, I will report directly to the higher-ups. Commander Zhang knew about Qin Shua's other identity, which was directly connected to the central authorities. Many things were beyond his control. Okay, I understand. I will pay more attention to his situation. After hearing about this, Commander Zhang's eyebrows remained furrowed. They talked for a while longer. Qin Shua told Commander Zhang that he planned to go to Beijing tomorrow. Commander Zhang nodded. Qin Shua couldn't share many details, and he understood that. Commander, Lieutenant, and Deputy Commander Fang are here, Changshi shouted from outside. The three of them didn't speak again and headed outside. When they reached the square, there were many military family members and soldiers. The sunlight made the yellow dirt square full of dust and smoke. Xiao Chunlon stood next to the wooden platform in the center of the square. She held a piece of paper, lowered her head, and looked at it, lost in thought. Xiao Nian is here, someone shouted. Xiao Chunlon looked up, biting her lip, and looked at Xiao Nian, who had a ponytail and was full of energy. Her heart felt bitter again. Why could Xiao Nian in any world live better than her? She worked so hard to live well, but life kept tormenting her. Go up, Fong Yuming said softly, standing beside her. Xiao Chunlon reacted, but didn't want to go. Fong Yuming grabbed her arm, pinching her skin with his nails, and threatened her. If you cause trouble again, I'll divorce you. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlon was scared. Losing face was one thing, but losing Fong Yuming was unthinkable. It would make her feel like living was pointless. Okay, I'll go, she said, moving her feet and struggling to stand on the platform. Everyone below watched her. While everyone's attention was on Xiao Chunlon, Fong Yuming took the compensation and bride price and gave them to Qiao Nian and Hu Meili separately, then stepped into the crowd. Qiao Nian and Qin Shua stood hand in hand in the front row, whispering to each other. Qiao Nian smiled, and Qin Shua looked at her with a gentle smile. Xiao Chunlon saw everything clearly from the stage and felt the scene was painfully bright. It shouldn't be like this. Why did Qin Shua seem to really love Qiao Nian? Jealous, unwilling, and sad, Xiao Chunlon finished her self-criticism. When she stepped down, she felt as if all her strength had been drained. As she walked down the stairs, her legs gave way, and she fell. Fortunately, a sister-in-law nearby caught her quickly. Fong Yuming took a deep breath, feeling this woman was useless. But he hurried over, hugged Xiao Chunlon, and ran toward the clinic. Passing by Qiao Nian and the others, he shouted loudly, "Captain Qin is bullying a weak woman. Is this okay?" Qiao Nian heard this and replied directly, "What do you mean by Captain Qin bullying her? Because she is your woman. She shouldn't be punished for making a mistake, right?" She then took Qin Shua's hand. "Ah, Shua, let's go see if she's pretending to be sick. Don't try to blame us for this, okay?" Qin Shua let Qiao Nian pull him as they hurried to the clinic. A few of the sisters-in-law also followed to see what was happening. But as soon as they arrived at the clinic, they heard the doctor inside say, "It looks like she's pregnant. I suggest you go to the hospital for a detailed checkup." Hearing this, Qiao Nian nodded in agreement. "Oh, so she's pregnant. Then, Deputy Commander Fong, you can't blame our Ashua for this." The other sisters-in-law also cheered and said, "Yes, Deputy Commander Fong, this isn't Qin Shua's fault." Fong Yuming didn't say anything. He just hugged Xiao Chunlon and headed home, looking serious. The sisters-in-law looked at each other. Isn't she happy about being pregnant? Maybe she just hasn't reacted yet. Qiao Nian ignored them and pulled Qin Shua back home. She still wanted to ask Ah Shua about going to Jing City. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunlon and Fong Yuming, after returning home, suddenly opened their eyes. Actually, she hadn't fainted. She was just too upset and weak from anger earlier. She used the fainting excuse to escape the awkward situation at that time. But she didn't expect the doctor to quickly assess her condition and say she might be pregnant. Xiao Chunlon then remembered that her period was several days late. Recently, she had been feeling restless and irritable, which was probably due to pregnancy. She stood up and hugged Fong Yuming tightly. Her voice was filled with hidden joy.
Yuming, I'm pregnant.
Are you happy? Fong Yuming didn't answer and showed no happy expression. Yuming, what's wrong? We're going to have a baby, but unexpectedly, Fong Yuming pushed her away directly. Xiao Chunlon sat down on the ground instantly. She looked at Fong Yuming with disbelief. I'm carrying your child, and you still push me? Fong Yuming sneered. My child? Who this child belongs to is still uncertain. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlon realized Fong Yuming was doubting her and Li Hong. But based on the timing, the child must be Fong Yuming's. She felt no guilt at all. She looked full of sadness and said, Yuming, how can you think that of me? I really have nothing to do with Li Hong. My father did take the bride price from his family, and I stayed at his house for 2 days. But that fool, what could he understand? Fong Yuming stood there, his hand resting on the table, but he said nothing. Xiao Chunlon continued, Yuming, believe me. I have loved only you from the start, and I only love you. The child is definitely yours. Fong Yuming still didn't speak, lowering his head as if lost in thought. Yuming, I swear, this child is truly yours. I never let Li Hong touch me. Xiao Chumon swore on her honor, saying her relationship was with her original self, not with the person from the story, so her oath was easy for her to make. Just when she thought Fang Yuming would keep silent, he finally spoke, his voice full of helplessness. Chunmon, how can I believe you? You say you didn't take their bride price, but in the end, even your family proved you were lying. You say the matter with Qiao Nian has nothing to do with you, but the sisters-in-law all say it was you who said so. And the medicine I gave you, did you put it into Humeli's house? Why was there a murderer who went there to kill someone? Lastly, you said last time that Qin Shua would get hurt and that he would die soon, but he's been fine so far, not a problem at all. As he spoke, Fang Yuming couldn't help but sigh. Chunmon, I really want to live a good life with you, to love you and the children well, but what you do and say always disappoint me deeply. His tone of helplessness and his expression of disappointment clearly affected Xiao Chunmon. She began to waver. Was she really wrong? Should she tell Fang Yuming about her crossing over? Seeing her face full of struggle, Fang Yuming's lips curled into a faint, almost unnoticeable smile. Sure enough, women are easily influenced by these unfounded feelings. Seeing her reaction, Fang Yuming continued, Chunmon, we are husband and wife, lovers, parents of the children, people who will live together for the rest of our lives. I believe in you wholeheartedly. Please don't make me feel like a fool. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned red, and a tear fell. Seeing Xiao Chunmon feel a little touched, she quickly hugged Fang Yuming and wiped away his tears.
Yuming, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I know I've been a bit too much lately and let you down, but I really put medicine into Humeli's water bucket. I didn't order anyone to hurt them. I don't understand why things turned out like this. It shouldn't have happened. It's all because of Qin Shua, because he... Fang Yuming's pupils constricted when he heard this, but Xiao Chunmon didn't continue. He immediately asked, because of Qin Shua, what? Xiao Chunmon's mind was fighting. Her reason told her not to reveal her secret to Fang Yuming, but her feelings told her she couldn't lie to her loved one. That would be unfaithful. Because Qin Shua, he... Xiao Chunmon bit her lip tightly. Fang Yuming took advantage of the moment and hugged Xiao Chunmon tightly. Chunmon, there shouldn't be secrets or lies between us. I love you and you love me, right? Xiao Chunmon nodded. Yes, I love you. Then tell me what happened to Qin Shua. Qin Shua, he seems to have really fallen in love with Qiao Nian. Xiao Chunmon struggled for a long time but finally let reason win over emotion. Once she revealed Qin Shua's rebirth, Fang Yuming would definitely ask how she knew. Should she really tell him about her crossing over? Fang Yuming looked disappointed when he heard this answer. It seemed Xiao Chunmon wasn't as foolish as he thought. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information today, he gave up. Let's go to the hospital for a thorough check, Fang Yuming said. Xiao Chunmon thought he truly believed her, and for a moment, she felt guilty. Passing by Qiao Nian's house, Xiao Chunmon saw her and Qin Shua in the yard. She deliberately pushed her belly forward a bit and said sweetly, Yuming, we're so happy. We just got married and already have a child. Seeing Qiao Nian look over, Xiao Chunmon smiled at her. Qiao Nian, when are you planning to have a baby? Women should have children early, or it gets harder to recover as they get older. Qiao Nian stood up, walked to the door, and replied, You know so much about having children? Is this your first time? Xiao Chunmon choked and wanted to speak, but Fang Yuming pulled her away. Stop embarrassing yourself. Let's go. Humph. Qiao Nian snorted coldly. Is having a baby really such a proud thing? Qin Shua pulled Qiao Nian aside. Don't be angry. Let's ignore her. Qiao Nian nodded, then asked about Qin Shua's trip back to Jing City. Have you bought the tickets? Qin Shua replied. I asked Changxi to help me buy them. I also bought some for you and Mom. Qiao Nian looked confused. Do I need to go too? Yes. My mom hasn't been back in 3 years. Grandfather, grandma, and my uncle and aunt all want to see you. I want to take you to Jing City to visit. Also, that water, it's safer to keep in your space. Qin Shua explained everything clearly. Qiao Nian understood. That thing's origin is unknown. What if someone tries to steal it on the way? Thinking for a moment, she asked Qin Shua, Should we drive? Qin Shua shook his head. Driving all the way to Jing City through remote mountains and wilderness is too dangerous. Qiao Nian also realized that he probably couldn't bring too many people this time to avoid alerting others. If there are more ninjas on the road that day, it will be quite difficult to handle. Some people will be with us. They'll hide in the crowd, Qin Shua added. Qiao Nian wasn't too worried. She trusted Qin Shua to protect her and believed in her own strength more. What about school? She asked. Commissioner Song will arrange for someone, Qin Shua said. After they finished discussing everything, they saw Zhang Yongmei had already packed her things. On the way to the train station, Zhang Yongmei kept introducing Qin family members to Qiao Nian. Grandpa Qin is a retired soldier. He doesn't talk much but has a lot of influence at home. Grandma Qin, Zhang Yongmei didn't go into detail, but Qiao Nian could sense that Grandma Qin isn't easy to get along with. Uncle Qin and his wife are university teachers. They get along very well and are kind to Qin Shua. Qin's younger sister's husband lives in Jing City and visits his family often. He doesn't have much contact with Zhang Yongmei. Qiao Nian understood that she might not get along well with Grandma Qin and her sister-in-law. The original story didn't mention much about the Qin family, so she didn't expect them to be harmonious. With this mental preparation, she felt less worried. Bring it on. She was ready to face whatever came. She bought 3 beds for the 3 of them, 1 middle bunk and 2 lower bunks. After the 3 of them finished lunch, they got into the car and soon the train started moving. Qiao Nian and Zhang Yongmei were sleeping on the lower bunk, while Qin Shua was on the middle bunk. Qiao Nian was riding this kind of train with open windows for the first time and found it quite interesting. In the middle of the night, Qiao Nian was feeling a bit sleepy. She sensed the train had stopped and was about to get up. Then she heard Qin Shua's voice, "Sleep now, this is a stopover station. Someone will get on." Qiao Nian ignored it and continued sleeping. But shortly after, she felt someone standing by her bed. She opened her eyes and saw Qin Shua blocking her view. "Ah, Shua, what's wrong?" Qiao Nian sat up and asked. Before Qin Shua could answer, she heard a woman's voice. "Is that a young girl?" "Well, girl, let's switch seats. You're just a young girl. Climbing stairs isn't a big deal." Hearing this, Qiao Nian frowned. She hadn't spoken yet when she heard the woman continue. "Young girl, come over quickly. It's late at night, and I'm pretty tired too. I need to rest." Qin Shua stood nearby, his voice cold. "We won't switch." "Oh, young man, how can you not respect your elders?" "I'm quite old, and I should get some rest too." "Respect what?" "This seat is ours. Why should we give it up?" Zhang Yongmei was also awake now, and she heard someone trying to take Qiao Nian's seat. Her son and Nian Nian didn't want to refuse this woman, but she wasn't afraid. The woman looked at Zhang Yongmei, seeming a bit surprised that she spoke up. "I'm talking to these young people, and I didn't ask your older sister to give up her seat. She's my son and daughter-in-law. Do you think I can't manage this?" At this point, Qiao Nian also sat up and finally saw the woman standing there. She guessed the woman was about Zhang Yongmei's age, a bit thin. Her cheekbones were high, making her cheeks look a little sunken. Her eye sockets weren't deep, but her triangular eyes always tilted upward. When she looked at Qiao Nian, there was a hint of displeasure. Her lips were thin, almost invisible, and her mouth always drooped downward when she spoke. "Hey, young girl, you're finally awake. I thought I wouldn't be able to talk to you because you didn't hear me earlier." After saying this, the woman pointed to the side. "My seat is right on the upper bunk next to me. Let's switch. You can't expect me to climb up at my age, right?" She looked at Qiao Nian, who was fair and gentle-looking and seemed easy to bully. She didn't hold back when speaking. She had seen many girls like her before. Just a few words could make her cry with red eyes. But unexpectedly, Qiao Nian pulled Qin Shou aside, stood in front of the woman, and looked her up and down. "Oh, I thought you were much older. Turns out your hair isn't gray, and your limbs are still strong. Why can't you climb these 2 flights of stairs?" The woman's smile froze on her face. But she quickly recovered. "You're a young girl. How can you talk like that? I just want to swap places with you. Don't you know to respect your elders?" My legs aren't as good, so I want to switch with you so I can get in and out of bed easily. The spot is mine. I want to switch, I do. If I don't want to, I won't. What's the problem? The woman's eyes flicked as she tried to push forward. Fine, you don't want to switch? I'll lie next to you and see if you're brave enough to squeeze with an old lady. Xiao Nian wouldn't let her. Suddenly, she shouted, pointing 3 steps away. Hey, is that 10 yuan over there? As soon as she finished speaking, the woman turned around and took 2 steps back, looking around on the ground. Where's the 10 yuan? Xiao Nian chuckled. Wow, your legs are pretty quick. Looks like you don't need to switch after all. The passengers watching the scene also cheered. Yeah, she's quick. Haha. The woman knew Xiao Nian had tricked her. She blushed with embarrassment and suddenly grabbed her luggage, climbing onto the upper bunk nearby. As she climbed, she spat back, if you don't want to switch, fine. Don't let me see you again. Xiao Nian ignored her and pulled Jiang Yongmei, who wanted to speak. Mom, go to sleep. If you don't sleep well, you'll get old faster. Then she tugged Qin Shua's sleeve. Qin Shua nodded and gave a quick look to the 2 people nearby. Soon, they disappeared into the sleeper car. Only then did Xiao Nian feel at ease and go to sleep. Qin Shua didn't go up. He just sat beside her, watching over her. On the way, apart from 2 or 3 people who came to chat, nothing else happened. Until the morning of the 3rd day, they finally arrived in Beijing. Before getting off, Qin Shua quietly said to Xiao Nian, I checked. That person should be fine. Xiao Nian nodded and said nothing more. She held Jiang Yongmei's hand and walked in front of Qin Shua as they got off the train. But when they stepped out, she looked back at the woman again. Seeing Xiao Nian, the woman glared at them. She turned and walked outside. Xiao Nian looked over and saw a girl with braids. The girl was quite pretty, wearing a military green suit, giving off a cool and calm feeling. The woman approached her and said a few words. The girl looked at Xiao Nian and them. When she saw Xiao Nian looking, the girl withdrew her gaze and pulled the woman to leave. The woman didn't want to go at first, but after the girl whispered something in her ear, she stopped causing trouble and obediently left. Xiao Nian didn't mind and thought it was just a small incident. She filled a bottle with poison water and gave it along with the poison to Qin Shua. Qin Shua took the items and left. Jiang Yongmei took Xiao Nian back to the Qin family. Qin Shua arranged for someone to drive them home. The car took them to a green, tree-filled area on the east outskirts of Beijing. Unlike the common gray brick apartment buildings in the city, here the roads were lined with tall locust trees. A few 2-story houses with red brick roofs and green tiles were hidden among the shadows of the trees. They looked more like a blend of Western-style and Chinese courtyard houses than typical Western-style houses. The car stopped in front of a small building. The large red lacquered door was half open. Inside was a neat little courtyard. On the left side of the courtyard, there was a trellis. In early summer, grape leaves had already covered it. Jiang Yongmei and Xiao Nian walked inside, and Jiang Yongmei explained, this was the house your grandfather was assigned after he transferred jobs. She pointed to the side and said, the yard used to be bigger, but part of it was divided off for the neighboring unit. Still, it's quiet here. Yongmei, you're back? A middle-aged woman came out from inside, wearing a khaki jacket and dark gray work pants. She had short hair that reached her ears and wore black-rimmed glasses. Older sister-in-law, Jiang Yongmei said happily. Then she told Xiao Nian, Nian, call her auntie. Auntie, Xiao Nian said confidently. Qin Saw Wu Xia nodded. Good girl. Come in and sit. You didn't say you were coming back, so old Shua could come to pick you up. Qin Shua sent someone to bring us back. No need to trouble anyone, Jiang Yongmei said casually. Wu Xiao's personality was very different from hers. She had a scholarly air about her. The person referred to as the eldest in Sister Qin's words is probably Qin Shua's older cousin, Qin Jiheng. Aunt Wu brought the 2 of them into the house. As she walked, she said, little Shua is obedient. He married Nian. My Jiheng is already 30 and still doesn't have a partner. It makes me so anxious. Jiang Yongmei comforted her, saying, Jiheng is very handsome and works closely with that person. He will choose someone who suits him and supports his work.
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
When the right person comes along, you can't stop it. Xiao Nian followed them into the house. The first floor had the living room, kitchen, and the bedrooms of the two elderly people. The floor was covered with dark wooden planks that made soft creaking sounds when stepped on. The house was furnished with dark brown wooden furniture. The second floor had several bedrooms and a study. The study's window faced the yard. Jiang Yongmei pointed to a small room at the corner of the staircase and asked, "Sister-in-law, is Dad in the study?" Wu Xia shook her head. "No, he went out to play chess. That's all he likes to do." Suddenly, sounds came from the kitchen. Old Madame Qin carried a porcelain cup and came out. When she saw Xiao Nian, her gaze paused on her, but she said nothing. She only said lightly to Jiang Yongmei, "You're back? Put your luggage upstairs. Your dad went out to find someone to play chess." Jiang Yongmei didn't mind her attitude and called out, "Mom." Then she took Xiao Nian's arm and said, "This is Xiao Shua's wife, Xiao Nian." Xiao Nian called out, "Grandma." Old Madame Qin nodded faintly. Jiang Yongmei didn't seem to notice her coldness and pulled Xiao Nian along, saying, "Let's go upstairs and put things away. The 4 rooms upstairs. The one on the far left is Qin Shua's. You will stay there." As she spoke, they started to go upstairs, but suddenly old Madame Qin called out, "Wait a moment." Jiang Yongmei looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" There was a brief awkward pause on sister-in-law Qin's face, and old Madame Qin also looked a bit uncomfortable. Before they could answer, footsteps came from upstairs. Xiao Nian and Jiang Yongmei turned to look. They saw 2 people standing at the staircase. It was quite a coincidence. Xiao Nian smirked, realizing it was truly a narrow world. The 2 people were the woman from the train who wanted to change seats and the girl who came to pick her up. They never expected to meet them again at the Qin family's house. The 2 people across the way also looked surprised, especially the middle-aged woman who brushed non-existent dust off her sleeve. She turned to old lady Qin and asked, "Cousin, who are these poor relatives here to beg for charity?" Big sister Qin cleared her throat and said, "These are our second brother's wife and niece." Old lady Qin sat on the sofa holding a porcelain cup and nodded, "My second daughter-in-law and my little granddaughter-in-law." The middle-aged woman looked a bit embarrassed but still smiled and said, "So they are from your second cousin's family in the northwest." Jiang Yongmei had long disliked this woman and asked with a fake smile, "Big sister, who are these 2? Big sister Qin looked a little helpless and explained, "This is my mother's distant niece, Li Chunhua, and next to her is Chunhua's daughter, Li Haidang." Jiang Yongmei responded with a knowing tone, "Oh, so they are some poor relatives from who knows where." Xiao Nian saw Li Haitang's face quickly flash with displeasure. Li Chunhua's expression changed even more, and she looked like she was about to cry but not quite, saying, "Cousin, is second sister-in-law looking down on us? I know I'm not capable and shouldn't have come to bother you." Li Haitang stood nearby without saying anything, as if she hadn't heard her mother's complaints. But her eyes were red, showing she was pretending to be strong. Old lady Qin placed the porcelain cup heavily on the table and said, "Second daughter-in-law, you've caused everyone to be unhappy since you arrived, haven't you?" Jiang Yongmei curled her lips and said, "Look at how you're talking. Who do I make unhappy? I just responded to what others said. How is that my fault?" Old lady Qin was speechless for a moment. Sister Wu quickly tried to smooth things over, hiding a smile and saying, "Yongmei was just joking. Why get so angry? Besides, Chunhua is the one who started joking first, isn't she?" Hearing this, Chunhua sat on the ground and burst into tears. "Oh, my life is so hard. I lost my husband at a young age, and it's not easy to support my daughter. My girl finally got some success and joined the Beijing cultural troupe. I just wanted to visit the elders, and now I'm called a poor relative." Xiao Nian twitched her eyelid. This crying and throwing a tantrum, threatening to hang herself, Li Chunhua was clearly playing her for a fool. However, this shrewd woman was still quite clear-minded. First, she mentioned her husband's death to show her hardship. Then she talked about her daughter joining the city arts troupe to prove she was not someone to be bullied. The only thing that puzzled Xiao Nian was whether it was really easy to join the arts troupe. Jiang Yongmei also saw that this woman was difficult to deal with. especially since she had the support of the elderly lady. But she was not afraid. She shouted directly, "Why are you crying? This is our Qin family. If you keep crying here, you'll lose all your luck." It felt like her magic was interrupted, and Li Chunhua hiccuped in surprise. Sister-in-law Qin turned her head and secretly smiled, then seriously said to Li Chunhua, "Cousin Chunhua, my Yongmei has a bad temper. Please don't cause trouble." Li Chunhua didn't believe her. She had insulted everyone in the village and couldn't believe someone from such a background could talk back to her. "I'm so unlucky. Why am I suffering? Who did I offend? Your bad luck isn't caused by me. Your suffering is your own fate. Do you not know who you offended?" Whenever Li Chunhua spoke, Zhang Yongmei immediately started arguing loudly. Old Lady Qin was getting a headache and pounded the table loudly. "Zhang Yongmei, shut up. Chunhua is a relative of my family and a guest here. You should treat her with respect." Zhang Yongmei sneered. "So she's a guest? I didn't know. I thought she was the lady of the house. I'm just a poor relative here to take advantage." Old Lady Qin was powerless in front of Zhang Yongmei. The two women had already settled their differences years ago. Fortunately, Zhang Yongmei often stayed in the northwest and didn't have much contact with the elderly lady. Otherwise, Old Lady Qin might have gotten sick from anger. "Enough, enough.
Stop arguing.
Go upstairs and put things away," Old Lady Qin said, feeling helpless about her daughter-in-law, though only she knew how she felt. Zhang Yongmei didn't answer. She carried her things and went upstairs. As she passed by Li Chunhua, she accidentally stepped on her.
"Ah, Li Chunhua shouta."
Zhang Yongmei exaggerated. Even a good dog knows not to block the way. "Don't you know that?" Li Chunhua was furious when she heard this. She stood up, ready to hit Zhang Yongmei. Xiao Nian quickly reached out and grabbed Li Chunhua's wrist. The voice coldly said, "How dare you hit my mother? You don't want your hands anymore." Li Chunhua cried out in pain. "It hurts, it hurts." Li Haidang, who had been standing nearby with red eyes, finally found a chance to speak, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "My mother is still an elder. How can you treat her like that as a younger person?" she was immediately accusing. Xiao Nian smiled and said, "Now you realize she's your mother? When she was throwing a tantrum and scolding just now, why didn't you stop her as her daughter?" She's an elder. "How could I stop her?" Li Haidang replied. "So you mean if an elder makes a mistake, you have to support her?" Xiao Nian continued to ask. Li Haidang frowned. "When did I say that? You're just talking nonsense. You didn't say it, but your mother did. I learned it from her," Xiao Nian said confidently. Li Haidang pursed her lips, her eyes full of stubbornness. Then she turned to Madame Qin. "Auntie, Haidang was wrong. She shouldn't have come to bother you. I didn't expect Brother Qin Shua's new wife to dislike me so much." As she spoke, tears were about to fall. Xiao Nian heard her call Qin Shua, Brother Qin, and immediately felt uncomfortable. But Zhang Yongmei reacted even faster. "My Qin Shua doesn't have a sister like that. Don't try to smear us with dirty words." Upon hearing this, Li Haitang's tears, which had been held back, finally fell. "Auntie, how can you say that to me?" Madame Qin was so angry she shouted, "Enough, Zhang Yongmei. Is this the wife you chose for Qin Shua? She doesn't respect elders, hits people at will, and speaks without thinking. Make her apologize to Haidang right now." Xiao Nian realized that this old lady not only disliked her, but also disliked Zhang Yongmei. Li Haidang, hearing her grandmother's words, slightly lifted her lips, but tears kept falling like broken beads. Silent crying made her seem even more like she had been wronged. "Apologize? What apology? Did I say anything wrong? Someone from outside comes into our home, pointing fingers and trying to hit me. Did she think of that herself? Or is it because you, Grandma, are spoiling her? Zhang Yongmei, get out. Leave now. Our family doesn't welcome you." Xiao Nian felt uncomfortable hearing this and wanted to speak, but Zhang Yongmei pulled her back. "Madam, you're wrong about that. This isn't just your home. It's also mine. My husband is part of the Qin family, and my son is also a grandson of the Qin family. This home belongs to them, and also to me. Why should I leave? Jang Yongmei's strong attitude made Xiao Nian feel powerless. Wu Suya saw the situation and frowned. She usually couldn't do anything about the old lady. She knew Jiang Yongmei and the old lady didn't get along, so Jiang Yongmei had been staying out of town for most of these years. When she did come back, it was because Qin Er and Qin Shua were there, and both sides were polite and didn't cause trouble. But today, she didn't expect the Li family mother and daughter to come here and stir up trouble like troublemakers. Li Haidang had been staying here for several days. Every time her son Jiheng returned, she kept talking to him non-stop. It made Jiheng not want to come home anymore. The old lady pretended not to see anything and liked Li Haidang very much. She even said she wanted Li Haidang to be her granddaughter-in-law. Wu Xia didn't like this girl, thinking she seemed unusual. She told Qin Laodao several times, but no one could do anything about the old lady. If she got upset, she would cry about how hard it was when her husband went to war and she had to raise 2 children alone. Now, she just wanted someone kind to be with her. This made the men in the family afraid to upset the old lady, and Wu Suya felt quite helpless. Now that Jiang Yongmei was back, she felt she had some support. So she said, "Mom, Yongmei has come back after a long time. Don't let some strange things make everyone unhappy. If Dad finds out later, he'll be angry too. Besides, Xiao Shua hasn't been back in many years. Don't you want to see him?" Hearing Qin Shua's name, the old lady finally stopped talking. Wu Xia quickly said, "Yongmei, take Nian Nian to pack your things. I'll go buy some groceries so we can all gather together. Okay, sister-in-law. I haven't eaten your cooking in a long time. I'm craving it," Jiang Yongmei said, then turned to look at Xiao Nian. "Nian Nian, your uncle's wife cooks much better than I do. Eat more later." Xiao Nian also smiled and said, "I'll help my aunt." The 3 of them talked, but no one paid attention to Li family mother and daughter. Li Haidang looked very upset. Xiao Nian pretended not to see and picked up her luggage to go upstairs with Jiang Yongmei. She followed Jiang Yongmei's instructions and went to Qin Shua's room, but when she opened the door, she was stunned instantly. The room clearly looked like a girl's space, with snowflake cakes on the table. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yongmei asked when she saw her standing at the door without entering. Xiao Nian moved aside, so Jiang Yongmei could see. Seeing this, Jiang Yongmei was so angry she put her luggage on the ground and rushed to the staircase, asking, "Who used Qin Shua's room?" Jiang Yongmei's voice rang loudly inside the house. It startled Grandma Qin, who dropped her cup on the floor. Li Haidang and her mother had already gone downstairs. Hearing Jiang Yongmei's words, Li Haitong's eyes turned red. She looked sad and said, "That room is mine. I saw it was empty, so I thought no one was using it and I moved in." Jiang Yongmei disliked people who cried easily. "Is that your room? You just moved in without asking the owner of the house first?" Li Haiding bit her lips stubbornly. Grandma Qin saw her like this and cleared her throat. "What are you shouting about?" "Chunhua, come here. The guest room is too small to hold everyone, so I let her and Haiding share Qin Shua's room." Jiang Yongmei frowned. "You don't know that Qin Shua is married? How can his room be given to others to stay in? I didn't know you were coming back. The house was empty anyway. Let Haiding stay there. What's the big deal? She's a girl. She won't ruin the house," Grandma Qin said casually. Chunhua also nodded. "Yes, my Haiding is a big girl. How can she sleep in such a small room?" Li Haidang had been living in the guest room on the first floor. It used to be a storage room, not very big, but it had a window and good air. Wu Xia kept that room clean and cozy. When guests came, they stayed there. Li Haidang had always lived in the guest room. But today, after Chunhua arrived, she said the room was too small for her and her mother to stay in. She kept coaxing the elderly lady until she finally agreed to let them stay in Qin Shua's room upstairs. Wu Xia didn't stop her and was scolded by the elderly lady. Jiang Yongmei listened to Li Chunhua and sneered. "Being a guest means knowing how to behave. Why are you causing trouble? If you think the room is too small, go find a bigger one yourself."
What do you mean by that?
"I'm here to visit my cousin. Are you trying to chase me away, wife?" Lee Chunhua didn't believe Jiang Yongmei could really send her away. She had heard Haiteng say that the elderly lady didn't like her second daughter-in-law. And judging by the lady's attitude today, she clearly didn't like the newly married granddaughter-in-law either. Thinking this way, Lee Chunhua's pride was even more obvious on her face. Jiang Yongmei wouldn't actually send her away, but she definitely wouldn't allow these mother and daughter to stay in Qin Shua and Nian Nian's room. Without saying a word, she entered the room, grabbed Li family's belongings, and started throwing them out. Fortunately, they had only placed their things inside and hadn't packed up yet, so it was easy to throw them out. Xiao Nian saw her mother-in-law move her hands and no longer hesitated. The mother and daughter quickly threw all the belongings out of the room and piled them at the staircase. "Are you guys going too far?" Li Chunhua shouted. This time, Xiao Nian didn't wait for Jiang Yongmei to speak. She sneered, "I'm tidying up my own room. What's the problem? Things that don't belong to us should be thrown out." "Cousin, your granddaughter-in-law's words are really sharp." Li Chunhua knew she couldn't scold Jiang Yongmei or fight with Xiao Nian, so she could only bring up the elderly lady. She thought that since Xiao Nian and her family were juniors, they wouldn't dare to scold the elderly lady. The elderly lady also felt her authority was being challenged. Since they returned, these mother and daughter had been opposing her. "Your Jiang family is really well behaved. A young girl like her, how can she talk to elders like that?" The elderly lady looked at Xiao Nian with a clear expression of disdain. She also couldn't understand why her second grandson, such a talented boy, married a daughter of a capitalist family. Now, in this world, for the sake of such a woman, he was even risking his future. If it weren't for Xiao Nian's appearance, she would have wanted Li Haiteng to be her granddaughter-in-law. Li Haiteng was beautiful, spoke nicely, was obedient, and worked in a cultural troupe. In the future, she would definitely stay in Beijing. This old lady thought she would have someone to keep her company. Xiao Nian was amused by Grandma Qin's criticism of the Qin family's manners. "Our Xiao family educates well. You should observe carefully," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a mop from beside the staircase. Gently squeezing it, the wooden handle broke into several pieces. Xiao Nian smiled sweetly. "Grandma, what do you think of my manners?" Grandma Qin's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected a young lady from a wealthy family to have such strength. Li Chunhua was so frightened she took a step back, standing behind Li Haiteng. Only Li Haiteng's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. "Haha, as expected of my daughter-in-law, she has the same style as me." Jiang Yongmei laughed loudly, seeing the troublemaker and the servant finally quiet down. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could finally start tidying the room peacefully. Wu Suya held back her laughter and went upstairs to get 2 clean sets of sheets and quilt covers for them to change into. While changing, Wu Suya said, "Yongmei, sorry about this. Mom asked them to stay here. I can't stop her." Jiang Yongmei patted Wu Suya's hand. "Big sister-in-law, I understand. They had known each other for nearly 30 years. Wu Suya knew exactly what kind of person she was. Coming from a scholarly family, she had never lost her temper with anyone, especially with elders, so she was always easily controlled by Grandma Qin. Fortunately, Brother Qin was not a fool, and Wu Suya had a talented son, or life would be even harder. Even now, Grandma Qin often whispered behind her back, criticizing Wu Suya for this and that. Because she only had one son, Grandma Qin looked down on her for being unable to have more children, often calling her a mother hen that can't lay eggs. As for Jiang Yongmei, Grandma Qin wouldn't even bother to hide her opinions. She would scold her directly. This daughter-in-law not only disobeyed her, but also encouraged her second son to oppose her, and she hadn't gone home in many years. Jiang Yongmei didn't care much either, since Grandma Qin had never liked her. She thought she was uneducated, a rough woman who only knew how to wield a knife and gun, and didn't deserve her son. As for not letting Qin's second son come home, Jiang Yongmei found it amusing. Qin's second son was doing some kind of work, and it was already good enough that he could come home occasionally. Everyone at home understands how important old Qin's work is, but because the elderly lady is not clear-minded, no one told her what he is doing. The three of them are happily chatting upstairs, not paying attention to the people downstairs. Old Lady Chin upstairs looked at the broken pieces of wood and swallowed hard. She said to Li Chunhua and her daughter, "Chunhua, why don't you and Haiding stay in the guest room first? They probably won't stay long after their return. Just make do for a few days." Li Chunhua wanted to speak, but Li Haiding held her hand. Then Haiding smiled and said, "Cousin-in-law, we caused you trouble. It's fine to stay in the guest room. I usually stay there anyway." The old lady nodded. Haiding is so obedient. Li Haiding stepped forward and took the old lady's arm. "Don't be upset with second aunt and the others. Brother Qin Shua's new wife comes from a different background, so she might be a bit delicate. There's no need to be angry with her." At this moment, the three upstairs were also talking about Haiding. "That girl is not simple." Jiang Yongmei was the first to speak. Wu Suya nodded. "Yes, I can see that too. But my father and my husband don't like to argue with a girl. Ji Heng has been avoiding coming back."
She sighed.
"The old lady has become more confused these past 2 years. Everyone just tolerates it." Jiang Yongmei understood her sister-in-law's helplessness. She asked, "What is the background of Li Chunhua and her daughter? Why is it worth the old lady protecting them so much?" According to the old lady, when she was young, she couldn't get enough to eat. Li Chunhua's mother gave her some food. The old lady has remembered this all these years. Jiang Yongmei had heard old Qin's second mention this before, but she didn't expect the old lady to let Li Chunhua and Haiding move into the house. What about the Li family mother and daughter now? How did her daughter get into the Beijing cultural troupe? Jiang Yongmei asked, puzzled. Qiao Nian was listening carefully while tidying up her things. Wu Suya shook her head. "Half a year ago, that girl brought some things from the old lady's house and came over. That same day, she was allowed to stay. Haiding is good at talking. She made the old lady very happy. At first, the old master even sent someone to check if she was trustworthy. After confirming, he didn't say anything more. As for how she got into the art troupe, I don't know. Anyway, a month ago, she came back and said she had joined the city art troupe. I asked Shi Hing to find out, and he said she dances very well and sings nicely. She just happened to pass the open audition for the art troupe, so she got in." Qiao Nian always felt something was off, but she didn't know much about this era, so she couldn't tell what was wrong. Jiang Yongmei whispered, "Did the old lady help her inside?" Wu Xia nodded. "That's what I think too." The two of them shook their heads, just hoping the old lady wouldn't cause trouble for the family. Qiao Nian looked out the window at the grape trellis in the yard, feeling a bit lost. She didn't know when Qin Shua would come back. At this moment, Qin Shua was still in the special police department. "Are you sure this thing was provided by Fang Yuming?" the person across from Qin Shua asked. If Qiao Nian were here, she would recognize this man as Comrade Zhong, the one who gave her his card back in Engshi. "I'm sure," Qin Shua replied without hesitation. Comrade Zhong didn't doubt him further. "What do you think this thing is, and where did it come from?" Qin Shua sat up straight, his face serious. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I suspect it was created by the Japanese using our people for experiments." Hearing Qin Shua's words, Comrade Zhong didn't show any surprise. Both of them belonged to the National Security Special Police. Zhong was the director of the Central Directly Subordinate Special Police, and Qin Shua was the leader of his Chilean task force. He trusted his subordinates, so he wouldn't doubt Qin Shua's words. "I'll have someone check what this thing is first, but I need to tell you something." Director Zhong's usual serious expression was even colder today. "We found out that the Japanese underground laboratory wasn't completely destroyed but was moved elsewhere." Qin Shua suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with restrained anger. "They still dare to cause trouble on our land." Director Zhong tapped the table lightly. "You should know about what happened in Engshi last time, right?" He smiled slightly. "Your wife is not simple." Qin Shua didn't say anything. Since Director Zhong said so, he must have investigated Qiao Nian. However, he believed that the space situation should not be exposed. Otherwise, Director Zhong would have already sent someone to bring Qiao Nian over. "Her skills are not weaker than yours." The last incident was also because of her good reconnaissance skills, which allowed her to quickly notice something was wrong with those people. Qin Shihua shook his head. He didn't want Xiao Nian to get involved in these matters. He said, "It's just a coincidence." Director Zhong didn't mention Xiao Nian anymore and focused on the main point. Our investigation found that those people took the children for experiments. However, on the same day we captured them, all of them were poisoned and died. Qin Shihua looked up. "Is there a traitor in the Special Operations Department?" Director Zhong shook his head. "No. It seems they had poison hidden on them." When he mentioned this, Director Zhong looked a bit helpless. "I thought death warriors were just legends from ancient royal families. I didn't expect there to be such people in Japan." Qin Shihua's face remained serious. "A group of heartless, immoral people. Yes, because they lack morals, they even use children for experiments." Thinking of the number of missing children reported from various places over the past few months, Director Zhong felt uneasy. He took out 2 cigarettes and offered one to Qin Shihua, who shook his head. "Have you quit?" Director Zhong asked. "Yes, my wife doesn't like the smell of smoke." Actually, he didn't smoke much before, but he would occasionally smoke for social reasons. However, when they were in Launcher City, Xiao Nian frowned when she smelled the smoke. He knew she didn't like that smell, so he stopped smoking during social events. Director Zhong didn't mind and lit his own cigarette. In the smoke, he slowly spoke. "I asked the Lone Wolf team to investigate. They haven't found the exact location yet, only that it should be near the border of Yunnan province. So this time, I hope you can bring Qi Lian with you." Qin Shihua's eyebrows moved slightly. Director Zhong continued, "You are probably being watched now. I suggest you take your wife with you. Say you're going to Jiangqing to visit your parents-in-law, then secretly go to Yunnan province for investigation." "I don't want her to go," Qin Shihua said honestly. He knew how dangerous this mission was and didn't want Xiao Nian to risk herself. Director Zhong didn't insist. He simply said, "You can ask your wife about it when you get home." Director Zhong investigated Xiao Nian and knew that she was not as outstanding as she is now, but after experiencing big changes in life, people often change. He also knew that the Qiao family used to be wealthy capitalists and had hired skilled teachers to teach Xiao Nian martial arts, so he didn't doubt her ability. During the investigation, he found that this girl truly cared about China, just like her grandfather. After talking with Director Zhong, Qin Shihua left without stopping and headed to the Qin family. The midday sun shone through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. Qin Shihua seemed to see the painful cries of children through the light and shadow. He clenched his fists tightly, unsure how to tell Xiao Nian about this when he returned. He didn't want her to get involved. Feeling complicated, he returned home and hadn't yet seen Xiao Nian. He saw a girl standing with her back to the gate, under the grapevine trellis in the yard. Her back looked somewhat like Xiao Nian's. But Qin Shihua immediately knew she was not his wife. He frowned, about to ask who she was and why she was there. Suddenly, the girl turned around and spoke in a voice that Qin Shihua would never forget. "Brother Qin Shihua." Qin Shihua swore on his integrity that he had never heard such a disgusting voice in his life. Later, just hearing the words "Brother Qin Shihua" would make him feel sick and want to. "Who are you?" He raised an eyebrow, not even glancing at Li Haidang, and his voice was so cold that the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Li Haitang's smile froze on her face, but she quickly recovered, forcing a smile again. "I'm Haidang." Qin Shihua passed through the yard without stopping and went inside. He only coldly replied, "I don't know you." Without turning back, he entered the house. Li Haitang heard his response, but she wasn't angry. A smile played on her lips, truly a ruthless man. When Qin Shihua entered, he saw Xiao Nian leaning against the wall, arms crossed, watching him. Before he could speak, she called out, "Brother Qin Shihua." Although he liked her calling him that, the words made him feel disgusted, and hearing her say it immediately made him uncomfortable. Seeing Xiao Nian's half-smile, Qin Shihua felt his whole body tighten. He quickly spoke, "Nian Nian, I don't know her really." As he said this, he stepped forward and took Xiao Nian's hand. Xiao Nian didn't refuse. She casually pinched Qin Shihua's nose. "My Qin company commander is such a big fool. winking at a blind person. Qin Shua held her hand and whispered, "The blind person isn't blind. I'll show you tonight." Xiao Nian raised her eyebrows. Since he got married, he's become more flirtatious. "Brother Qin Shua." A voice interrupted their flirtatious mood. Qin Shua's smiling face instantly stiffened. He turned to look at Li Haitang, whose eyes were as cold as ice. "Where did you come from, ugly thing? Don't come here to disgust people." Xiao Nian almost laughed. She hadn't realized before how sharp-tongued this guy could be. Li Haitang's eyes reddened upon hearing this. "How could you forget me?" Xiao Nian looked at Qin Shua with confusion. "Do you know her?" Qin Shua shook his head like a rattledrum. "No, I don't know her." "Absolutely not." Then he looked away from Li Haitang and said directly, "Don't try to make relatives out of thin air. I don't know you, and I don't have a sister like you. If my sister acted like you, I could throw her 3 meters away." "Ha!" Xiao Nian burst out laughing. As expected, a Shua always surprises her. This was the first time she saw him dislike someone so straightforwardly. "Nian Nian, you're still laughing?" Qin Shua looked a bit wronged when facing Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian held his hand to comfort him. "Let's go inside and eat. Auntie made your favorite dishes." Li Haitang stood at the door, watching their backs as they left, her eyes deepening. Then her eyes reddened, and a few tears fell as she walked into the house. "Grandma." Qin Shua greeted the elderly woman sitting on the sofa. The old lady smiled and nodded. "Xiao Shua, come here and let Grandma see." Qin Shua squeezed Xiao Nian's hand, then sat beside the old lady. "Are you feeling well now?" Qin Shua asked. The old lady smiled warmly and nodded, looking much happier than when she saw Xiao Nian earlier. Yes, everything's fine. You, too, are grown up now. Why didn't you discuss such a big thing as marriage with the family?" Qin Shua's smile remained the same, but his attitude was clearly different from before. He said, "This was also decided by my father before. When the time comes, it's natural to get married." The old lady was unhappy to hear this. "Your parents are busy all the time. They don't have time to worry about you. You need to take care of your own affairs. Why listen to them? Grandma is just worried you'll be upset for following your father's words." Qin Shua sat up straight and pulled Xiao Nian to sit beside him. "Grandma, Xiao Nian is very good. I want to marry her myself. If I don't want to, no one can force me." The old lady's face changed instantly. She said, "My grandson is so excellent. Any girl who can marry you is lucky." Xiao Nian smiled. "Grandma, you're so kind. I think Qin Shua is the lucky one to marry me." After saying that, Xiao Nian pinched Qin Shua's ear playfully and asked, "Shua, do you think I'm right?" Qin Shua held her hand that was pinching his ear and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Nian Nian, you're right." The old lady felt she couldn't watch anymore and muttered, "Just like your father, no ambition." Qin Shua also smiled and replied, "You're right. I learned from my father and I follow his example." Xiao Nian had to give a thumbs up. It was clear that Qin Shua was her grandmother's nemesis. Just then Li Haitang, with slightly reddened eyes, walked over and sat beside the old lady. She called out, "Cousin." The old lady felt Li Haitang was there to help her. She quickly asked, "Girl, what's wrong?" Li Haitang pouted. "Cousin, Qin Shua." Before she finished, she felt a cold gaze on her. Li Haitang withdrew her words and finally said, "He doesn't remember me anymore." The old lady smiled. "He was still young back then. He probably forgot. It's okay. I'll remind him, and he'll definitely remember." Then the old lady turned to Qin Shua. "Xiao Shua, when you were 10, you went back to the old house with me and played with Haitang. Do you remember?" Li Haitang also looked at Qin Shua eagerly. He refused. "I don't remember. I don't remember, forget it. Maybe I'm too ordinary and didn't leave a deep impression on you." But the disappointment in her tone was impossible to hide. The elderly lady shot Qin Shua a sharp look. "You brat, why are you so straightforward? Trying to flatter the girl with nice words. What good does that do?" Qin Shua wasn't angry. He simply asked, "What if my grandfather is outside chatting happily with another elderly lady? Do you think that's okay? If you don't mind, I might as well find a couple of elderly ladies to chat with my grandfather." Qiao Nian couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. The elderly lady, already upset by Qin Shua's words, turned her anger toward her upon hearing Qiao Nian's laughter. Are you happy? Qiao Nian nodded honestly. Yes, yes. I just realized my husband is such a funny person. The elderly lady snorted coldly. Li Haiteng sat nearby, watching Qin Shua, but he didn't look at her. She didn't continue to deliberately provoke Qin Shua and Qiao Nian to anger like before. Instead, she tried to cheer up the elderly lady, making her smile happily. At that moment, someone entered from outside. With white hair, probably in his 70s, but standing straight and looking energetic. Shua is back. Qin Shua stood up. Grandpa. Qiao Nian also stood and called out, Grandpa. Grandpa Qin was not like Grandma Qin, who disliked Qiao Nian. Seeing her, he kindly asked, Are you little Qiao? Yes, yes. If Qin Shua treats you badly in the future, tell Grandpa. Grandpa will take care of him. Hearing this, the elderly lady snorted, but said nothing. After Grandpa Qin returned, it was time to eat. At the dinner table, Li Haiteng no longer caused trouble. Li Chunhua wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Li Haiteng and closed her mouth in frustration. The meal was finished normally. After eating, Qiao Nian and Qin Shua went back to their room. As soon as they entered, Qin Shua locked the door and hugged Qiao Nian. Nian Nian, I'm sorry. Qiao Nian understood he was talking about Grandma Qin's attitude. She shook her head. It's okay, but do you really not remember Li Haiteng? Qiao Nian asked, and Qin Shua thought she was angry. He quickly replied, I did see her when I was a child, but I didn't know her well. Who would have thought she would suddenly come to our house, and she seemed to be quite familiar with me. Qiao Nian nodded. I understand. I just find it strange. At first, she seemed to be quite hostile toward me. Did she say anything to you? Qin Shua asked. Not really, but she always made me feel a bit uncomfortable. Hearing this, Qin Shua loosened his hold on Qiao Nian and pulled her closer to look at him. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, Nian Nian, let's go into the space. Qiao Nian nodded. With a thought, the two of them entered the space. Qin Shua then looked serious and said, Stay away from anyone or anything that makes you uncomfortable. Qiao Nian replied, Don't worry. I'm not afraid of her. I have the space, and if I ever face danger I can't handle, I can hide inside it. Nian Nian, from now on at night when you sleep, let's go into the space. Okay? If I'm not here, you should go in alone. That way I can feel at ease. Qin Shua emphasized this seriously. The space is the only place that truly makes him feel safe. It belongs to Qiao Nian. Okay. Qiao Nian understood his concern. But then she asked, Shua, did something happen to you? Qin Shua's cautious expression just now made Qiao Nian certain that something had happened when he handed over those unknown medicines earlier. Qin Shua was silent for a moment, but finally explained. I have another identity, Qin Shua said. Qiao Nian knew he probably had another role, but today she learned he was part of a special task force and had her own team. Then Qin Shua revealed Director Zhong's identity. Qiao Nian almost forgot about that person. She didn't expect him to be Qin Shua's direct superior. Shua, you told me about this for a reason, right? Qin Shua shared what Director Zhong had said that afternoon. He didn't want to hide anything from Qiao Nian about any matter. He also shared his thoughts, saying, I don't want you involved in these matters. Director Zhong mentioned that I've recently been targeted by the enemy country, so you're not safe around me. After Qin Shua finished speaking, Qiao Nian suddenly remembered the time mentioned in the original story when Qin Shua was on a mission and sacrificed himself. It was probably just a few months later. She wasn't sure if it was because of this mission that Qin Shua died. After all, a few months had passed. So she was worried about Qin Shua going alone. She asked, Can I see Director Zhong? Qin Shua hesitated and looked at Qiao Nian. Seeing her determined look, he could only smile helplessly and say, Okay, I'll ask him tomorrow. Qiao Nian's attitude was very clear, and Qin Shua understood her answer. He also knew that even if he didn't tell her about this event, Director Zhong would find a way to let her know. And knowing about it, Qiao Nian would definitely not ignore it. Actually, Qin Shua thought too much. Xiao Nian was just worried that he might sacrifice himself on the mission, and she would be left a widow. Besides, someone like Qin Shua, who was obedient and healthy, was hard to find. They talked for a while in the room, then slept together before leaving. It was already dark outside. Jiang Yongmei and Wu Suya were preparing dinner. Uncle Qin and Qin Jiheng had also returned home. Xiao Nian met them, and they showed her great kindness. Grandpa Qin called Xiao Nian and Qin Shua to the study. Xiao Shua, Xiao Qiao, since you're getting married, I couldn't be there. This is something from me and your grandma for you. Qin Shua took it, opened the box, and found 2,000 yuan, some receipts, and at the bottom, 2 gold bracelets. Seeing this, Xiao Nian knew that these were probably given by Grandpa Qin himself. Given Grandma's attitude towards her, she wouldn't have given her so many things. Grandpa, Qin Shua called out. Grandpa Qin shook his head and said, "This money and these receipts are savings for my salary and various allowances over the years. The gold bracelets are passed down from our family. You too can keep them, but what about my older brother? That's none of your concern." "I have my arrangements for your brother," the old man said, waving his hand. Then he looked at Xiao Nian. Initially, the two families agreed to the engagement without asking for your opinion. Now that I see you and Shua get along well, I feel relieved. I'm sorry about your family matters. It was our oversight. Grandpa Qin looked full of guilt. Xiao Nian didn't know what to say, as things in this era are not so simple. The three of them casually chatted for a while. Finally, Grandpa Qin mentioned Grandma Lao Tai. Little Shua's grandmother has been a bit confused these past 2 years. If she makes you unhappy, don't hold it in. I can calm her down. Xiao Nian nodded but still asked, "Grandpa, why can Li Haiting stay in the house all the time?" The old man waved his hand, sounding tired. "Go out now, it's time to eat." His attitude confused Xiao Nian and Qin Shua a little. But they didn't press further. If the old man didn't want to answer, that's fine. When they entered the living room, they saw Li Haiting sitting with Grandma Lao Tai, chatting. People who didn't know might think they were grandmother and granddaughter. Qin Shua and Uncle Qin, along with Qin Jiheng, went upstairs to talk. Xiao Nian went to the kitchen to cook with Annie Wu and Jiang Yongmei. Jiang Yongmei looked at Li Haiting and her mother sitting in the living room, along with Grandma Lao Tai. She asked Wu Suya, sister-in-law, "Who does that girl like?" When Jiheng came back, she was pouring water and being very attentive. When she saw Qin Shua, she acted even more strangely. Wu Suya sighed. Since she arrived, Jiheng rarely comes home. I thought she liked Jiheng, but today her attitude toward little Shua was so strange. I can't understand her anymore. Jiang Yongmei scooped some vegetables from the pot and said, "We can't let her stay here forever, right?" Wu Suya shook her head. "This isn't up to me. As long as Grandpa and Grandma don't chase her away, no one can do anything." But no one can do anything about Grandma Lao Tai. Xiao Nian blinked and asked, "Why is that?" Wu Suya thought for a moment. Since Xiao Nian was now married to Qin Shua and considered part of the Qin family, she didn't hide anything. "Grandma Lao Tai once had a daughter, who was your father's twin. At that time, Grandpa was often away, and Grandma was left alone to watch over her. The girl disappeared. She was only 5 then. Grandpa kept looking for her, but they never found her." The story continues with Wu Suya explaining that the old lady always said Li Haiting looked like her eldest daughter and insisted that Li Haiting stay at their home. The old man felt guilty because he was often away and thought his daughter might be lonely, so he agreed to the old lady's wishes. Xiao Nian had never heard of this before and was surprised to learn about it. She also understood why the old man had seemed helpless when she asked earlier. Still, she couldn't understand the old lady's thinking. Her daughter was missing, yet she treated someone who looked like her as her own daughter. But it didn't matter. They wouldn't stay here much longer. If she really upset the old lady, she wouldn't let that person go unpunished. At dinner, perhaps because the old man was present, Li Chunhua and her daughter behaved themselves. That night, Xiao Nian asked Qin Shua if he knew about this matter. Qin Shua said he knew about an aunt who was missing but didn't know if Li Haiting looked like her. Since Qin Shua learned about the space, They had been staying inside at night. They could talk freely, without fear of being overheard. Qin Shua drank some spiritual spring water every day. Although it didn't make him feel as strong as the first time, he noticed his body was changing and he was becoming more alert. They also found time to practice fighting in the space. Xiao Nian wasn't professionally trained, so her fighting skills were a bit weaker. Before sleeping, she had a fleeting thought but was too tired to remember it and fell asleep. At 7 in the morning, sunlight filtered through the branches, casting small patches of light on the stone-paved road. Qin Shua started the jeep and saw Li Haiding suddenly appear out of nowhere. She had styled her hair into a high ponytail like Xiao Nian's but tied a bright pink ribbon around it. "Qin Shua, can you take me to the art troupe?" she asked softly, sounding like a delicate girl asking for a favor. Qin Shua replied coldly, "Move aside," but Li Haiding stared at him with a look full of complicated emotions. Xiao Nian sneered. She wondered if this woman really thought she was invincible. She opened the passenger door and got out of the car, then kicked Li Haitang to the side, causing her to fall to the ground. Li Haitang's eyes widened. "Xiao Nian, what are you doing? How can you be so rude?" Xiao Nianli ignored her and directly said to Qin Shua, "Sit in the back seat." Qin Shua quickly moved to sit in the front passenger seat. Xiao Nian got in the car, started it and drove off smoothly. She only left Li Haidang a mouthful of foul exhaust fumes. Xiao Nian looked at Li Haidang sitting on the ground through the rear-view mirror. Li Haidang was wearing a white shirt, but she saw Li Haitang give her a teasing smile. Xiao Nian thought this woman was really strange, even more so than Xiao Chunlan before. She seemed more nervous and unpredictable. No, Xiao Chunlan was just foolishly confident, but Li Haitang was harder to understand. Suddenly, she remembered what she had been thinking last night and wanted to speak. But Qin Shua gently placed his finger on her lips, and she heard his very low voice. "Let's talk later." Xiao Nian knew he had probably noticed something, so she didn't say anything and focused on driving. They drove for about 3 blocks. Then Qin Shua softly said, "Stop the car." Xiao Nian nodded and pulled over. After Qin Shua got out, he walked to the driver's side and said, "Nian Nian, are you feeling better? If you are, let me drive." Seeing him blink, she understood what he meant. She said, "See if you still pay attention to those strange women in the future." Qin Shua smiled and replied, "I understand. I promise I won't pay attention to others anymore." He pointed to something under the car. Xiao Nian got out, looked down, and saw a small device about the size of a thumb, similar to a listening device. She silently asked, "Li Haidang?" Qin Shua shook his head silently, indicating he wasn't sure. But neither of them hurried to remove the device.
Qin Shua continued, "You sit in the front, I'll drive.
Later, I'll take you to the department store to browse. Buy whatever you want. Consider it my apology." Xiao Nian pouted and said proudly, "Good for you. If you bother other women again, I won't give you such a chance." Okay. "I promise I'll stay far away from other women." They got in the car, and Qin Shua continued driving. They passed a puddle, and Qin Shua sped up to splash through it. After driving a little further, he stopped the car. When he got out, he saw that the device had water inside. Qin Shua took down the device and pried it open with a small knife. It was indeed a tiny listening device, but now it was soaked in water, so it probably couldn't be used anymore. After damaging the device, Qin Shua wrapped it in paper and told Xiao Nian to throw it into the storage space. Then they could talk normally. "I was going to say yesterday, isn't it strange that an old lady suddenly has someone who looks just like Big Aunt Li Haidang, and she also makes the lady fall for her tricks?" Qin Shua said seriously. "Yes, I think maybe Grandpa and Uncle also noticed this, so they didn't rush to get rid of Li Haidang," Xiao Nian replied. "I'll have someone look into Li Haidang more carefully," she added. Qin Shua suddenly remembered something from the past. He continued, "I just remembered when I went back to my hometown with my grandma. Back then, Li Haidang had short hair, like a tomboy. She climbed trees to get bird eggs, caught in the river, and fought with the boys in the village. There was nothing she wouldn't do." He turned to see Qiao Nian staring at him and quickly said, I stayed there for a few days, and I remember people bothering her family several times, so I remember it very clearly. Qiao Nian chuckled. I didn't say anything. Don't be nervous. I was just thinking that Li Haidang was only about 7 or 8 years old back then. Over 13 years, it's possible she changed from a tomboy into someone more charming. Qin Shuo looked confused.
What does more charming mean?
Qiao Nian smiled. It means pretending to be innocent and pure, whether male or female. Qin Shuo didn't quite understand, but recalling how Li Haidang looked these days, he nodded in agreement. She does seem to be pretending. They quickly arrived at the office building of the Special Affairs Department. Qin Shuo got out of the car first. Someone at the door saw him with Qiao Nian and said they couldn't enter without a work ID. Qiao Nian understood and let Qin Shuo go inside first. In a short while, they saw Director Zhong and Qin Shuo come out together, just like last time. Comrade Xiao Qiao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, said the guard at the door. Since Director Zhong personally came, they didn't stop Qiao Nian and let her into the building. The three of them went to Director Zhong's office. Director Zhong didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Has Lil Qin already mentioned the situation in Yun province to you? Qiao Nian nodded. Yes, he has. Director Zhong poured her a glass of water. What do you think? After speaking, he looked at Qin Shuo. Little Qin, why don't you go outside for a moment? I want to talk privately with Comrade Xiao Qiao. Qiao Nian nodded at Qin Shuo, who then stepped out and sat on a chair in the corridor. Director Zhong smiled and said, I never thought the calm and composed little Qin from our department would turn out to be so obedient to his wife. Qiao Nian understood that Director Zhong meant no harm, so she replied, Good men in our country listen to the state outside and to their wives at home. Director Zhong nodded. That's right. It seems there's no problem with little Qin. It all depends on what you think, Xiao Qiao. Qiao Nian picked up her water glass and then put it down, looking a bit hesitant. Actually, I really want to serve our country, but you know how risky this is. I'm not talented or brave enough, and I'm a bit scared. Director Zhong's eyelid twitched. He didn't see any fear on Qiao Nian's face. I saw you last time, fighting against 4 people alone. Don't be modest. Actually, there were only 2 people. Those 2 women didn't have any fighting ability. That's still impressive, just a little less than Qin Shuo, Zhong said. Qiao Nian smiled but didn't speak. Director Zhong continued, Since you're little Qin's wife and one of us in the Special Operations Department, I won't beat around the bush. If you have any requests, just tell me. If I can agree, I will. Qiao Nian finally saw the main point and said, I want a legitimate role that allows me to work with Qin Shuo. You want to join our Special Operations Department? Qiao Nian shook her head. Not join the department, but a role like a special action team member. I want to do missions with Qin Shuo, but I won't participate in every mission. Qiao Nian didn't want to be restricted. Director Zhong was silent for a moment, tapping lightly on the desk with his index finger. After a while, he asked, Why do you think I would agree to such a condition? Qiao Nian could tell that Zhong was asking sincerely. He wanted to know what her abilities were, to see if he could make an exception and let her join as a special team member. Qiao Nian thought for a moment, then reached out and grabbed something. When she reached out again, a mosquito was sitting on her palm. She then picked up a porcelain cup on the table, gently pinched it, and the cup crumpled. Director Zhong's expression froze for a moment. He didn't expect Qiao Nian to be so skilled. But this was just basic training for the Special Operations Department. Comrade Qiao, although your skills are good, here with us, you're not considered particularly surprising. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhong was stunned. Because those words didn't come from him, they came from Qiao Nian. He stood up quickly. What do you mean? Qiao Nian smiled and imitated Qin Shuo's voice and tone. You're a bit out of control. This surprised Director Zhong even more. If he hadn't seen Qiao Nian open her mouth, he would have thought Qin Shuo was speaking. The pauses and rhythm of her speech were exactly the same. Although Director Zhong had seen people who could change their voices, someone like Qiao Nian who could imitate others' speech was rare in their department. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and issued Qiao Nian a work ID card. Special Operations Department, Chilean Team, Special Agent Qiao Nian. With this ID card, Qiao Nian felt more at ease. Although she was from a wealthy family, she was now a government worker. She wasn't holding Qin Shua back anymore. Qin Shua then took out a listening device from his pocket and showed it to Director Zhong. He asked, "Do you know Li Haidang?" Director Zhong nodded. "The girl who lives at your place. I started investigating her when she first appeared at your home. So far, I haven't found any problems, but I've had people watching her. Did something happen?" Qin Shua and Qiao Nian didn't hide anything. They told Director Zhong everything they discussed on the car today. "All right, I understand. Once the Lone Wolf team gives us the signal, you can leave. But for now, observe Li Haidang more closely." "Okay," Qin Shua replied. When they were about to leave, Director Zhong added, "You can remind your older brother. He's the closest to that person. My older brother is smarter than me. He probably already knows something's wrong with Li Haidang." After they finished talking, they left the room. As soon as they got in the car, Qiao Nian smiled, so much her eyes squinted. Qin Shua asked her, "Are you that happy?" "Of course. From now on, I can be with you on missions, and I won't have to worry so much about you getting hurt." When Qiao Nian said this, she looked at Qin Shua with a very serious expression, her eyes full of sincerity. Qin Shua blushed and felt even more fond of Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian patted his face and said, "Drive carefully." Qin Shua quickly looked ahead. But then he heard Qiao Nian say, "A careful man is more attractive than a man." Immediately, Qin Shua's face turned completely red. From pale white to pink, then to a bright red face. Seeing Qin Shua like this, Qiao Nian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Qin Shua cleared his throat and said, "Nian Nian, we're almost home." "Yes, we're almost home." "What's wrong?" Qiao Nian looked at the yard in front of her, not understanding what Qin Shua meant. After stopping the car, Qin Shua got out first, and Qiao Nian went ahead into the yard. But before she could react, she heard Qin Shua's voice. "Nian Nian, let's go to our room. I need to talk to you." When she heard this, everyone at home stopped asking questions, guessing that the two of them had something important to discuss. Even Qiao Nian thought Qin Shua wanted to talk about going to Yin Province. So, as soon as she entered the room, she took Qin Shua into the space without hesitation. She was about to speak when Qin Shua suddenly hugged her. Qiao Nian exclaimed, "Shua, what are you doing?" Qin Shua asked back, "What do you think? It's broad daylight." But Qin Shua smiled and said, "I want you to see whether a careful man is more attractive or a man who is completely relaxed." Qiao Nian finally understood. Oh my! She had dug herself into a hole. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when Qiao Nian woke up, she only felt her whole body was sore. Walking, her legs were trembling. Qiao Nian sighed, thinking she could never flirt with this man again. The consequences were too terrible. When they went downstairs for dinner, Qin Shua helped her down. Qiao Nian's face turned red, with so many people watching her. Everyone else said nothing. Li Haidang was the first to speak. "Comrade Qiao Nian, what's wrong? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Qiao Nian glared at Qin Shua and shook her head at Jiang Yongmei. Jiang Yongmei took Qiao Nian's hand and quietly complained to Qin Shua. "Are you taking good care of Nian Nian? Is this how you do it?" Qin Shua touched his nose, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh today. After they all sat at the table, Qiao Nian noticed Qin Jiheng wasn't there, probably avoiding Li Haidang. Grandma Qin saw Qiao Nian and snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Qiao Nian ignored her, greeted everyone, and picked up her chopsticks to eat.
Suddenly, Li Haidang spoke.
"Qiao Nian, I heard you're from Jiang City." "Sorry, I don't have an older sister," Qiao Nian replied calmly. Li Haitang's expression changed immediately. She looked a little upset and asked, "I don't know what I did wrong to you. You've never liked me." Before Qiao Nian could answer, Jiang Yongmei spoke first. "My Nian Nian is shy and doesn't like to make friends easily. Don't look so sad. Whether others like you or not, you still try to get close, right?" Qiao Nian silently nodded in agreement with Jiang Yongmei. But when she saw the fierce look in Li Haitang's eyes, she worried that this straightforward mother-in-law might cause trouble. She quickly said, "Mom, I don't like her. She keeps bothering me. It's so annoying." As soon as she said that, Li Haitong's gaze shifted directly to Qiao Nian's face. "Why don't you like me?" Qiao Nian took a piece of meat and sneered. "You're not money, so why should everyone like you?" Li Haitong didn't seem embarrassed at all. She looked at Grandma Qin and asked, "Auntie, don't you like me either?" Grandma Qin quickly replied, "I like you the most. Don't listen to what outsiders say." "Old lady, what are you talking about?" Old Master Qin, who thought Qiao Nian hadn't been wronged, didn't stop her. But hearing Grandma Qin's words, he finally spoke up to stop her. Grandma Qin wanted to say more, but Qiao Nian put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and walked over. She grabbed Li Haitong's ponytail, which was styled exactly like her own, and pulled her aside. "Qiao Nian, what are you doing?" Li Haitong shouted. Li Chunhua also quickly stood up, trying to pull Qiao Nian back. Jiang Yongmei quickly grabbed him. "How dare you hit my daughter-in-law?" Li Chunhua immediately tried to hit back. Jiang Yongmei was not weak, and soon they were fighting each other. Li Chunhua was crying loudly. Hearing her screams, Jiang Yongmei grabbed an empty bowl from the table. "Still crying? I'll shut your mouth." The shiny bowl under the light scared Li Chunhua, and she immediately stopped crying. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian pushed Li Haitong to the ground. She slapped her twice, leaving a clear mark on her face. "Qiao Nian, you dare to hit me?" Li Haitong stared wide-eyed and shouted loudly. Qiao Nian slapped her 2 more times. "I've already hit you, so why ask?" On the other side, the Qin family members didn't say anything. Uncle Qin tried to stop her, but was pulled back by Qin Shua. "Grandpa, look. My mom and Nian won't get hurt." Old Qin picked up a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks without lifting his eyes. Qin Shua leaned back in his chair with a smile. The way Qiao Nian threw her opponent just now was just like the fighting techniques he had taught her. Wu Suya wanted to step in and help but was stopped by Jiang Yongmei. "Older sister-in-law, just sit down. You don't need to get involved in dealing with this woman." Wu Suya was gentle and soft. She didn't fight. She kicked a broom next to her toward Jiang Yongmei as a small help, then stepped back to avoid interfering. Only the old lady was upset. Seeing Li Chunhua and her daughter being beaten, she shouted, as if her own daughter was being attacked. "Stop it! Oh heavens, what kind of life is this? So unlucky. Our family married 2 fierce women." As she finished speaking, Qin Shua spoke up. "Grandma, you might find it funny, but right now my wife and your daughter look a lot like you did when you were young." The old man nodded without hesitation. "That's right. Your grandma was just as fiery when she was young." "Old Madam Qin, this old man and grandson are impossible." Qiao Nian paid no attention to the old lady's words. She went all out on Li Haitong, slaps, fists, kicks, everything. Li Haitong wanted to fight back, but was held down tightly by Qiao Nian. Qin Shua kept a close eye on Li Haitong's actions. He knew Qiao Nian's goal was to force Li Haitong to make a move. But it is unclear whether Li Haitong truly doesn't know martial arts or if she has been pretending all along. No matter how Qiao Nian tries to reason with her, she only hides and cries. Most of the time, she fights like a rural woman, clumsily and without any plan. But she is no match for Qiao Nian at all. Meanwhile, Li Chunhua on the other side is also overwhelmed, being beaten by Jiang Yongmei and unable to fight back. By the end, Qiao Nian is also tired. She pats Li Haitong's face and smiles. "Can you really endure this?" Li Haitong's hair is messy, with a few strands sticking to her tear-streaked face. She says, "Qiao Nian, you're too much." Qiao Nian nods. "I'm a bit stubborn when I have a point. Be careful in the future so I won't have to get mad at you." "Got it," she says, squatting down and pinching Li Haitong's trembling chin. "Next time you dare call me sister, I will tear off your fake face and feed it to the dog." Jiang Yongmei and Li Chunhua have already finished fighting. Li Chunhua, with her hair loose, sits heavily on the ground and starts crying and making a fuss. She complains that the Qin family has been bullying her and her mother and says she has had a hard time. No one from the Qin family pays attention to her. Not even the old lady who tries to step forward, but is stopped by Qin Laotai. Li Haitong steps forward and hugs Li Chunhua tightly. She didn't expect Li Chunhua to cry so loudly, just tears streaming down her face as she speaks.
Mom, I'm sorry.
It's my fault that I can't give you a good life and make you suffer. Seeing Lee Haitang crying, the old lady also starts to cry.
Hanar, I'm sorry. Kionian is now sitting comfortably, continuing to eat without any worries.
When she hears the old lady call her Hana, she looks at Chin Shoa with some confusion. Chin Shoa whispers. Big sister calls her Chin Han. Xiao Nian also feels a bit speechless. Does this old lady really think Li Haidang is her daughter? The old man, hearing the old lady's crying, frowns. Old woman, are you out of your mind? That's not our honor. But unexpectedly, the old lady suddenly gets angry. Old fool, if it weren't for you, would our honor be lost? I finally found a well-behaved girl like Haidang, and I just want her to be my granddaughter-in-law. What's wrong with that? Your Qin family are ungrateful wolves, shameless, unable to accept a young girl. I looked at Hang Tang and thought, if only my family's honor was outside and met a good person, she wouldn't have to suffer. Xiao Nian found the old lady's words strange. It sounded somewhat reasonable, but upon closer thought, it made no sense. She pointed to her head and asked Qin Shua, "Did you take the old lady to the hospital for a checkup?" Qin Shua shook his head. "I need to ask my older brother." Li Haitang heard the old lady's words and cried even more sadly, tears streaming down her face. "It's my fault. I made Xiao Nian upset. Auntie, don't be sad because of Tanger. I'll move out with my mom. I'll come to see you often in the future." Xiao Nian rolled her eyes. Li Haitang, this girl, must have read some military strategy books. She played the retreat to advance tactic very well, but she definitely wouldn't let Li Haitang get her way. So she said, "Wow, you finally have some self-awareness. Then hurry up and move out. Living with someone else's family isn't a long-term solution." Li Haitang cried even harder. Xiao Nian found it strange and asked, "Isn't that what you said yourself? Why are you crying?" Li Haitang suddenly stood up and said, "If I move, I move. If it weren't for Auntie, who would want to stay here and be bullied by you?" After saying that, she headed to the guest room to pack her things. Li Chunhua also stood up, glaring at Xiao Nian with resentment. "You only know how to bully us orphans and widows." Then she followed Li Haitang into the room. Inside, Li Chunhua whispered, "Tang, are we really moving out?" Li Haitang paused her packing and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Auntie won't let us go. Mom, if she doesn't keep us later, remember to cry and tell her how hard it was for your family back then, and give her some food. Also, mention Qin Han." Li Chunhua nodded immediately. "Haitang, I see you're getting smarter. You're nothing like your deadbeat dad. Follow your mother. Not taking advantage is just being a fool." Li Haitang smiled silently and kept packing. At this moment, in the living room, the old lady was crying again and scolding everyone present. She said no one remembered Qin Han, no one cared about her as an old lady, and now even Li Haitang, who was closest to her, was being driven away. Jiang Yongmei wanted to speak, but after thinking for a moment, she realized she wouldn't stay much longer. The old lady was unpredictable. When Li Haitang and her daughter left, they overheard the old lady's words. They couldn't help but smile quietly. Li Haitang said, "Auntie, I'm leaving now. Don't be sad." "Don't worry, I'll come to see you often." Grandma Qin cried even harder. "Girl, don't go. This is your home. Where can you go? If you leave, what will I do?" Xiao Nian thought, this feels like a matter of life and death. Perhaps Qin Shua understood her thoughts. He cleared his throat and said, "Grandma, if you're really worried, why not move out with them? Don't be afraid. I'll have someone come to check on you every day." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Even Xiao Nian thought Qin Shua was very brave to speak so openly to the old lady. But his words worked. The grandma, who was crying and reluctant to part with Li Haitang, stopped crying. People said she wouldn't believe, but if Qin Shua said it, she truly believed her grandson could do this. Li Chunhua saw that the old lady didn't seem to want to keep them. So she followed Li Haitang's words, started crying, and talked about her mother's kindness to the old lady, then mentioned how seeing Haitang reminded her of Qin Han, who she hadn't seen in years. The old lady cried even more, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Nian saw old Master Qin's lips move, but he didn't say anything. Although the old lady said she wanted her daughter and granddaughter to stay, no one else said a word to stop them from leaving. In the end, the mother and daughter had no choice but to gather their things and leave. As they stepped out of the Qin family's gate, Li Haiding looked back at the people inside. She lingered on Xiao Nian and Qin Shua longer than anyone else. She silently said something to them. Others didn't see clearly, but Xiao Nian understood. She said, "We will meet again." Xiao Nian squeezed Qin Shua's hand. Qin Shua held her hand back, showing he understood what Li Haiding meant. Finally, they managed to send Li Haiding and her daughter away. Wu Suya also let out a sigh of relief. But the old lady suddenly burst into tears, then tilted her head and fainted. "Old lady?" Everyone called out in concern. Xiao Nian looked at Qin Shua. "Did we cause trouble?" Qin Shua shook his head. He picked up the old lady and headed outside to take her to the hospital. "Xiao Shua, wait for me," Uncle Qin also said. Xiao Nian quickly followed. She stayed in the back seat with the elderly lady, watched over her. Qin Shua drove, and Uncle Qin sat in the front. The three of them headed to the hospital. Luckily, their home was not far from there. After the doctor examined her, he asked, "Did the elderly lady get upset?" Uncle Qin nodded. "Yes." The doctor said, "At her age, as long as it's not serious, just let her rest." "She's lucky this time. She just fainted. If she had it would be trouble." No one can predict what will happen in the future. Hearing this, Qin Shua thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have a phone at the hospital? I want to make a call." The doctor hesitated but agreed when he saw Qin Shua's Northwest Military District ID. Qin Shua left for a short while and then returned. Soon after, someone came with supplies to draw blood and do tests on the elderly lady. Throughout the process, no doctors or nurses from the hospital intervened. Xiao Nian knew this was probably someone from the special agency. Qin Shua also suspected the elderly lady might have been poisoned. Uncle Qin remained silent, but looked somewhat worried. After the tests, Uncle Qin asked, "Xiao Shua, your grandma?" Qin Shua shook his head. "It's fine, Uncle. I just have a suspicion." Uncle Qin worked at a school and rarely dealt with outside matters. Like Wu Suya, their minds were straightforward and uncomplicated. Not long after, Qin Jihing arrived. Qin Shua took him outside, and they exchanged a few words. Qin Jihing showed no unusual signs. Wu Suya and Jiang Yongmei told them to go home first. They stayed behind to take care of the elderly lady. She was still receiving treatment. If everything went well, she should be able to go home tomorrow. Everyone else had gone back home. Old Master Qin remained silent all the way until they reached home. Just before arriving, he told Qin Shua, "The results are out. Let me know when you find out." He had also heard Uncle Qin mention the blood test for the elderly lady and guessed something serious might have happened. Early the next morning, someone from the Qin family came specifically to see Qin Shua. After a brief chat in a quiet place outside, Qin Shua returned home. He first called Xiao Nian and the two went straight into the space. Qin Shua said, "Grandma has been poisoned." Xiao Nian was not very surprised. "What kind of poison?" "I don't know exactly, but it contains toxins that can only be extracted from plants like mandrake and worry-free vine. What does this poison do?" Xiao Nian didn't understand these things. Qin Shua pursed his lips. "It makes people confused, talk nonsense, lose their sense of reality, sometimes see hallucinations, and eventually become living dead, like a vegetable." Xiao Nian didn't expect such a poison. "Where did these things come from?" "I've never heard of them. Mandrake is found in many places, but worry-free vine only grows on wild hills at the border of Yun province. So, these might have been developed in a research base by the Wok country over there?" Qin Shua nodded. "Most likely, yes." "Should we tell Grandpa?" Xiao Nian asked. Qin Shua nodded. "Both Big Brother and Grandpa need to know, especially Grandpa. We must make sure he notices anyone suddenly appearing around him." Xiao Nian asked again. Maybe spiritual spring water could help. She knew Qin Shua had lived with the old lady for quite a while when he was young, and they had a good relationship. Qin Shua definitely didn't want to see the old lady bedridden and unable to move. Qin Shua shook his head. The research institute is working on an antidote now. We'll talk about it later. For now, we can't reveal the existence of your space. Qiao Nian also understood that the old lady was now under the attention of the special agents, so she didn't say more. She just said, "All right, we'll use it only if there's no other choice later." Qin Shua hugged Qiao Nian. "Nian Nian, you are really good to me. Then you should be nicer to me in the future." After they left the space, Qin Shua went to the old man's study. He checked around and found everything was fine. Then he told the old man about the old lady's condition. The old man was silent for a long time, then slapped the table. The Wok country people are really despicable. They've already infiltrated this deeply. If it were before, I would have taken my gun and wiped them out. Qin Shua sighed. Just wait and see. You're not the same as before. The old man felt helpless. This grandson really knew how to hurt him. He asked, "Do you think Li Haitang is the problem?" "It's uncertain, but someone has been watching her and nothing strange has been found." The old man nodded. "I sent people to investigate. Her identity is clear, no problem there." They didn't say much more. Qin Shua told the old man to be careful of the people around him, and special agents would come to protect them. The old lady went back home the next day. Things were the same as before. When she saw Qiao Nian, she still looked unhappy with her. Qiao Nian didn't bother to argue. She happily lived her life, as usual. Sometimes, she went shopping at the department store with Jiang Yongmei. Then she waited quietly for Director Zhong's message to see when she would go to Yun Province with Qin Shua. But she didn't get the message from Director Zhong yet. Instead, she met Song Wang. "Qiao Nian, you're not a good friend. You came to Jing City, but didn't tell me." Maybe Song Wang had been in Jing City for a while. Her skin looked a bit whiter, and she seemed a little thinner. "I thought I would only stay a few days and then go back," Qiao Nian said, handing Song Wang a glass of water. Song Wang took it and said, "If I hadn't heard about you from others, I wouldn't have known." They talked for a while. Qiao Nian learned that Zhu Hongyu had gone back to the northwest a few days ago, just around the same time she and her friends came to Jing City. Now, Song Wang worked as an officer at the cultural troupe in Jing City. When she mentioned the troupe, Qiao Nian asked, "Do you know Li Haitang?" Song Wang nodded. "Yes, I do. She told people in the troupe about you, so I knew you were here." Li Haitang had left the Qin family 3 days ago. Was she already spreading rumors about her? What did she say about me? Qiao Nian asked curiously. Thinking of Li Haitang's words, Song Wang felt angry. She said you relied on Qin Shua's favor to kick her out of the Qin family. She also said you're a rich girl with no manners. If I didn't know you well, I might have believed her. I was so angry I argued with her. I think she's just pretending, more fake than Xiao Chunlan. And my cousin is friends with Li Haitang. Does she have a problem in her head? Why be friends with someone who acts like that? What's the point? Song Wang said. Xiao Nian quickly took a piece of chocolate wrapped in paper from her bag and handed it to her. Here, this is sweet. Eat it and you won't be angry anymore. Song Wang took the chocolate, tore it open, and ate it. What exactly is going on between you and Li Haitang? She keeps pretending to be pitiful, and all the girls in the troupe think you really bullied her. Qiao Nian also didn't hide anything and explained what Li Haitang did in Beijing. Of course, she didn't mention that Li Haitang might be a spy from Japan. After hearing this, Song Weiying was so angry she stood up immediately. I'm going to the troupe now and tell everyone Li Haitang's true nature. She knows Qin Shua is your man, but still tries to flirt with him. That's really shameless. Qiao Nian pulled her back. Don't be angry. There's no need to get upset about her. I don't usually associate with the people in the art troupe, so let them say what they want. Qiao Nian didn't realize she spoke too soon. In just a couple of days, she would meet the people from the art troupe. Song Weiying played with Qiao Nian for a while and then stayed at Qin's house for a meal. Now, when she saw Qin Shua, she no longer liked him as she used to. She even thought Qin Shua wasn't good enough for Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian is so smart, capable, and understanding. How did she end up married to someone like Qin Shua, who is so dull? Song Weiying also made plans to visit Xiao Nian again in a few days. But when she came to see Xiao Nian again, she only found a message from her. Xiao Nian told her she was going back to Jiangcheng to visit her parents. Song Weiying understood her, but she secretly cursed Qin Shua, thinking he was unreliable. They've been married for so long, and he still hasn't taken his wife back to visit his parents. Just when she wanted to visit Xiao Nian, he had already left with someone.
Achoo.
Qin Shua sneezed on the train. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Xiao Nian asked. Qin Shua shook his head and rubbed his nose. No, just a little itchy. One day and one night later, the train finally arrived in Jiangcheng. It was already the end of June, and Jiangcheng was getting hot. Xiao Nian looked at the familiar buildings outside and felt a bit dazed. She didn't expect to be back so soon. But she didn't expect that as soon as she got off the train, she would see Li Haitang. Li Haitang was standing with a group of girls dressed in the same green military uniforms. She was the most eye-catching among them. When Li Haitang saw Xiao Nian, she seemed a bit surprised too. They were only about 3 meters apart. Xiao Nian didn't pay attention to her, but Li Haitang looked very scared. She clenched her hand around the arm of the girl next to her. What's wrong, Haitang? The girl asked. Li Haitang shook her head and said softly, Nothing. Nothing. But her eyes kept looking at Xiao Nian. When she saw Xiao Nian, her eyes lit up. She thought, such a beautiful girl. Haitang, do you know that girl? She looks so pretty. It would be great if she could join our art troupe. Li Haitang sniffed and whispered, That's Xiao Nian. What? She's the girl who bullied you at your aunt's house? The girl shouted. Shoo, don't let her hear. I'm worried. Li Haitang's face was full of worry, as if afraid Xiao Nian might hear her, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Why be afraid? Haitang, she's the one doing wrong, not you. Don't worry. You're part of our art troupe. Why would a rich girl dare to hurt you? Mingfeng, don't say that. She's already looking over here. Li Haitang tugged at Zhu Mingfeng's sleeve. Zhu Mingfeng wasn't afraid. She said, I'm not afraid of her. My sister-in-law only considers her a friend. I don't like such a mean girl. Xiao Nian had good hearing and had overheard their conversation. She didn't expect that girl to be Song Weiying's cousin. A few days ago, Song Weiying had mentioned her. As she said, she wasn't a bad person, but not very smart. She didn't expect that the first person to stand up for Li Haitang would be her. Zhu Mingfeng also saw Xiao Nian turn her face, sniffed, and thought, that rich girl is really pretty, but she's a bad person. She was always fearless and pulled Li Haitang toward Xiao Nian. The other girls from the art troupe looked at each other. Should we go? One said, Let's go, but don't say anything. We're different from Zhu Mingfeng. Her family is well off, so she's not afraid of offending anyone. We'll just watch from the side. It's also a way to support Haitang. Okay, then we'll just watch and stay quiet. The girls followed behind. Xiao Nian didn't plan to pay attention to them, but from the looks of it, they probably wouldn't leave. So she just stood there, holding Qin Shua's hand, not moving. Zhu Mingfeng approached and saw their hands held together. She snorted. You are Xiao Nian, Miss Capitalist. Xiao Nian also imitated her, snorting. What does it have to do with you? Zhu Mingfeng thought that this Miss Capitalist looked so cute, but she was determined to help her good friend. So she said, You can't bully Haitang just because you're pretty. She gave this man to you, so how can you still bully her? Li Haitang was speechless and thought Zhu Mingfeng might be a fool. Before arguing, she already praised someone. Xiao Nian felt happy after hearing the first part. An enemy admitting she was beautiful meant she was truly pretty. But she was unhappy with the second part. Her face darkened. Who told you she gave him to me? Zhu Mingfeng asked back. Isn't that right? We all know Grandma Qin likes Haitang and wanted her to be her granddaughter-in-law. But unexpectedly, you barged in and married Qin Shua first. Haha, Xiao Nian laughed. Are you crazy? Whoever likes her can marry her. If Qin Shua really liked her and wanted to marry her, I would divorce immediately. Qin Shua, who had been standing nearby without speaking, quickly waved his hands. No, wife, don't say that. I don't like her. I just want to marry you. Qiao Nian raised her head and asked Zhu Mingfang, "Did you hear that? What my husband said? Are you all trying to force someone who doesn't like you to marry you?" Zhu Mingfang couldn't keep up with Qiao Nian's pace. She shook her head. "No, but..." Zhu Mingfang thought for a long time but couldn't find the words. Li Haitang felt her face was completely lost. But what? As long as she likes, I should give my husband to her and help her? Should the whole world revolve around her? Qiao Nian stepped forward and asked back. Zhu Mingfang held Li Haitang's hand and took a step back. Li Haitang let out a soft cry. "Mingfang, you hurt me." This seemed to remind Zhu Mingfang. Li Haitang had been hit by Qiao Nian and was still in pain. She quickly said, "But you shouldn't hit people casually. Haitang is living in the Qin family because Grandma Qin likes her. How can you hit her and drive her out of the Qin family?" Qiao Nian heard this and smiled. "Is that what she told you?" Turning to Li Haitang, I asked, "Li Haitang? Was it me who asked you to leave?" Li Haitang pursed her lips but didn't speak. Zhu Mingfang pulled Li Haitang behind her and said, "I'm asking you, why did you scare her?" Qiao Nian looked at Li Haitang, who was hiding behind Zhu Mingfang. She said clearly, "Li Haitang says I bullied her? First, you should ask why she kept bothering my husband and even caused trouble in front of the old lady. The situation that day was clear to everyone from the Qin family. If she thought I was wrong, why didn't she call the police? Let them ask me. Also, she's a young girl who refuses to leave someone's house. The old lady is kind and caring, but as younger family members, we can't just watch our home get disturbed by outsiders." Qiao Nian showed no guilt and didn't hide her eyes. Even Zhu Mingfang started to doubt if what Qiao Nian said was true. She looked at Li Haitang, who looked very upset. Qiao Nian continued, "Comrade Zhu Mingfang, the Zhu family and the Qin family are close friends. If you don't believe me, you can go to Jing City and ask the Qin family what really happened." She paused for a second and then added, "If you really want to stand up for Li Haitang, why not bring her home? Let her stay with you. I heard you have an unmarried brother. Why not introduce her to your brother so she can be your sister-in-law? But I warn you, don't let others use her." After saying this, Qiao Nian didn't care about the group of people from the art troupe who were standing there stunned. She grabbed Qin Shoa and left. She left Zhu Mingfang deep in thought. "Mingfang, do you really believe what she said? You know how much she dislikes me." Li Haitang seemed a little nervous and hurriedly explained to Zhu Mingfang. Zhu Mingfang came back to herself and thought that although Qiao Nian's words made sense, she and Li Haitang had known each other longer and got along well. She couldn't ruin their friendship just because of a few words from Qiao Nian. "Haitang, I won't doubt you just because of others. You are my best friend, and I believe in you." Li Haitang smiled. "Mingfang, I knew you were different from others, and no one knew who the others really were." But the other members of the art troupe nearby looked at each other, wondering if the others she was talking about were them. Li Haitang changed the subject. "It seems to be in Yun province," she said, forgetting about the previous matter. Li Haitang's eyes flickered. "Really? I heard Yun province is very beautiful. I haven't been there yet." Zhu Mingfang nodded. "Me neither. When we have some free time, let's go explore." "So you suspect that the Japanese laboratory is near the Yun province border?" Qiao Nian asked Qin Shoa. "Yes, the Wild Hill is located at the border between Yun province and the neighboring country. Our country owns about a third of it." Through Qin Shoa's explanation, Qiao Nian understood the situation. The Wild Hill has a complex terrain, harsh climate, and various plants. There are many snakes, insects, and rodents, and it is filled with poisonous mists. Humans find it hard to survive there. But for the Japanese, who often do things differently, such a deadly place is actually the best cover. Because of this, they might hide their experimental base inside. The poisonous plants and animals in the mountains could be used as raw materials. Thinking about the poison on the old lady, especially the Wio vine, which only grows on the Wild Hill, Qiao Nian also believed with high certainty that the Japanese experimental base was inside. "After we pay respects to Grandpa and our parents, let's go quickly," Qiao Nian said. Qin Shoa was still a bit worried. "Why don't you wait for me in Hong City? I'll take them up the mountain. Hong City is a border city in Yun Province, right at the foot of the wild hill. Qiao Nian shook her head. I can manage. Qin Shuo knew that once Qiao Nian set her mind on something, she wouldn't change it. He didn't try to stop her, only hoping to protect her well when the time came. They stayed in Jiangcheng for 3 days. After paying respects to the Qiao family and making sure no one was following them, they took a train to Yun Province. They changed trains in Chuncheon and went straight to Hong City. After getting off, Qin Shuo led her through winding streets to a small house. Inside, there were 8 people. Chilian, is this bringing your wife on a trip? Asked a man with a crew cut and a scar on his face, about 30 years old. Qin Shuo smiled and punched him lightly. The man dodged and fought back. They exchanged blows for a while. Sister-in-law, that's the leader of the Lone Wolf team, Lone Wolf, a young man whispered beside her. Xiao Nian had seen him before. Last time, when they traveled from Lansher to Yunjing City, he and a few others had been hiding in the crowd. Thank you. What's your name? The captain calls me Little Black, Zhou Nian thought. Although this guy is quite dark, isn't Little Black a bit inappropriate? Little Black then pulled over 2 people from nearby. This is Jiao Jiao. Zhou Nian saw a small girl with a bob haircut, looking about her age. She smiled and said, Hello, Jiao Jiao. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhou Nian, blushing as she called out, Sister-in-law. Zhou Nian felt her heart melt. This girl was so cute, just like a neighbor's little sister. Little Black continued, This is Yen Jing. He's responsible for providing us with technical support. Zhou Nian saw a simple-looking young man wearing thick glasses. Sister-in-law you. Hello. He seemed a bit shy when speaking. Hello, Yen Jing. Little Black then introduced the 3 people across, 2 men and 1 woman. Those 3 are members of the Lone Wolf team. They're not very important, so you don't need to worry about them, sister-in-law. Zhou Nian smiled. Little Black was quite interesting. The 3 on the other side heard the introduction, but didn't say much. They just nodded politely at Zhou Nian, and she nodded back. After Qin Shuo and Lone Wolf finally stopped fighting, the female member of the Lone Wolf team looked at Zhou Nian. Want to have a match? Zhou Nian raised an eyebrow. Why should we? I heard you're a special team member. I want to see what skills you have that made Lao Zhong choose you. Zhou Nian knew these people had undergone various training, even shed a lot of blood, to join the Special Operations Unit. And she had suddenly joined, so some people were probably unhappy. No one said she was only accepted because of Qin Shuo. They were giving her some face. Zhou Nian didn't hesitate anymore and nodded. Okay. The woman from the other side was dressed in a tight leather suit, tall and well-shaped, with the right parts emphasized. She looked like a strong, confident woman. Zhou Nian almost drooled. Who wouldn't love a woman like that? My name is White Fox, the woman said. Zhou Nian realized it was a code name. She needed one too, so she said, I'm Spirit Cat. Qin Shuo, standing nearby, was stunned. How did he not know Nian Nian had such a code name? Nice, it suits you well. The White Fox smiled, and with that smile, Qiao Nian felt the whole courtyard brighten. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the White Fox suddenly throw a punch at her without any warning. She quickly reacted, turning her head to dodge. But she couldn't avoid everything, and the White Fox's foot kicked her in the lower body. Qiao Nian leapt into the air, lightly tapping the White Fox's shoulder, and then stood behind her. Before the White Fox could turn around, Qiao Nian used a basic fighting move to grab her shoulders. The White Fox quickly bent down and punched toward Qiao Nian's stomach. Qiao Nian didn't dodge or block. She caught the punch with her left hand. She then grabbed the fist and lifted the White Fox into the air. Yes, she threw the White Fox into the sky, feet up, face down, facing each other. The White Fox blinked, saying, Not bad, you're pretty strong. Qiao Nian also smiled. You're too light. The cute girl watched with stars in her eyes. Are the lilies in our hometown blooming again? At that moment, the White Fox flipped and prepared to jump down. But because Qiao Nian was holding her hand, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She also pulled Qiao Nian down with her. Qiao Nian watched helplessly as she fell onto the White Fox. They almost had a close moment, But luckily Qin Shuo reacted quickly, grabbing the back of Xiao Nian's clothes. Xiao Nian still opened her eyes wide and said in a proud tone, "Wow, you're so soft." The white fox blushed for the first time and scolded, "Women, what are you saying?" Xiao Nian patted her forehead, awkwardly smiling. Haha. The cute girl looked like she had bumped into something and was about to jump up. Only Qin Shua's face darkened. He pulled Xiao Nian up and stood beside her, not letting go. He said coldly to the white fox, "Stay away from my wife." The white fox stood up, brushing dirt off her clothes, and said, "You're so petty." Everyone knew about the white fox's skills, so no one doubted Xiao Nian's ability anymore. The lone wolf then said to Qin Shua, "Let's discuss what to do about this." Qin Shua also became serious, pulling Xiao Nian inside. He realized that both female team members were interested in his wife. He definitely couldn't let anyone take her away. After discussing, they decided that each small team would act separately. The lone wolf team will go up the small path on the left tomorrow to explore the mountain and find the exact location of the Japanese laboratory. The Chilean team will go up the small path on the right, and both teams will meet at Shishin Peak on the mountain. After discussing, everyone prepared to rest. White Fox asked Xiao Nian if she wanted to share a room with her and Jiao Jiao, but Qin Shua immediately refused. Xiao Nian pressed her forehead and went back to the room with Qin Shua. That night, the two of them didn't cause trouble like before. They fell asleep quickly, preparing for the climb tomorrow. When the first sunlight shone on Xiao Nian, the Chilean team had just entered the mountain. The lone wolf team started at the same time and was probably also just entering the mountain. "Nian Nian," Qin Shua called. "What's wrong?" Xiao Nian asked. "Everyone, take the antidote tablets." Qin Shua tore open a waterproof bag and threw out a few small white packets, each containing 3 white pills. Xiao Nian took the pills and gave one to each of the others, Xiao Heizi, Jiao Jiao, and Yanjing. "Captain, where did these come from?" "They taste sweet, like candy," Xiao Heizi asked. Xiao Nian almost spat out the pill she was about to swallow. She didn't expect Xiao Heizi's sense of smell to be so sharp. Although it wasn't candy, it was similar like milk tablets. This was a plan they discussed last night. There are many poisonous plants and animals on the mountain. To prevent anyone from getting poisoned and slowing down, Xiao Nian put some spring water into Qin Shua's water bottle. If someone got poisoned, they could drink a little. But to avoid suspicion, they came up with this method. Fortunately, everyone in the Chilean team trusted Qin Shua completely, so no one doubted whether the pills were real or fake. After each person took a pill, they continued their journey. This was just the outer edge of the mountain, and Xiao Nian saw only ordinary plants and animals. They walked all day in the mountains, and, besides feeling a bit hot, nothing unusual happened. As it was getting dark, Qin Shua told everyone to stop and set up camp. Yanjing was in charge of guarding the camp. Xiao Heizi and Jiao Jiao went to gather firewood. Xiao Nian and Qin Shua went around to check the surroundings. They didn't find anything strange or anyone suspicious, so Xiao Nian took out some food from her space and shared it with Qin Shua. They each drank a little spring water. "Later, I will go back and give them these bread and dried meat," Xiao Nian said, taking out a paper-wrapped loaf. "Okay," the two replied and started walking back. Suddenly, a crunching sound of footsteps on twigs came through. In this evening filled with only insect sounds, it was very clear. The two remained silent and looked in the direction of the sound. But the surrounding trees were dense, with the largest tree about a meter thick. If someone wanted to hide, it would be very hard to find them. They exchanged a quick glance, pretending they didn't notice anything, and continued walking forward. The sound came again behind them. They didn't turn around but stayed alert, ready to act if danger appeared. Finally, there was a rustling sound, and it seemed the creature was no longer hiding. They quickly turned their heads, and Xiao Nian's eyes widened in surprise. "What is that?" "A brown bear," Qin Shua said, swallowing hard. Xiao Nian saw a dark, half-human height figure sitting where they had been eating. It was picking up a leaf and licking it. When the bear saw them looking, it shrank back a little, then hugged the leaf to its chest as if afraid they would take it away. It looks like a cub, Xiao Nian said. A full-grown bear would be at least as tall as them, but this bear, sitting down, was only at knee level, and standing up it probably wouldn't reach a meter. Brown bears usually live deep in the wild hills. How did it come here? And it's just a cub, she added. Seeing the bear keep watching them, Xiao Nian said, maybe it got lost. Let's go back. What if its parents come later? Should we fight or hide? Qin Shua smiled and said, let's go back. They didn't bother the little bear and headed toward their camp. But after walking less than 10 meters, they noticed the cub was following them, keeping about 5 meters away. Xiao Nian. She asked Qin Shua, do you think it likes you? Qin Shua was speechless and replied, you look pretty. Maybe it likes you. The two quickened their pace and started running, but the little bear followed. Afraid it might cause trouble at the camp, they circled around nearby. No matter where they hid, the little bear could find them. Xiao Nian was speechless. This guy wasn't attacking them, but kept following them. Could he be waiting for his parents to come and share food? After running around again, Xiao Nian decided to give up. She sat down with Qin Shua, not moving. If a big bear really came, they could just hide in the space. They stopped, and the little bear squatted nearby, watching them. Then it lowered its head and licked the leaf in its paw. Does that leaf make it addicted? That's why it keeps licking, Xiao Nian asked. Qin Shua thought for a moment and asked, when we drank water just now, did we accidentally spill 2 drops there? Xiao Nian suddenly understood. Could it be that the little bear smelled the taste of the spiritual spring water and came out, then kept following them? Thinking for a moment, she stood up and tentatively waved at the little bear. Come here. The little bear tilted its head and looked at her, its eyes showing innocent foolishness. Seeing that it didn't understand, Xiao Nian took a piece of bread from the space and held it out. The little bear took a few steps forward, and when it got closer, it sniffed the bread and found it wasn't what it wanted. It sat down nearby and stared at Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian thought Qin Shua was probably right, that it was the water's problem. She scooped out half a bowl of spiritual spring water from the space. The little bear sniffed the smell and eagerly crawled over, staring at the bowl. Xiao Nian moved the bowl to a different spot. Its eyes followed wherever she moved it. It didn't try to the bowl or attack her. Xiao Nian placed the water on the ground, and the little bear immediately started drinking. It finished half a bowl of water quickly. Xiao Nian took back the bowl and said, let's go back quickly. We're leaving. She wasn't sure if the little bear understood, so she didn't wait for a response. She pulled Qin Shua and left. But unexpectedly, the little bear didn't go home. Instead, it kept following them. The two felt a bit helpless. It seemed this little creature was determined to stick with them. Xiao Nian squatted on the ground, and the little bear sat beside her, showing submission by rolling over twice. Are your parents looking for you? If you leave with us, what if they can't find you? Xiao Nian asked. The little bear clearly didn't understand, and happily nodded at her. They couldn't communicate with it, so they could only take it back to the camp first. When they arrived at the camp, Jiao Jiao was the first to see them. Seeing the bear a meter behind Xiao Nian, she didn't hesitate and rushed over. Without waiting for the little bear to react, he quickly threw it onto his shoulder and pressed his foot firmly on its back. Worried, he asked Xiao Nian, sister-in-law, is this bear following you? Xiao Nian's mouth twitched. She didn't expect such a gentle and soft girl like Jiao Jiao to be so fierce. She took Jiao Jiao's hand and stepped aside before saying, no, I just fed it a little earlier. It started following me, but it didn't hurt me. While speaking, Xiao Nian pointed to the small bear with tears in its eyes. Look, it's crying. Then she patted the small bear's head. The bear closed its eyes and rubbed against her hand. Jiao Jiao finally realized she was wrong. She quickly said, sister-in-law, you're amazing. You even tamed the bear. Xiao Nian smiled, but she couldn't tell them that it was because of the spiritual spring water that the small bear listened to her. The few people in the team saw that the small bear was harmless and a bit silly, so they didn't pay much attention. Qin Shua handed out some bread and dried meat that Xiao Nian had previously taken out to the 3 of them. Jiao Jiao took a piece of dried meat and offered it to the small bear. The bear sniffed it and then backed away, indicating it didn't want to eat. This little bear is quite picky, Jiao Jiao said. Xiao Nian guessed that the small bear had drunk the spiritual spring water, which made its mouth more stubborn. She took out a small radish soaked in spiritual spring water from her bag and handed it to the bear. The small bear immediately caught it with both paws and chewed happily. While chewing, it even gave Xiao Nian a friendly smile. Yes, a smile. Everyone was shocked to see the bear smile. Jiao Jiao swallowed hard. Sister-in-law, it seems this bear prefers vegetarian food. Perhaps because of the small bear, no other animals came to bother them that night. Besides Xiao Nian and Jiao Jiao, the other three took turns keeping watch. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the leaves. Xiao Nian opened her eyes. When she saw the small bear beside her, she was momentarily stunned. After tidying up, the team continued their journey, now with a new member, the small bear. Today, we will enter the middle of the wild mountain. Be very careful, as we might encounter poisonous insects or snakes, Qin Shua warned. They packed up and continued climbing the mountain. The small bear stayed close to Xiao Nian, alertly watching the surroundings. What is this? As the team scout, Little Blackie led the way and was the first to notice something unusual in the mountains. A pink ribbon hair tie, Jiao Jiao answered. Xiao Nian looked at it, her nerves instantly tightening. This is the hair tie I gave to Song Weiying. She had taken several of these hair ties from her space to give to Song Weiying. But because of the special situation now, Song Weiying hadn't used it and kept it at home. Song Weiying probably won't come here, Qin Shua said. After a pause, he added, unless someone forces her to come. Thinking about this possibility, Xiao Nian felt anxious. Given Song Weiying's status, she might have been tricked here to threaten her grandfather, General Zhu. Let's speed up, Qin Shua said, noticing Xiao Nian's concern. The group didn't hesitate and quickened their pace. Along the way, they encountered a few poisonous snakes, but these were easy for them to handle. However, the calmer things seemed, the more uneasy they felt inside. It wasn't until late at night that Qin Shua ordered everyone to stop. Just ahead is the deepest part of the wild hillside. It's not safe to go further at night because of too many dangerous creatures. We'll rest here for a while. After stopping, Little Bear obediently sat beside Xiao Nian. She poured a small bowl of spiritual spring water for it. Maybe because it drank the spring water, Little Bear seemed a bit smarter and could understand simple words. This place was at the junction between the deep and middle sections. If they went further inside, the trees would block out the sky completely. Xiao Nian heard Little Blackie say that inside there might be a large python 1/2 meter thick, bears taller than a person, wolves, and other wild animals. Hearing this made Xiao Nian's heart race, not out of fear, but from a kind of excitement, as if she was touching a different world. She realized that in places she didn't know, the world had such a side. Qin Shua quietly told her that if they faced danger they couldn't handle, even if it meant exposing their space, they should prioritize survival and get inside first. Xiao Nian nodded. She valued her life more than anything. In the middle of the night, she was suddenly shaken awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw Little Bear's face very close to hers, almost as if it wanted to eat her. Only then did she notice that something was wrong with her surroundings. The surroundings are filled with thick, white fog. This fog doesn't come from the sky, but rises from the ground. Zhou Nian even smells a rotten scent within it. She quickly sits up and looks to the side, only able to faintly see the figures of Qin Shua and others. Little Bear, go wake them up, Zhou Nian points to where Xiao He and the others are lying. Zhou Nian then moves to Qin Shua's side. Shua, wake up quickly, she whispers softly, but Qin Shua's brows are tightly furrowed and he keeps muttering something, yet he doesn't open his eyes. She immediately suspects the fog is toxic and takes out spiritual spring water to feed him. Nian Nian, don't leave me, he suddenly calls out after she finishes giving him water. Then Qin Shua opens his eyes, looking cautious. As soon as he sees Zhou Nian, he returns to his usual state. Nian Nian, what's wrong? Zhou Nian doesn't ask about his dream, only points around. Qin Shua sees this and quickly stands up, grabbing her hand as they start feeling their way toward Xiao He and the others. Since Zhou Nian woke up, less than 2 minutes have passed, but they can't find the positions of several people. They can only rely on their memory to head in that direction. After walking a few steps, Zhou Nian feels her hand touch something fuzzy. She shivers in fright, about to strike, when she hears Xiao Bear's snorting sound. She instantly relaxes. Little bear, where are they? Xiao Bear makes a snorting noise, leading Zhou Nian forward. But as they walk, Zhou Nian feels something is wrong. Xiao He and the others are less than 2 meters away from her and Qin Shua. So how could they be so far? Zhou Nian realizes there's a big problem. Without hesitation, she takes a sip of spiritual spring water. Her mind clears significantly, and she notices that Xiao Bear isn't really there. Neither Qin Shua nor anyone else can see him. It seems the fog is causing hallucinations. Nian Nian. Qin Shua's voice comes from behind. Zhou Nian immediately shouts, "Go away, I see through your tricks." Nian Nian, Qin Shua continues calling. Zhou Nian turns around and punches directly. The sensation from her hand surprises her. It's warm. Nian Nian, Qin Shua asks, covering his bleeding nose. Zhou Nian blinks, then pinches her own face. It hurts. It's real. Nian Nian, does it hurt? Why are you pinching yourself? Qin Shua quickly held her hand. Xiao Nian then told Qin Shua what had just happened. After hearing her, Qin Shua held her tightly. It seems that she was awake earlier, but didn't drink the spiritual spring water. She couldn't resist the poison in the fog, which caused her hallucinations. Just now, Qin Shua was clearly walking behind her and holding her hand, but Xiao Nian pushed him away, and he disappeared in an instant. Now, both of them had drunk the spiritual spring water and were awake. They held hands and headed toward Xiao He and the others. This time, they didn't encounter any obstacles and soon found the three sleeping on the ground. Xiao Xiong was still happily shaking them. Seeing Xiao Nian approach, it made a woo-woo sound as if saying something. Xiao Nian couldn't understand it, but guessed that the creature was trying to say they couldn't wake the others. Earlier, she was able to wake up because the fog was just beginning, and Xiao Xiong had awakened her. Qin Shua took out a water bottle and fed a little water to Xiao He and Yan Jing. Xiao Nian also fed Jiao Jiao. But after at least 10 minutes, none of them woke up. Xiao Nian suddenly remembered. Shua, do you remember that when we drank this we fainted? Could it be that the water mixed with fog is making them even more dizzy? Qin Shua patted her hand. It should be fine. Let's wait a bit longer. I only slept for less than 2 hours last time. The two of them and Xiao Xiong sat beside Xiao He and the others, worried that the fog might get thicker and make it harder to find them. What's this fog? Xiao Nian asked, pinching a strand of fog with her fingers. She found that the fog felt sticky. There are probably many decayed plant roots underground, including worry-free vines and mandrake, which are toxic plants. Qin Shua used a dagger to push aside the decayed leaves by his feet. Dark red liquids seeped from the black soil. When the temperature drops at night, the toxins from these rotting roots condense with water vapor to form fog. Look at the color. Does it look like diluted blood? As he finished speaking, they heard Yan Jing's voice. Yan Jing was holding a device that flashed with red light. He said, "It's alkaloids. The poison gas inside can not only cause coma but also hallucinations." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao He and Jiao Jiao sat up. Xiao He rubbed his eyes and said, "That was a really good sleep. I dreamed my mom made me braised pork. It smelled so good. Let's go back to my house to eat. I will cook for you." Xiao He immediately jumped up. "Captain, you are so kind to us." The others couldn't sleep anymore and waited for the fog to clear before setting out. They didn't doubt. They all thought the detox pills Qin Shua brought worked well. But they were still curious because they had taken similar medicine before, and it didn't work this well. The previous medicine made them feel very sleepy, and it took days to recover. No one asked questions, since the captain had his own way of getting these things, which was good for them. At 5 in the morning, the fog slowly disappeared. When the sun came in, everything from last night seemed like it never happened.
Xiao Nian also saw such a scene for the first time.
She was really scared last night, but luckily, Xiao Xiong woke her up. Xiao Nian secretly threw the big white fish, soaked in spiritual spring water all night, to Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong quickly ate the cabbage and then sat obediently beside Xiao Nian. The deeper they went, the more uncomfortable Xiao Nian felt, mainly because the trees were very tall and the plants very dense. Snakes, insects, mice, and ants were everywhere. Fortunately, they brought some medicine to prevent snake and insect bites, which helped a lot. As dusk deepened, they spent 8 hours climbing through the wild hillside. Everyone had cuts and scratches from thorns or other plants. Today's journey was shorter than the combined days before, but the path was really hard. Xiao Heizi led at the front, munching on a hard compressed biscuit, and suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, there's fire!" Others looked over and saw a few crooked thatched huts in a mountain hollow nearby. The fire was coming from in front of the huts. Xiao Nian and Qin Shua exchanged glances, both suspicious that the thatched huts in this deep mountain might be dangerous. But it was also their hope to find the Japanese laboratory. "Let's go to the huts," Qin Shua said. Without hesitation, the group headed there, and smoke was rising from the huts. As for Xiao Xiong, Xiao Nian told it to hide in the nearby woods. The others in the team, having spent days with Xiao Xiong, knew it was smart, so no one said anything. They had just reached the front of the huts when I saw an old man coming out of the house, holding a hunting rifle. When he saw us, he aimed the gun directly at a few of us.
"Who are you?
What are you doing here?" His words were in the local dialect of Yun province, which everyone could understand. Xiao Heizi's eyes lit up. "Hey, fellow villager. Finally, I see someone alive." The old man heard Xiao Heizi and seemed to relax a little. He asked, "Are you from Huagua?" Xiao Heizi nodded. "Yes, we are, fellow villager." The old man finally lowered his gun. "Where are you from? How did you come into these mountains?" Xiao Nian saw that he was wearing a patched-up jacket and had a sickle hanging at his waist, just like other elders she had seen in Yun province. "Sir, we are a biological research team from Beijing. We came here to collect some rare plant samples, but we got lost." Qin Shua stepped forward, his hand resting on his gun holster. Hearing this, the old man's cautious expression softened, and he warmly waved his hand. "So, you're scholars. There's not much to study in these mountains, just some useless things. Come in, rest for a while." Inside the thatched hut was dimly lit. A pile of dry grass was in the corner, and a rough ceramic bowl and a teapot sat on the table. The old man quickly set up a few low stools, and a strong aroma wafted from the stew pot. When they looked at the pot, he tapped his dry tobacco pipe on the ground. "It's mountain chicken stew. It's common here. We'll try some later. I'll wash the dishes first. No one comes here often, so these bowls haven't been used in a long time," he said as he washed a stack of bowls in a nearby basin. "Sir, do you live alone?" Xiao Nian asked curiously, pretending to examine the house while subtly watching the old man's movements. My wife passed away early. I don't have children or grandchildren. I don't want to find anyone. Living alone is pretty good," the old man replied calmly. "Sorry to bother you, sir," Xiao Nian said apologetically, but she kept a close eye on every expression he made. The old man waved his hand. "No problem." Then he started scooping soup into a bowl. "The fog here is heavy. I like to make some soup to get rid of dampness." He handed the first bowl to Xiao Nian, who was closest. She didn't hesitate and took it, pretending to drink. In reality, she poured the contents into her space's trash bin. "This soup is really fresh." When the old man was about to serve the next bowl, Xiao Nian quickly stepped in. "Sir, you rest, I'll serve them." While the old man wasn't paying attention, she poured the spring water into the bowl. Although this spring water isn't very powerful, it can cure many poisons. The others were a bit confused, but saw Qin Shua give them a look. Without hesitation, they drank it quickly. Qin Shua also drank a bowl. After a while, Xiao Nian said, "Why do I feel so sleepy?" "I really want to sleep," the others nodded. "Yes, so sleepy. As soon as they finished speaking, they all leaned back and fainted. But only 3 of them were truly dizzy from drinking too much spring water. Qiao Nian and Qin Shua were pretending to be faint. They heard the old man's voice mumbling something. They couldn't understand, but it was definitely in Japanese. Qiao Nian gently nudged Qin Shua's finger, and he held her hand back. They had a silent agreement to act when the old man came closer. Sure enough, the old man first approached Qin Shua. He picked up a rope, ready to tie him up. The old man, bent over, quietly approached Qin Shua. His straw sandals made no sound on the muddy ground. Qiao Nian half closed her eyes, pretending to be faint, but she saw a cherry blossom tattoo on the old man's arm when his sleeve slipped. It seemed these people were connected to the group from in city who stole children. Just as the old man was about to put the rope around Qin Shua's neck, the man pretending to be faint suddenly opened his eyes and elbowed the old man hard in the stomach. Ugh! The old man groaned in pain, and the rope flew out of his hands. Qin Shua quickly rolled over and jumped up, pressing his knee to the back of the old man's neck, with a dagger already at his Adam's apple. Qiao Nian also sprang up, holding a pair of bamboo chopsticks she had somehow gotten, and precisely stabbed the old man's wrist to hit the nerve. "Where's the laboratory?" Qiao Nian asked coldly. She pressed harder, making the old man sweat in pain. "What laboratory?" "I don't know. Stop wasting time." Qiao Nian tugged at the old man's sleeve with the chopsticks, poking at the cherry blossom tattoo on his arm.
"What?"
"Think we don't know what the cherry blossom symbolizes?" The old man's pupils shrank suddenly, but he still refused to admit. "I don't know what you're talking about. You're quite stubborn." "First, let's tie him up," Qiao Nian said. Qin Shua didn't hesitate. He picked up the nearby rope, tied the old man up, and threw him on the ground. Qiao Nian took the opportunity to look around the room, rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Finally, she found some familiar-looking powder in a jar under the bed. It looked exactly like the powder Fang Yuming had wanted to use on Qin Shua before. "Let's let him try this medicine and see what happens." "What do you think?" Qiao Nian asked Qin Shua with a smile. Qin Shua nodded. "Okay." Qiao Nian didn't hesitate. She took a pair of gloves from her bag. She took out several packets of powder and approached the old man. Qin Shua held his head, forcing the old man to open his mouth. "Stop, stop. I'm also from Huagua. Don't do this to me." The old man panicked. He knew well what these substances could do, make someone wish for death, but be unable to die. Hearing him say he was from Huagua made Qiao Nian angrier. If he really was from Huagua, how could he be so cruel to his own people? Seeing their disbelief, the old man continued. "Really, my mother is from Huagua and my father is from Wugua, but I grew up in Huagua." Qiao Nian chuckled. "And? Do you think because you're from Huagua, you don't have to answer my questions?" As she spoke, she prepared to pour the medicine into his mouth. The old man quickly struggled and shook his head. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." The laboratory, codenamed Sakura Tomb, is in the cave beneath the 3 crooked trees on Shixin Peak. Is Song weighing inside? Qiao Nian's voice suddenly sharpened as she remembered the butterfly hairpin from a few days ago. The old man looked at the powder in Qiao Nian's hand and nodded randomly. "I don't know if you're looking for the right person, but a girl in green military uniform was taken to the central laboratory a few days ago." Qin Shua's eyes sharpened. He sliced open the old man's sleeve with a dagger, revealing a cherry blossom symbol. "What does the symbol mean?" he asked. The old man stared at the powder in Qiao Nian's hand and hurriedly nodded. "That's the mark of the Sakura Tomb organization. Is everyone in this organization from Wugua?" Qiao Nian asked. "No, there are Huagua people too. After the war ended, some Wugua and Huagua bloodlines remained here," the old man replied. Qiao Nian looked at Qin Shua silently and thought, it seems that even when Wugua started the war, they had such plans. Confusing the bloodlines of 2 countries and using this situation to expand their influence in China. However, they did not dwell on this issue and asked the old man, "How many people are still in the laboratory?" Poison had already been placed near the old man's mouth. The old man's body trembled violently. "I don't know, I really don't know. I'm just on the outer edge. You're quite stubborn. I want to see if you can resist this poison powder." Qiao Nian forcibly forced the powder into the old man's mouth. He screamed and shook his head, refusing. I told you. There are over 300 Chinese people in the lab being used as test subjects. There are mechanisms at the entrance. The old man completely broke down and spilled everything. Most of these outer members had Chinese blood. They set up watch points at intervals, forming a circle around the deep mountain slopes. If they encountered Chinese people, they would pretend to be from Yun province to confuse them, drug the person into unconsciousness, and then send them into the laboratory. But they only knew the entrance to the lab. They had no idea what was inside, nor had they ever been inside. Even the over 300 test subjects were told about by the people who came to pick them up from inside. After speaking, the old man struggled and shouted, I've said it all. Please, save me. Qiao Nian was not soft-hearted. She had no guilt about dealing with traitors who betrayed their own people. She and Qin Shuo kept watching the old man's condition. They noticed he seemed to be itching all over and kept scratching himself, peeling off a layer of skin. It was obviously very painful, but he wore a smile on his face, with tears in his eyes. His expression was terrifying. Just give me a quick end, the old man managed to say. Qiao Nian ignored him. This old man had betrayed many people before. He had never experienced the pain of being cut by a blade on himself. At that moment, the door was pushed open. The old man looked outside happily, thinking a companion had arrived, and felt very excited. As long as his companion came, even if he was poisoned, he wouldn't let these people go. He wanted these young people to feel the same pain he had. But the moment the person stepped inside, the old man's eyes widened. It was actually a bear. Although it was a cub, that didn't matter. A cub and an adult bear are never separated. These people harmed the young man, and soon they will face serious consequences. The old man let out a hearty laugh. He won't die immediately from the poison, but he will see these people die first. However, what happened next shocked him so much that he forgot his own discomfort. Little Bear, Qiao Nian called, and Little Bear happily ran over. He turned over, showing his belly, and Qiao Nian scratched him, acting as obedient as a dog. You can't. Possibly, the old man widened his eyes, but felt hopeless. Qiao Nian paid no attention to him, focusing on comforting Little Bear. The little guy thought Qiao Nian had abandoned him and looked very upset. Qiao Nian pointed at the old man, saying, I'll teach this bad person a lesson. Little Bear looked at the old man lying on the ground and slapped him. The old man grimaced in pain, feeling like several bones were broken. Now, not only was his skin itchy and uncomfortable, but his bones also hurt terribly. Qiao Nian pressed his forehead and grabbed Little Bear's ear. Don't hit people randomly in the future, understand? Little Bear thought he had done something wrong and looked at Qiao Nian carefully. Qiao Nian was worried that Little Bear might hurt someone again after returning to his parents, so he was teaching him. Maybe because the little thing drank the spiritual spring water, it seemed to become more aware, but he wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Throw the person out, Qiao Nian said, looking at the bloodied old man, feeling it was too gruesome to watch, and spoke to Qin Shuo. Qin Shuo reached out to check the old man's breath. There was some air, but not much. All right, I'll throw him out now. The poisonous insects and miasma outside will also kill him, he said. He wasn't sure if Little Bear heard them, but before Qin Shuo moved, Little Bear directly carried the man and ran out. Qin Shuo hurried after him. When he returned, his face showed shock as he told Qiao Nian what he had seen. He followed Little Bear about 10 meters behind and saw Little Bear carry the man and throw him into a dense forest. At first, Qin Shuo thought Little Bear didn't understand their meaning. But when Little Bear returned and stood beside him, Qin Shuo noticed the branches in the forest were constantly swaying. He looked carefully and saw it was a giant snake, about half a person wide, swallowing the man whole. Did the python not attack the Little Bear? Qiao Nian was also very surprised. But unexpectedly, the Little Bear stood up like a human and raised its paw. Are you saying it couldn't beat you? Qiao Nian asked. The Little Bear shook its head and raised its paw to point at something taller than itself. Qiao Nian guessed. It couldn't beat your mom bear? The little bear looked very happy and nuzzled Xiao Nian's leg on the ground. It seems she guessed right. Indeed, this bear has become much smarter, no longer the silly one from before. When Xiao Haizi and the others woke up, they only saw Qin Shua and Xiao Nian sitting inside, with the little bear sleeping nearby. "Where's that old man?" Xiao Haizi asked. "He's dead," Qin Shua answered calmly. Xiao Nian told them about what the old man said regarding the laboratory. Only then did the three realize what they had missed. Animals. Jiao Jiao crushed the stone in her hand, her eyes red like a rabbit's. She looked at Xiao Nian. "Sister-in-law, next time I won't try poison. I will personally make sure to kill those bad things." She still thought she fainted because of the chicken soup. Only Eyeglasses sat quietly, raising his hand. He felt much stronger than before. Could it be because the mountain chickens here are more nutritious? The team rested in this thatched hut for a night and then continued toward Shixin Peak. On the way, they encountered several groups of people, but all were quietly dealt with by Xiao Nian and the others. The little bear was also very powerful, and animals around rarely came close to them. When they reached Shixin Peak, they saw the lone wolf and others fighting two bears. Seeing Xiao Nian and the others arrive, the lone wolf quickly shouted, "Qilian, come help." But before Xiao Nian and Qin Shua could step forward, the little bear ran ahead first, jumping to the side of the two big bears, hugging one of them and making soft sounds. Seeing the big bear stop, and realizing that the little bear was brought by Qilian and the others, the lone wolf didn't attack anymore. The two groups watched as the three bears communicated. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, their actions seemed to be discussing something. Soon, the two big bears led the little bear over. Qin Shua was ready to act at any moment. But unexpectedly, when the three bears were about 2 meters away, they suddenly lay down on the ground. It seems like they are thanking Xiao Nian. The 4 members of the lone wolf team were all shocked. When they first arrived here, they encountered 2 aggressive bears. But after Qi Lian and the others arrived, those bears immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. The lone wolf approached and asked, "What's going on here?" Qin Shua explained how they found a little bear on the road. The lone wolf nodded and said, "You're really lucky to have such a good wife." Qin Shua's proud expression couldn't be hidden anymore. Xiao Nian was talking to the little bear, asking if it was ready to go home with its parents. But unexpectedly, the 3 bears didn't leave. Xiao Nian said again, "I'm going to catch the bad guys now. You all should go back." But they still didn't leave. Xiao Nian could only let them follow her, but she still poured some spiritual spring water for the 3 bears. After drinking the water, the bear dad and mom showed a flattering expression. You don't need to ask how they knew. Just the way they circled around Xiao Nian and wanted her to ride on their backs was obvious to anyone. The white fox and Jiao Jiao also sat on the bear dad's back with Xiao Nian. The white fox said, "Now I understand why Lao Zhong specifically recruited you. Turns out, you can tame animals." Xiao Nian smiled, but she couldn't say that it was because of the spiritual spring water from her space that made the brown bears so obedient. "Too bad you married Qi Lian, otherwise, I would just take you away," the white fox said regretfully. Jiao Jiao's eyes squinted happily, with a maternal smile on her face. She was sure she heard right and looked like she was overjoyed. Only Qin Shua looked grim, glaring at the white fox. "If you try to take my wife away again, don't blame me for being rude." The white fox rolled her eyes. "Haha, men. Ahem, let's get back to the main topic." Lone Wolf quickly changed the subject, knowing his team couldn't compare to Qin Shua. "You all know the entrance is near the 3 trees, right?" Lone Wolf said that along the way, they also encountered a few outsiders. 2 of them never revealed the location, even if it cost them their lives. When they arrived at Shixin Peak and were looking for the crooked-necked trees, they ran into 2 bears. It was likely that these bears had realized the child was missing and were searching everywhere. When they saw Lone Wolf and the others, they thought they were kidnappers and attacked. With the lead of a large bear, the group moved much faster than before. Soon, they reached the 3 crooked trees, and it was already late at night. The 3 crooked trees looked like 3 gallows in the fog. Their trunks twisted into strange curves, and under the moonlight, they looked like ghosts in the dark night. Should we go in now? The white fox asked. The lone wolf looked at Chinshoa. Chinshoa thought for a moment. Since we're here, and to avoid trouble later, let's go straight in. Okay, let's split up and look for the entrance, the lone wolf said. Everyone agreed, and since they were only about 30 meters away, they should find it quickly. But no one expected that at this moment, a usually quiet member of the lone wolf team suddenly lost control and tried to attack Xiao Nian. At this time, the white fox was walking with Xiao Nian and sensed the strong wind nearby. Without turning around, he immediately acted. Xiao Nian looked over and saw that the person named Night Eagle was holding a dagger and rushing toward her. She rolled forward to dodge, and from the corner of her eye, she saw the white fox use his body to block her. The blue glowing dagger brushed past her shoulder armor, cutting a hole in her leather coat. Chinshoa quickly lunged behind Night Eagle, kneeing him in the back of the neck, pressing the dagger against his Adam's apple, moving so fast it was a blur. Night Eagle, what are you doing? The white fox asked with a frown.
Ha ha ha.
You're all going to die. You all deserve it. Night Eagle replied with a crazy, hoarse voice. Xiao Nian sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next second, Night Eagle raised his hand and threw a handful of white powder. Hold your breath, Xiao Nian shouted. The members of the lone wolf team still fell for the trap and collapsed to the ground. She exchanged a quick look with Chinshoa, and without hesitation, Chinshoa knocked Night Eagle out. Then he took the milk tablets he had prepared earlier and fed them to the other 3 team members, pouring spiritual spring water from the water bottle into their mouths. His movements were smooth and quick, leaving no time for hesitation. Soon, the 3 of them fainted. Xiao Nian approached Night Eagle, cut open his sleeve with her dagger, and saw a cherry blossom mark on his arm. She casually picked up a nearby rope and tied Night Eagle up. Chinshoa said, either he's not Night Eagle, or he was later absorbed into the Japanese group. Xiao Nian took a dagger and cut across the face of the Night Eagle. Blood immediately flowed out. It's not a fake face, she said, then took a bag of salt from her bag and poured it onto the wound. In the next moment, the Night Eagle was awakened by the pain. Seeing what Xiao Nian was holding, he spat out blood and curled his lips. You're quite ruthless, woman. Xiao Nian smiled but said nothing. She picked up the knife again and cut across his face, sprinkling salt. The Night Eagle clenched his teeth and cursed, killing without cruelty. Don't you understand? Xiao Nian tapped the wound on his face with the knife. You say that to me. Do you have the right? She was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly asked, Who are you? The Night Eagle didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Why didn't you get poisoned? Xiao Nian tilted her head. Why should I tell you? The Night Eagle was so angry, he almost couldn't breathe. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can answer your question, but you must answer mine. Fine, you go first. I'm the Night Eagle. Now it's your turn. We are immune to all poisons, Xiao Nian replied. The Night Eagle looked at her, showing a face that said, You're a liar. You don't keep your promises. Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow. You're not honest either. I know what I want to know, and you know it too. I am truly the Night Eagle. After saying this, the Night Eagle lowered his head, closed his eyes, and didn't plan to talk to anyone anymore. Dark clouds covered the full moon in the sky. The entire Shershin Peak fell into darkness. Only the sounds of insects around could be heard. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the trees around. Everyone instantly became alert. At this moment, any noise had to be taken seriously. As the last bit of moonlight was swallowed by the clouds, a rain of hidden weapons suddenly fell in the woods of Shershin Peak. Dozens of poison darts shot out from between the branches, their tips glowing with a faint blue light, heading straight for their faces. Chinshoa picked up the unconscious Night Eagle lying nearby and stood in front of Xiao Nian. The darts pierced into the Night Eagle's body with a puff-puff sound.
You
are too cruel, the Night Eagle said with disbelief on his face. But no one paid attention to him. Xiao Xiong, protect these 3 people on the ground, Xiao Nian shouted. The brown bear family roared and lifted the 3 people who had fainted on the ground. Dad Bear carried the lone wolf and another team member on his back, while Mom Bear held the white fox by the collar and swung onto him. They dared to attack. Little Blackie tore off his tactical vest, revealing a blasting fuse wrapped around his waist. He and Jiao Jiao quickly climbed up the front tree like geckos. The moment his military boots broke a branch, his butterfly knife had already sliced through two ninjas' throats. Glasses picked up a homemade gun and started shooting upward. Xiao Nian and Qin Shua also didn't hesitate and attacked together. At that moment, Dad Bear, who had hidden someone, suddenly charged forward and chopped down a tree. Two small figures in black masks fell from above. Qin Shua quickly drew his gun and shot each of them, killing both. Meanwhile, Little Blackie and Jiao Jiao also took down two others. Xiao Nian was fighting two enemies alone, but her combat experience was less than the others, so she was at a disadvantage. While she was focused ahead, someone suddenly jumped out from behind three crooked trees. They aimed a short knife at Xiao Nian's back. Just in time, White Fox leapt out like a cheetah from behind the trees, kicking the attacker hard with his military boots. The attacker was knocked to the ground, coughing up blood, then closed his eyes. "Girl, I'm coming," White Fox said, pulling Xiao Nian's shirt and tossing it over himself. "Are you all awake?" Xiao Nian asked while fighting. "Bao is awake. I feel incredibly strong now. You go rest over there. I can handle these little troublemakers," White Fox replied. Before he finished, Lone Wolf and Black Bear burst out of the bushes and charged forward. They now felt the same strength as White Fox, full of unstoppable energy. Lone Wolf punched a ninja in the face, smashing his helmet and cracking it like a spider web. Black Bear was even more impressive, catching a black-clad person's knife with his bare hands, letting the blade cut his palm, then flipping and smashing the enemy against a large rock. With the three of them joining, the battle quickly turned around. One by one, the black enemies fell. Xiao Nian also had some free time. She carefully cut open the sleeves of each dead black-clad person, and sure enough, each one had a cherry blossom tattoo on their arm. After all the black enemies were dealt with, they sat down to rest. At the end of the fight, Glasses knelt on the ground, adjusting the radio transmitter. The antenna trembled wildly under magnetic interference, and the signal bars on the screen flickered like an electrocardiogram. Wiping sweat from her glasses, she said, "No good. The magnetic field on the wild hillside is too strange. Every time I send a signal, it's disturbed by strong magnetic interference. Should we notify Director Zhong and the others?" Xiao Nian asked Qin Shua. Yes, Director Zhong sent 2 reinforcement teams to wait at the foot of the mountain. They're just waiting for us to confirm the location of the laboratory. At this moment, Little Bear suddenly rubbed his head against a blue stone under the third crooked tree, making a soft, "oh-lo" sound. His parents, the brown bears, quickly stepped forward to help. The bear family all pushed together. The stone suddenly sank down. "Here is the entrance," said Hazy, who had stepped forward to check. "Signal sent," came the voice of the Glasses. Qin Shua and Lone Wolf exchanged a look. "Let's go down first. Glasses and the Black Bear stay here to wait for the team leader and also watch over Night Eagle. Hand it over to Director Zhong, okay?" No one hesitated. The recent fight might have alerted the people inside. They had to go down early to prevent the Japanese from moving the people and materials inside. Lone Wolf was the first to jump down, followed closely by White Fox. Then Qin Shua and Xiao Nian. Finally, Little Black and Jiao Jiao. As they moved inside, a heavy sound came from behind. Xiao Nian turned around and saw 2 tall, dark figures and the little bear beside them. She didn't expect this family of 3 to follow. Little Bear quickly ran 2 steps to Xiao Nian, nudging her hand. Xiao Nian patted Little Bear's head. "Be careful." Little Bear seemed to understand and ran to stand beside the 2 adult bears. The 3 bears acted as a shield behind them. After walking less than 10 meters forward, Lone Wolf said, "This should be the door to the laboratory." A 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide iron door appeared before them. "The door is locked from the inside. We can break it open violently, but it will definitely alert the people inside," Lone Wolf checked and said. "I'll do it," Xiao Nian stepped forward. Can you pick locks? This kind of lock isn't like ordinary ones. It has a tongue sensor inside, and if you're not careful, it will trigger the alarm. Lone Wolf also knew how to pick locks, but he couldn't open this kind with an alarm. Xiao Nian is not only skilled at opening locks, but she also has space to hide. If the alarm is triggered, she can immediately transfer the device into the space, which is hidden behind an iron door, making it impossible for others to notice her actions. No one doubts her abilities, as only truly capable people work in special operations. Xiao Nian stepped forward, took 2 silver-plated iron wires from her bag, and twisted them into a spiral with her fingers. With a click, as the wire entered the lock, Qin Shua heard the faint sound of gears misaligning. Xiao Nian rotated her wrist at a strange angle, causing the wire to spin rapidly inside the lock cylinder, then suddenly pressed down hard. At the moment the latch popped out, she pushed the door open and quickly pressed her hand against the alarm on the wall. Qin Shua hurried to follow and stood behind Xiao Nian, only to see that the alarm device in her hand had disappeared. Ah Shua, thank you. Xiao Nian smiled happily at Qin Shua, pleased that he understood her intentions without her needing to explain. Xiao Nian moved very quickly, and others didn't notice the alarm device at all. When the Lone Wolf team entered, Xiao Nian was already hidden behind Qin Shua, had disconnected the alarm wire, and was holding a non-flashing alarm line in front of him. Lone Wolf saw the useless alarm device in her hand and raised a finger. Impressive. Xiao Nian smiled and said, let's go. The group continued forward, but this time, Lone Wolf had Qin Shua and Xiao Nian walk ahead. They entered a 2-meter-wide corridor, with an alarm door roughly every 10 meters. Thanks to their teamwork, they quickly bypassed each door without making any noise, just like before. They didn't encounter any trouble until they opened the 3rd door and saw 2 more corridors ahead. The team had to split up. Because Little Bear's family was following Xiao Nian, Jiao Jiao and Xiaohe Zi formed a temporary team with Lone Wolf. After splitting up, Xiao Nian and her team took the right corridor. Inside, they ran into 2 people dressed in Japanese military uniforms. Before they could speak, Xiao Nian and Qin Shua knocked them out. Later, they reached a door, and Qin Shua pointed to the writing above. This should mean living storage room 1, he said. Xiao Nian looked puzzled. You understand Japanese? But earlier, he seemed unable to understand Japanese. Qin Shua looked awkward for a moment. I only recognize 1 character. I don't understand what they're saying. Zhou Nian patted his shoulder and said, it's okay. We are just ordinary people, and we don't know everything. After they finished talking, Zhou Nian took out a silver wire and prepared to unlock the door. There was no alarm inside, so Zhou Nian could open it safely. As soon as the door opened, a foul smell hit him, an overwhelming mix of and mold. Ugh. Zhou Nian heard muffled sobs coming from inside. He had a bad feeling. Quickly, he shined his flashlight inside. When he saw what was inside, Zhou Nian's eyes turned red. Not from sadness, but from anger. The room was about 30 square meters, with over 20 children curled up in the corner. The youngest sat on a pile of dirty straw, wrapped in torn cloth that no longer showed its original color. The stains on their clothes had hardened. The flashlight beam revealed the filth on the ground, making Zhou Nian feel sick, but he held back. Because the children hadn't seen light for a long time, they instinctively covered their eyes. Some of the little ones were crying, but they dared not cry loudly, clearly scared. At this moment, the tallest girl stood up. Take me with you. They are still small. She trembled all over. Zhou Nian could see her fear, but she bravely stepped in front of the other children. In that instant, Zhou Nian felt something blocking his throat. Qin Shua noticed Zhou Nian's emotions and patted her shoulder. Seeing these children, he felt sad too. These are the future of China. He cleared his throat, suppressing his feelings, and said, Children, don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you. The girl at the front immediately looked up at them, full of hope. But soon, she lowered her eyes again. Don't try to trick me. If you're taking someone, take me first. They are small and can't handle much. Let's paddle our oars, little boat. Zhou Nian suddenly started singing. The nursery rhyme sounded especially clear in the enclosed space. The younger children didn't understand, but the older ones looked up when they heard the song. Tears streamed down their faces, mixed with their suppressed crying. "It's what the teacher taught us." One of the children said. "Are you really here to save us?" the girl at the front asked. Xiao Nian stepped forward, speaking softly but firmly. "We are Chinese, loyal to our country, passing down our spirit for generations, and we vow to protect our homeland." Hearing this, Qin Shuo felt a sudden dizziness. His gaze toward Xiao Nian grew warmer because she shared his ideals and was someone he loved. The oldest girl also relaxed when she heard Xiao Nian's words.
"We
have waited for you for a long time." Xiao Nian moved closer, not minding the dirt on the children, and gently patted one of their heads. "Sorry we are late." The girl couldn't hold back her tears, saying, "Sorry, I couldn't protect my younger brothers and sisters."
They.
She couldn't speak anymore, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her cry, the other children also started to cry. For a moment, the dark room was filled with sobs, sounding like a sad song. "You did very well. Don't cry. We need to go help others." "Can you tell me your name?" "My name is Xiao Wu," the girl replied. "Good, Xiao Wu. Do you know what's happening inside here?" Xiao Nian didn't like the heavy feeling, so she changed the subject. As soon as she said that, the oldest child stopped crying. "I've only been outside once. Inside this passage, there are people kept in cages. There are 5 rooms. In 4 of them, there are children like us. The other 3 rooms have elderly people, men and women." Xiao Wu spoke quickly, worried she might forget something. Xiao Nian listened carefully and then said, "Stay here. I'll ask my friends to come and protect you." "Okay, thank you, sister and brother." Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Just as Xiao Nian and Qin Shuo were about to leave, Xiao Wu spoke again. "Sister, wait. What's wrong?" Xiao Nian turned back. "Do you have medicine?" "Some of my brothers and sisters have a fever," Xiao Wu asked, clutching her hands tightly, clearly nervous. Seeing Xiao Nian look at her, she quickly explained, "Sister, they have had a fever for several days. My younger brother also had a fever before, but it went away. I'm worried." Xiao Nian nodded. "Don't worry. I'll check on them." Suddenly, the children who were crowded together separated quickly. Xiao Nian then saw 3 children lying on the grass pile behind them. 2 girls and 1 boy, all about 5 years old. But these children looked the cleanest among them. Xiao Nian walked over, gave each of the 3 children a piece of milk candy, and also offered them some spiritual spring water. Then she said, "Stay here and wait patiently. Someone will come soon to take you away." The head of Zhong received the message and should be coming up soon. "Okay," Xiao Wu replied. Xiao Nian stepped outside the door, asking Little Bear and Bear Mom to guard the entrance. When Xiao Wu saw Bear Mom, she looked a little scared, but seeing Xiao Nian giving instructions, the 2 bears obediently listened. Xiao Wu thought the sister was really impressive. After discussing with Little Bear, Xiao Nian said, "They will stay by the door. Don't be afraid. Little Bear understands what we say." Sure enough, Xiao Wu saw Little Bear smile at her kindly. Although the smile was a bit awkward, it was clearly a smile. The children stopped feeling scared. Xiao Nian then continued walking inside with Qin Shuo. As expected, the situation was the same as Xiao Wu had described. But Xiao Nian didn't rush to open all the doors. Because being locked inside for a long time, once they see a chance to escape, the people inside might rush out in a panic, which could lead to uncontrollable situations. After understanding the situation here, she decided to let the brown bear family stay and guard. She and Qin Shuo headed toward the direction of the lone wolves. As soon as they entered the left corridor, they saw several bodies of Japanese soldiers. Qin Shuo kicked them aside with disdain. They continued walking inside, soon seeing more dead Japanese soldiers. Some were in military uniforms, others in white coats. "It seems things are more difficult here than with us," Xiao Nian said. Qin Shuo nodded, "But it's not a big problem. All 4 of them are skilled fighters." After walking about 10 meters, they finally saw a room. The door to the room was open. The 2 of them walked in and saw a room filled with specimens soaked in formalin. Xiao Nian and Qin Shoa quickened their steps. They had to fight with the lone wolf and his group to kill more of the Japanese soldiers, or they couldn't ease their anger. They didn't look at anything else and kept running forward. After about 2 or 3 minutes, they heard sounds of fighting and the chatter of Japanese soldiers ahead. They sped up and soon reached the source of the noise. It was a large laboratory, bigger than any they had seen before. Inside, there were various instruments, a surgical bed, scalpels, and other tools. At this moment, besides the lone wolf and his group, there were 7 or 8 Japanese soldiers. 1 person in a white coat, 2 in military uniforms, and 5 ninja dressed in black. There were also 2 people tied to the operating table, their faces covered with cloth, so their identities were unclear. But it was clear that the lone wolf and his group were at a disadvantage. The person in the white coat was holding a spray bottle and spraying wildly at them. Xiao Nian guessed that the bottle contained poison. Sure enough, at the next moment, they heard the voice of Bai Hu. "Dog, what did you do to my lady?" Bai Hu's face was flushed, covered in sweat, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. "Hot. I want to see if you, the determined Chinese, can resist our newly developed aphrodisiac. I also want to see if your country will still protect you when I post pictures of your soldiers' immoral acts online." The person in the white coat spoke in a lewd, unprofessional manner in Mandarin. The other Japanese soldiers also laughed wickedly. Xiao Nian saw that the situation for the lone wolf and his group was clearly bad, but he tried to suppress his thoughts. His movements were not as quick as before. Jiao Jiao and Xiaohezi were somewhat better, as Xiao Nian had given them more spiritual spring water. Seeing the situation was dire, Xiao Nian and Qin Shoa didn't hesitate anymore and made their move. The person in the white coat saw them suddenly appear, froze for a moment, then sneered. "Hee hee, 2 more lab rats coming right to us." Then he aimed the spray bottle at them. Small droplets of liquid spray toward the faces of the 2 people. Xiao Nian only smells a very pleasant scent. A group of Chinese people, still trying to resist our cherry blossom doctor's virus. It's just ridiculous. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Because Qin Shua's dagger had already been thrown at his heart.
Cough. Why?
"Aren't you poisoned?" Xiao Nian snorted coldly. "None of your business, trash." The other Japanese people who had been watching and laughing earlier immediately attacked Xiao Nian and Qin Shua. The 2 Japanese soldiers were quickly knocked to the ground and couldn't get up. However, the ninjas were especially hard to deal with. They were very flexible and could twist their bodies into knots. With the help of Xiaohezi and Jiao Jiao, the 2 of them quickly defeated the ninjas. 2 ninjas saw they couldn't win and tried to run away. Xiao Nian sensed their plan. Suddenly, he imitated Li Haitong's voice and shouted, "You are not allowed to escape." Hearing this voice, the 2 turned around immediately. At that moment, Qin Shua and Xiaohezi had already stabbed their daggers into the 2 ninjas' chests. The other 2 ninjas were controlled by Jiao Jiao and the White Fox, and they couldn't move anymore. The White Fox's face was as red as the sunset sky. She said to Xiao Nian, "Woman, I didn't expect you to have such skills." She was talking about Xiao Nian's ability to change his voice. Hearing White Fox's breathless question, Xiao Nian knew she was probably poisoned quite badly. Now, she was relying on her own willpower to hold on. She took a milk tablet from her bag and walked over to White Fox. "Open your mouth," Xiao Nian said. White Fox didn't hesitate. She raised her fox-like eyes and smiled. "If you feed me, I'll eat. White Fox, be normal. I like men, not women." Xiao Nian rudely threw the milk tablet into White Fox's mouth and then gave her half a cup of spiritual spring water to drink. Meanwhile, Qin Shua also fed the milk tablet and spiritual spring water to the white wolf. Both of them recovered somewhat. Perhaps because they drank the spiritual spring water a second time, they didn't faint this time. White Fox licked her lips and gave Xiao Nian a flirtatious look, saying, "Woman, why does the medicine you gave me taste like milk?" Qin Nian shivered and said, "Can you be more normal?" Qin Shua's face darkened immediately. He walked over to Bai Hu and said, "If you flirt with my wife again, I will ask Director Zhong to send you to the United States for a mission." Bai Hu heard this and laughed loudly. "Haha, I didn't expect the cold and aloof Chilean to be afraid sometimes. Then he turned to Qin Yan and said, "Honestly, if you didn't say this was medicine, I would think it's our hometown's milk tablets." Qin Yan. She wasn't sure if Bai Hu had noticed something and was trying to remind her. But she didn't have time to think because they heard many footsteps outside. Qin Shua quickly went out to check, and the others prepared themselves. Soon, Qin Shua came back with a relaxed look. "Our people are here," he said. Everyone finally relaxed. "By the way, there are 2 people upstairs. When we came in, the Japanese were about to do experiments on them," said Gu Lang, holding out a file to Qin Shua. He added, "It seems they recorded plans to replace their organs and see if they can survive." Qin Shua took the notebook and looked at the writing. "This is test subject 308 and test subject 01. They have the same blood type. 01 has been in a coma for nearly 10 years. The Japanese want to try swapping their hearts to see if 01 can wake up." Qin Yan pulled off the cloth covering the faces of the 2 people. Her eyes twitched, feeling like both looked familiar. One was Zhu Mingfang, and the other resembled Li Haidang but was much older. She quickly realized and looked at Qin Shua. "Is that Andy?" Qin Shua looked at the person lying there and said uncertainly, "Maybe." Qin Yan looked again at Zhu Mingfang. She thought the pink hair tie was probably a gift from Song Weiying to Zhu Mingfang. "Nian Nian, let's go over there first." "Little Bear is still there," Qin Shua said. Qin Yan nodded. She was also worried that the special operations team might attack Little Bear's family. So she told Xiaohei and Jiao Jiao, "You stay here and guard these 2. We'll go see over there. There are still many people locked up." "Okay," Jiao Jiao replied. Qin Yan then followed Qin Shua toward that direction. The white fox also followed along, saying, "I'll go with you to see." As they just stepped out of the laboratory, they saw several armed personnel entering. They greeted Qin Shua and the others, then went inside the lab. When the 3 reached the place where the children were held, they saw a few armed guards pointing guns at the bear family. Father Bear and Mother Bear shielded Little Bear behind them, growling at the guards. Qin Shua quickly shouted, "Stop! Little Qin, you're here." Director Zhong stepped out from among a group of people. Qin Shua nodded. "This bear is my wife's friend." Director Zhong looked at Qiao Nian and asked uncertainly, "Friend?" Qiao Nian didn't answer, but waved at Little Bear. "Come here." Then everyone saw Little Bear happily trot over to Qiao Nian. The 2 big bears also followed behind Little Bear. When passing by Director Zhong, Little Bear even nudged him with his backside. Director Zhong, "This little bear remembers grudges." The 3 bears then stood beside Qiao Nian. "Little Qiao, I knew you were a treasure. I was right to have faith in you," Director Zhong said with a smile. Qiao Nian politely smiled. "You're quite good at flattering yourself." Director Zhong chuckled. "Kids are so funny." But soon, his smile faded because the people he brought had already opened all the doors to the secret rooms. There were 5 secret rooms, with over 100 people in total. More than 50 children, aged between 3 and 10. There were also elderly men and women, each numbering over 30, including a few pregnant women with big bellies. Director Zhong's face turned pale with anger. Everyone could see how upset he was, and no one dared to speak, following his orders. First, they would calm the people being held here, then send someone from Hong City to help. Qiao Nian felt something was wrong. Suddenly, she remembered the old man they met saying there were over 300 test subjects here. Now only about 100 people had been found. Where did the other 200 go? She couldn't bear to think about it, and could only ask Qin Shua to tell Director Zhong about this. After hearing this, Director Zhong immediately asked someone to check on the rescued people. The results were chilling. An elderly person said that there were far more than 300 people. Based on previous cases, it was at least nearly 1,000. Those who couldn't be found here were taken away for experiments and did not survive. Such cruelty is truly shocking. Director Zhong will submit all the information he found here, and it must be known worldwide what the Japanese did. In this experimental base, more than 50 Japanese people were captured, including scientists, doctors, soldiers, and ninjas. By the time they arrived, Qiao Nian and her group had mostly finished their work. After explaining Qin Han's situation clearly, Director Zhong allowed them to take the person suspected to be Qin Han back to Jing City. But they had to report her condition regularly, such as which hospital she was in, whether she had woken up, and all other details, with no secrets kept. As for sending the rescued people home, others would handle that. Director Zhong also handed Zhu Mingfang over to Qiao Nian and her group, explaining that Zhu's family was close to the Qin family and they were old acquaintances. Lone Wolf and the remaining 2 team members left first, while Night Eagle was handed over to Director Zhong for questioning. Qiao Nian initially wanted the Little Bear family to return to the forest, but they insisted on staying with her. She could only pretend to take them to the forest, but secretly put them into her space. Fortunately, there was a large open area behind the villa, enough for a few bears to live comfortably. Just as Qiao Nian and her group were preparing to leave, Zhu Mingfang woke up. When she saw Qiao Nian, she started crying. Wah Qiao Nian, Li Haidang is just a liar. She tricked me into coming to Hong City, and as soon as I arrived, I was captured. Qiao Nian quickly asked, "Do you know where Li Haidang went?" They stayed there for 3 days but couldn't find Li Haidang, and her name didn't appear in any records. Zhu Mingfang shook her head. "I don't know. She gave me a bottle of water, and I fainted. When I woke up, I was tied to an operating table. I thought I was going to die. Wow, it was so scary. She was once a pretty young girl, but now she was crying with tears and snot all over her face, with no dignity. While crying, she said, 'Qiao Nian, I shouldn't have trusted her. I didn't expect she was the real bad person. You're a good person.' Qiao Nian really disliked her crying and whining, so she said, 'If you keep crying, I won't take you back to Jing City.' Zhu Mingfang immediately stopped crying. 'I won't cry anymore. You must take me back, okay? But if you start crying again, I will leave you on the road.' Zhu Mingfang covered her mouth and didn't dare make any sound. After they left the mountain, they went straight back to Beijing. Director Zhong had prepared a car for them, and they drove back to the city. Worried that the person who looked like Qin Han might die on the way, Qiao Nian gave her 2 drops of spiritual spring water to help her live. As long as she doesn't die, that's enough. She wouldn't give her more. At that moment, the glasses suddenly said, "Captain, sister-in-law, director sent a telegram. Fong Yuming has been caught." Qiao Nian suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Already so fast?" Qin Shua nodded. "Definitely. Fong Yuming, as an enemy spy, even became a deputy company commander. He will be caught very soon." Earlier that morning, when they checked the information on the mountain, they found evidence that Fong Yuming was from Japan. Like the old man they met before, he was a Japanese with Chinese blood. Director Zhong immediately ordered someone to send a telegram to the Northwest Army, telling them to arrest Fong Yuming right away. Sure. Can you make a call back? Tell them to control Xiao Chunlan. They absolutely couldn't let Xiao Chunlan leave the Northwest. Okay, we'll go to the Public Security Bureau in Hong City first. I'll make the call there. Qiao Nian drove straight to the Hong City Public Security Bureau. Qin Shua got out of the car alone, and not long after, he came back. He said directly, "Xiao Chunlan is being investigated." She and Fong Yuming filed for divorce, and she accused Fong Yuming of. Qiao Nian wasn't really concerned about why Xiao Chunlan was divorcing Fong Yuming. She only asked, with her current status, she can't leave the Northwest, right? Qin Shua nodded. She's a displaced person. Not only can't she leave the Northwest, she can't even leave Lan City. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunlan, the person they mentioned, was sitting in Captain Zhang's office. There were also a few soldiers in uniform. One female officer said, "Xiao Chunlan, how much do you know about Fong Yuming? Be honest." The female officer was very serious and didn't show any favoritism because Xiao Chunlan was pregnant. All Chinese people hated Japanese people very much. Xiao Chunlan's child also had Japanese blood. Forget about the innocence of a child. When so many Chinese children died at the hands of Japanese, they didn't show mercy. Xiao Chunlan trembled with fear when she first heard that Fong Yuming was from the country of the enemy. Her first reaction was that it couldn't be true. Although Fong Yuming didn't love her as much as in the original story, he still provided for her and took care of her needs. Now, hearing that this man was a bad person who might be arrested, she couldn't accept it. She didn't know much about Fong Yuming, only that he was a deputy company commander, and in the original story, He was very kind to the main character. Because of that, Xiao Chunlan had a positive impression of him. But now, she was slowly accepting that Fang Yuming was a spy. Her main thought was how to protect herself. She told everything she knew about Fang Yuming, from why they got married to how he asked her to drug Hu Meili and her son. She even exaggerated and spoke badly of Qiao Nian, claiming she knew Fang Yuming had poison and tricked her into going to a cave. Her idea was that if she suffered, others should suffer too. However, the female officer questioning her was from the Special Operations Department. She knew about Xiao Nian's situation, and Xiao Nian had already told Director Zhong about what Xiao Chunlan said. The female officer's dislike for Xiao Chunlan grew even more. Her tone became more serious. Be honest and tell us everything about Fang Yuming. Do not mention unrelated people. She had wanted to talk more about how bad Xiao Nian and Qin Shua were, but seeing the situation, she dared not say more. She could only continue explaining Fang Yuming's situation. After several more questions, it was clear that Xiao Chunlan didn't know anything else about Fang Yuming. The female officer from the Special Operations Department said, "Xiao Chunlan, the organization will review your file again. For now, go back to the family residence and wait for further instructions." "Yes," Xiao Chunlan replied with her head down, feeling unlucky. In the original story, Fang Yuming later became a military district commander. How did he end up being from the enemy country in her story? She thought for a moment and then said, "Comrade, I have already asked for a divorce from Fang Yuming and am determined to cut ties with such a person. I will also abort the traitor in my. Please report this to the authorities." She was a bit naive, but not foolish. In this situation, Fang Yuming's only fate was death. She didn't want to die with him. The female officer waved her hand. "All right, I understand." Xiao Chunlan returned to the family compound and immediately took all the money and valuables left by Fang Yuming, hiding them away. She didn't dare touch anything else, knowing that others would come to search the house and check what Fang Yuming had left behind. Just as she finished tidying up, people arrived. They searched the house several times, took away some items, but Xiao Chunlan didn't know what they took. After those people left, more arrived from the military district. "Comrade Xiao, the yard is temporarily sealed. Please come with us to the military district guest house." Xiao Chunlan was taken to the guest house and kept under watch. Besides the special agents, she hadn't seen anyone else. During these quiet days, Xiao Chunlan began to think carefully about what had gone wrong. She wondered why the story had changed from the original book. At first, she thought Qin Shua had been reborn, but the more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Because all the changes started in Jiangcheng, beginning with her being caught in bed. At that time, Qin Shua was not even in Jiangcheng. It was supposed to be Qiao Nian and Li Hong who were caught, but in the end, it was her. She didn't have the original owner's memories, so she could only hear about the past from the Xiao family members. When she first arrived, Xiao Chunlan didn't think much, just hoping to marry Fang Yuming. But now that Fang Yuming was gone, her intelligence seemed to return. She finally concluded that either Qiao Nian had been reborn or she had been replaced. But whichever the reason, neither was good for her. Xiao Chunlan thought that once she was free, she had to find Qin Xinghua immediately and ask about Qiao Nian. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian and Qin Shua, a few days later, returned to Beijing with Zhu Mingfang and someone suspected to be Qin Han. They first took the two to a hospital arranged by the special agents. After Zhu Mingfang's checkup, no issues were found, and she was taken back home by the Zhu family. Zhu Mingfang's father also said he would visit the Qin family the next day to thank them. Qin Han was receiving treatment at the hospital. After some tests, it was confirmed she was unconscious due to head bruising, but it was uncertain if she could be cured. During the examination, old bruises from being were also found on Qin Han's hands and feet. The only people in the family who knew Qin Han well were Grandma Qin and the two brothers of the Qin family. As for Qin Xiaogu, whom Qiao Nian has not yet met, Qin Han was lost when she was less than 2 years old, so she doesn't remember her sister at all. That day, Qin Shua took Grandma Qin and Uncle Qin to the hospital. When Uncle Qin saw Qin Han, He hesitated for a long time, but finally nodded. Although she has grown a lot, she has a scar on the right side of her forehead. It hasn't changed, so she should be the younger sister. Grandma Chin had been receiving treatment recently and looked a bit better. When she saw Chin Han, she held the unconscious girl and started crying. "Honor, my daughter. Where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Mom has been looking for you so hard. Grandma has been getting better after treatment these days," Uncle Chin said. But whether Grandma Chin is better or not, she still doesn't like Jiang Yongmei and Xiao Nian. That hasn't changed. Just now, when Grandma Chin came in and looked at Xiao Nian, her eyes were clearly showing dislike. Xiao Nian didn't bother to argue with her. After all, she was a young woman with a bright future ahead. Why waste time arguing with an old lady who is mostly buried in the ground? After the confirmation from the Chin family and a blood test at the hospital, it was temporarily confirmed that this person was Chin Han, who had been missing for many years. But Chin Han had been in a coma all this time, and no one knew what she had gone through during these years. Grandpa Chin also came to the hospital and talked with the hospital leaders, asking them to find a way to cure Chin Han and help her wake up soon. Chin Shua took Xiao Nian's hand, and they went outside. Chin Shua hesitated a bit and said, "Nian Nian, I want to try giving her the spiritual spring water." Xiao Nian nodded. "Whatever you decide is fine." She knew Chin Shua still had some spiritual spring water. Since she had given it to him, he could use it however he wanted. And this was the first time Chin Shua had asked her for something, so Xiao Nian naturally wouldn't refuse. Chin Shua looked at Xiao Nian carefully and asked, "Nian Nian, are you angry?" Xiao Nian didn't understand why he would think that way. She pinched Chin Shua's nose. "What are you thinking about?" Chin Shua raised his hand and held Xiao Nian's hand. "We haven't been together properly for a long time. I'm afraid you'll dislike me." She had never realized before that this man seemed quite sensitive. Actually, she knew why Chin Shua wanted to give Chin Han spiritual spring water. One reason was that Chin Han might be the eldest daughter-in-law, and the other was to see if Chin Han knew about other things related to the Japanese people. Based on the current information, the laboratory on Yi Mountain is just one of the many they have established in China. Also, the doctor in a white coat mentioned Dr. Sakura before he died, but no information about her could be found in the records. Another question is why Li Haidang looks like Chin Han and whether they had any connection before. Sure. When we go back tonight, we will enter the space," Xiao Nian whispered to Chin Shua. Chin Shua's eyes lit up. "Okay." After returning to the ward, without anyone noticing, Chin Shua dropped a few drops of spiritual spring water into Chin Han's mouth. He didn't dare to use too much, only a few drops each day, hoping Chin Han would recover gradually. If he used too much and she suddenly got better, it might raise suspicion. During this time in Beijing, he also needed to frequently visit the Special Affairs Department to report on what happened on Yi Mountain those days. The Zhu family came to the Qin family the next day, bringing Zhu Mingfang and Song Weiying to thank them for saving their lives. Zhu Mingfang used to dislike Xiao Nian because of Li Haidang, but now she almost worships her, and even Song Weiying has been pushed aside. Nian Nian, the eldest daughter-in-law, is awake. On the 7th day of giving Chin Han spiritual spring water, Chin Han finally woke up. All the Chin family members rushed to the hospital.
Hanar, grandma Kin cried out.
Chin Han on the bed was a bit confused, but she responded when Grandma called her name. The doctor examined her for a long time and finally said she might have lost her memory due to a brain injury. In this era, there were no advanced instruments, so they could only judge through some basic tests and experience. Later, a psychology expert from the Special Affairs Department was sent over. Only Chin Shua, Xiao Nian, and the psychology expert stayed in the room. The psychologist talked with Chin Han for a while, helping her relax. They performed hypnosis on Chin Han. Xiao Nian and Chin Shua finally confirmed that she was Chin Han, but from some words she said, it was clear she had not had a good life. Chin Han was not lost but was kidnapped. She was kept in a room as a child, often hooked up with tubes and subjected to various experiments. Later, a man took her home, but he wouldn't let her leave. She wanted to escape, but he locked her up. The bruises on Chin Han's wrists came from this. She had a child, but she doesn't know where that child is now. Chin Han also doesn't know who the man was, only vaguely describing his appearance. The special operations team drew a picture based on her description, but no one recognized him. Qin Shua and Xiao Nian wonder if that child might be Li Haidang. If Li Haidang is Qin Han's child, then where did Li Qinhua's daughter go? These questions can only be investigated by the special operations team. The man, Li Haidang, and the laboratory in the country of Weshing are like a big dark cloud hanging over everyone at the special operations team. The Qin family brought Qin Han back home. The old lady stayed with Qin Han all day. With encouragement and company from the Qin family, Qin Han finally accepted them. But no one told the old lady about Qin Han having a child, fearing she might act impulsively and cause trouble. Li Chunhua came to the Qin house a few times, saying her daughter was missing. If it weren't for the Qin family, she and her daughter would have been kicked out. So how could Li Haidang be missing? In the end, the police took her away and sent her back to her hometown. Qin Shua and Xiao Nian plan to take Jiang Yomei back to the northwest. Xiao Nian wants to visit Xiao Chunlan and see how she feels about the out-of-control situation. At this moment, Xiao Chunlan is resting inside Chen Xinghua's cave. A few days ago, the special operations team finally figured out her situation and confirmed she didn't know Fang Yuming was a spy. But as Fang Yuming's family member, she must undergo re-education. Xiao Chunlan immediately divorced Fang Yuming because of his special status, without needing his approval. The second thing she did was go to the hospital to have her pregnancy terminated. The baby was over 3 months old. Xiao Chunlan is tough. She didn't make a sound from the pain and even walked back to Chen Xinghua's cave herself. Although Chen Xinghua no longer treated Xiao Chunlan as kindly as before, she was her daughter and had just suffered so much. She was weak, but still came to see her. In the end, she softened her heart and let Xiao Chunlan come home to rest. Xiao Chunlan was drinking hot water that Chen Xinghua poured for her and asked, "Mom, I remember you said that Xiao Nian suddenly changed. What exactly did she become?" "I don't remember at all." Hearing her ask about Xiao Nian again, Chen Xinghua quickly said, "Don't ask about Xiao Nian anymore. She's someone we can't afford to offend now." At this moment, Xiao Chunlan's eyes flickered with a dark light and she said, "Mom, I know. I just want to learn more about her, so I can be careful in the future and avoid offending her again." "Really?" Chen Xinghua asked uncertainly. Xiao Chunlan nodded seriously. "Yes, really, Mom." Only then did Chen Xinghua relax and start talking about Xiao Nian's affairs in Jiangcheng. But she was already a bit crazy back then. It's normal for her to suddenly change. But I find it strange, when she came to the northwest, she seemed to return to normal. Isn't that strange? Could she have been pretending before? Xiao Chunlan sipped hot water, thinking about Chen Xinghua's words. In the original story, Xiao Nian was clearly portrayed as mentally ill. And according to Chen Xinghua, Xiao Nian was indeed frightened to the point of madness. So, why did she suddenly change when she was about to sleep with Li Hong? Xiao Chunlan suddenly woke up. She realized she was wrong. Her previous idea was wrong. It wasn't Qin Shua's rebirth, but Xiao Nian's rebirth or crossing over. She asked Chen Xinghua some more questions and was about 80% sure that Xiao Nian had traveled from another world. But she still couldn't believe it. Besides her, the heroine, there could be others who traveled through worlds. Chunlan listened to Mom. "Don't oppose Xiao Nian anymore. We can't afford to offend her now." Chen Xinghua's words interrupted Xiao Chunlan's thoughts. Xiao Chunlan nodded, "I know," but in her heart, she thought that if Xiao Nian, who was killed by her, had traveled through time, she wasn't afraid at all. That delicate young lady didn't know anything. She wouldn't even be able to take care of herself, let alone serve others. She dared to kill Xiao Nian, so she wouldn't be afraid now. However, she knew she had to be more careful and not be so impulsive again, or she might ruin everything. After all, she hadn't expected Fang Yuming to be a Japanese. When the Xiao brothers returned, they weren't happy to see Xiao Chunlan. But Xiao Chunlan suddenly changed her attitude, treating her brothers very well and showing concern for them. Xiao Chunlin wondered if her sister had really gone back to her old self. Only Xiao Chunha completely did not believe anything Xiao Chunlan said. So, when Xiao Nian and the others just returned to the military residence, they saw Xiao Chunha waiting outside. Nianjia, Xiao Chunha called out. What's wrong? Do you need something? Xiao Nian asked. Xiao Chunha didn't hide anything and said directly, Xiao Chunlan seems to have some doubts about you. She's been asking my mom about your past, both openly and secretly, and she said you seem to have changed suddenly. Hearing this, Xiao Nian narrowed her eyes. It seemed Xiao Chunlan had noticed her differences. She smiled and took a bag of mixed grains from the car, handing it to Xiao Chunha. Xiao Chunha kept refusing. Nianjia, I didn't do this for your stuff. Here, take it, Xiao Nian said firmly. Seeing her determined expression, Xiao Chunha could only accept it. She continued, Nianjia, Xiao Chunlan has changed a bit. You should be careful. After experiencing such big events, if Xiao Chunlan still hadn't changed, that would be truly strange. When Xiao Nian returned to the military residence, she didn't go back to work at the school. She was now a member of the special operations team and had a feeling she might often go out on missions in the future. To avoid delaying the children's studies, the military district sent another teacher to teach. Sure enough, on the 5th day after Xiao Nian returned home, she received a call from Director Zhong. Director Zhong said that a day ago, Fang Yuming was rescued while being transported back to Beijing, and several soldiers sacrificed their lives. He asked her to pay attention to Xiao Chunlan's situation and see if Fang Yuming came to find her. Xiao Nian also wanted to get close to Xiao Chunlan, so she went to Guanshigou. When she arrived, Xiao Chunlan was working on the farm and even smiling while talking to Xie Panqing. She looked completely different, gentler, like a kind neighbor sister. Xiao Nian guessed that after leaving Fang Yuming, Xiao Chunlan finally remembered Xie Rui, the future business tycoon. Xiao Nian, you're back. Xiao Chunlan greeted her with a smile, and her previous hostility was gone. Xiao Nian didn't want to pretend with her and replied coldly, none of your business. Xiao Chunlan looked a bit hurt. Xiao Nian, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong before, but after what happened with Fang Yuming, I realized that you and your family are the best to me. Zhou Nian still ignored her. Xiao Chunlan continued, Zhou Nian, I was tricked by Fang Yuming before, so I treated you and my mother badly. Can you forgive me? Zhou Nian forced a fake smile. Guess? Xiao Chunlan's smile froze and she kept talking. We're still cousins after all. You are the older sister and I am the younger sister. We should get along well and try to live happily in this world where only we are close. After saying this, she stared intently at Zhou Nian. Zhou Nian understood that Xiao Chunlan was testing her, asking about their close relationship. She pretended not to understand. Compared to me, the two Xiao brothers should be closer to you, right? Xiao Chunlan smiled. It's okay if you don't want to admit it. I know we had some disagreements before, but I really want to apologize and make peace with you. After all, we come from the same place. Hearing this, Zhou Nian almost laughed out of anger. In this woman's eyes, can a life be forgiven just with an apology? Does she think that just saying sorry makes everything okay and they can be friends again? Does she really think Zhou Nian is that naive? But Zhou Nian would never admit she was from another world. She just said, don't flatter yourself. I am from the Zhou family. My mother is Zhou Mingzhu. You're Xiao, and your mother is Chen Xinghua. We are not from the same place. Seeing Zhou Nian refuse to give in, Xiao Chunlan was annoyed. She secretly thought that maybe she disliked Zhou Nian the first time they met, and the more they interacted, the more she disliked her. So, she had killed Zhou Nian back then, and it was clearly Zhou Nian's fault, not hers. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Zhou Nian, no matter what my father says, he is still your uncle. You. Zhou Nian couldn't help but sneer. Don't try to make relatives with me. I don't have an uncle who's a criminal, especially one who killed my father. Seeing Xiao Chunlan change her expression, Zhou Nian thought she was angry and losing her mind. But then Xiao Chunlan changed her face, looking a bit wronged, and said, sorry, I know I can't compare to you. You're now the wife of the company commander, not like me. just a displaced person. But don't look down on us displaced people. We haven't done anything wrong. We were just caught up in things. Joanyan looked at her expression and knew someone was definitely coming from behind. She turned her head and saw it was Heroine. Heroine pretended not to know her, nodded at Joanyan, and then pulled Heroine to walk away. Xiao Chunman quickly shouted, Heroine, don't be mad at Joanyan. She hasn't experienced our life, so she doesn't understand our difficulties. But Heroine turned his head without showing any emotion and looked at Xiao Chunman. Don't involve me in your matters. After saying that, he ignored Xiao Chunman's expression and left. Joanyan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, some people are just born to be annoying. At this moment, only the two of them remained nearby. Xiao Chunman didn't want to pretend anymore. She pointed at Joanyan and said, Joanyan, I gave you face. If I had dared to hurt you in my past life, I wouldn't be afraid of you now. Joanyan grabbed Xiao Chunman's finger and started to pry it away. She pretended to be confused and asked, You said you hurt me in your past life? What does that mean? Xiao Chunman's hand hurt so much that she broke out in cold sweat and cursed loudly. Joanyan, let go of me. Joanyan ignored her and continued, Look into my eyes and tell me, what does it mean that you hurt me? Seeing that Joanyan really seemed not to understand, Xiao Chunman also became confused. Could it be that she was wrong? Was Joanyan not from another time? Or maybe the soul that traveled into Joanyan's body wasn't the Joanyan who was hurt. Seeing Joanyan's serious expression, Xiao Chunman thought for a moment and said, I was just joking. Look at you, your temper is still the same as in Jiangcheng. You're too impatient and not good to yourself. Joanyan pushed Xiao Chunman away with a cold snort. That kind of joke isn't funny at all. I advise you not to say such things. Xiao Chunman touched her finger, which Joanyan had just pinched painfully, a flash of resentment in her eyes, but she smiled as she said, Yes, I understand. Joanyan nodded. People should know their place. Someone like you who once married someone from Japan should just focus on working and living honestly. Stay out of trouble, or there will be consequences. Xiao Chunman's face darkened further. Don't talk nonsense. I've already divorced him. Besides, I didn't know he was Japanese before. Really? Who knows? When it comes to making things up, Joanyan was just as good as Xiao Chunman. The relevant authorities have already clarified the situation. If you falsely accuse me again, I will speak to the leaders of the military district. Xiao Chunman said. Xiaonian raised her eyebrows. This woman has finally started to think. But she wasn't afraid. Today's words were also approved by the Special Operations Department, meant to test whether Fang Yuming had contacted Xiao Chunman again. From Xiao Chunman's current expression, it seemed Fang Yuming hadn't come to see her for now. Qiao Nian said, You can tell whoever you want to talk to. I didn't report you, nor spread rumors about you. What evidence do you have to say I falsely accused you? Is it just because we've spoken a few words? Xiao Chunman was left speechless, unable to respond. It even disrupted her initial plan to test whether Qiao Nian was a time traveler. Qiao Nian ignored Xiao Chunman and headed up the mountain. Earlier, when Heroine left, he signaled her to go up the mountain. When she reached halfway up, she saw Heroine emerge from behind a tree nearby. Recently, maybe because he earned some money and ate well, he had grown taller, his face was flushed, and he looked healthy. Honestly, upon closer look, he was quite handsome. Those items are all sold out. When will you bring more? Heroine asked. Qiao Nian thought for a moment. Wait 5 more days. I'll put the items in that house, and you can go get them.
Heroine nodded.
Okay. After that, he took out some money and a ticket, handing them to Qiao Nian. She looked at it and asked, So much? Didn't you give Aunt Sue any money? Heroine shook his head. My mom said, helping you is the right thing to do. She wants you to keep some money for yourself. Qiao Nian felt a bit touched. Despite the many bad people in this world, there are still those who try to help in small ways, which can really move her. She took out a few large Unity tokens and pressed them into Heroine's hand. Changing clothes takes effort and strains the eyes. You can help Aunt Sue hold on to these. Buy some things to supplement her. She's been in good health recently, so she shouldn't overexert herself. Tell her to rest more every day and make sure to take good care of her body. Xie pursed his lips. She's my mom. I will take good care of her. Xiao Nian didn't listen to what he said and just told him, remember to come back in 5 days to pick up the goods. She then descended the mountain from the other side, unaware that someone was hiding in the nearby grass, watching their conversation. Xiao Chunlon looked at Xie, who was standing still and gazing toward Xiao Nian. Frowning, she wondered how these two knew each other. And looking at Xie eyes, it seemed he had special feelings for Xiao Nian. As for Xiao Nian, could she know that Xie would become a big business leader in the future? She stood far away, unable to hear their conversation clearly, only catching the words, 5 days, faintly. Xiao Chunlon quietly walked away, secretly thinking she must keep a close eye on Xie in the next few days. She wanted to see what secrets might exist between Xiao Nian and Xie. After Xiao Nian walked away, she looked back at the bushes, smiled slightly, knowing Xiao Chunlon wouldn't give up easily and would try to cause trouble for her. But it didn't matter. If necessary, she would find a way to make Xiao Chunlon disappear. Her space was just missing a farmer after all. The little bear family also needed a playmate. When Xiao Nian returned home, she saw Qin Shua was there too. Shua, are you done with training today? Qin Shua nodded and took her hand. Where did you go? Are you tired? I went to see Xiao Chunlon. I thought she had improved, but it turns out she's gotten worse, more sneaky and mean. Xiao Nian pouted, looking a bit wronged. Qin Shua had never seen her like this before and found her very cute. Then what does Nian want to do about her? I'll help you. Lock her in the space and let the little bear and the others play with her, Xiao Nian said with a mischievous smile that couldn't be hidden. Okay, when we find the right chance, we'll let her get locked in. And by the way, we can have her clear that patch of land behind the house to grow some fruits and vegetables for us. They joked and agreed on this plan, just waiting for Xiao Chunlon to stumble into their trap on her own. Xiao Nian wasn't sure if she had influenced Qin Shua, but she felt a bit embarrassed. By the way, the new team member of the Lone Wolf team is said to be very strong, Qin Shua mentioned. On the wild hillside, the traitor Night Eagle was taken away by Director Zhong for questioning, but they didn't know what was said. They didn't expect to recruit a new member so quickly. What's his name? Xiao Nian asked. Qin Shua said, Yukong. Hearing that name, Xiao Nian was momentarily stunned. She suddenly remembered an old friend. When she last returned to Jiang City, she hadn't seen that young man. Hopefully, we'll get to meet the new member of the Lone Wolf team soon. Qin Shua nodded. We should be able to see them soon. After all, there are still several places in the Japanese laboratory. Director Zhong has already sent someone to look for clues. As soon as they find even a small lead, they will leave immediately. Xiao Nian has also been busy these days. She doesn't know when she will leave. She decided to leave some supplies for Xie, but the yard in Launcher City is definitely not safe. She looked nearby to find a place where she could hide things without being noticed. She actually found a good spot, a cave on the top of Lanshan Mountain. It's close to Guancher Gully. Most importantly, the mountaintop is rarely visited, and the cave is very hidden. Xiao Nian released the little bear family, letting them dig a few small holes inside the cave. Recently, the little bear family has been staying in the space, drinking spiritual spring water, and their intelligence is close to that of an adult. They can understand what Xiao Nian says and quickly start working. They dug a cellar underground, and Xiao Nian took out a wooden board from the space to cover it. The little bear family covered the top with soil and stones, making it impossible for anyone to see. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly came from outside the cave. The little bear family immediately tensed up. Xiao Nian took out an electric saw from the space and slowly moved toward the cave entrance. There are many large bushes growing at the entrance, blocking the inside from the outside. Plus, there are wolves on the mountain, so few people come up here. Xiao Nian looked out from the bushes and directly met a pair of dark, wolfish eyes. A large wolf, about half a person tall, was baring its sharp teeth and making a huffing sound, clearly ready to attack. Xiao Nian almost swung her electric saw at the wolf. But she held back because she noticed that behind this wolf, there were more than 10 other wolves. She stood up and stepped back. The wolves thought she was scared, so they took a few more steps forward and entered the cave. When they saw 3 bears, the wolves were stunned. They tried to retreat, backing out of the cave. Xiao Nian patted the father bear's arm, and he immediately understood. He lunged forward and blocked the entrance. The wolves howled loudly, and Xiao Nian heard the wolf pack outside start to move. She didn't hesitate and took out the spiritual spring water, offering it to the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf sniffed the water and tasted a little. Seeing that Xiao Nian didn't take it back, it drank a few more sips. Soon, it finished half a bowl of the spring water. After drinking the water, the wolf became very obedient, showing dog-like behavior. Its tail wagged constantly on the ground. Xiao Nian said, "Let the wolves outside stop howling." The alpha wolf seemed not to understand, so Xiao Nian pointed outside. The alpha wolf immediately let out a howl, and the outside quieted down. Xiao Nian moved aside to let Dad Xiong and the others in. The wolves outside came in, seemingly communicating with each other. Anyway, the wolves all obediently lay down in front of Xiao Nian like dogs. Xiao Nian took out several bowls of spring water, sharing a little with each of the dozen wolves. Perhaps because of the spring water, the alpha wolf finally understood what Xiao Nian was saying. Xiao Nian told them to stay in the cave and not let anyone get close. She planned to bring Heroine up the mountain tomorrow to show him the way and let the wolves get to know him. She hoped Heroine wouldn't be too timid or get scared. Xiao Nian took some supplies from her space and stored them in the newly dug basement of the cave, then told the wolves to stay inside. Unexpectedly, the little bear family also wanted to stay, so Xiao Nian went down the mountain alone. Back home, Xiao Nian told Qin Shua about the wolf pack. Qin Shua was surprised that the wolves on the mountain had become their helpers. He looked proud and said, "Nian Nian, you're amazing." The next day, Xiao Nian took Heroine up the mountain. "Why are you taking me up the mountain?" Heroine asked. Xiao Nian only replied, "You'll find out when we get there." Both of them were in good shape and quickly reached the mountain. Near the cave, Xiao Nian heard heavy breathing from not far away and smiled slightly. Xiao Chunlon was indeed watching Heroine and had followed them up the mountain. But she said nothing and led Heroine toward the cave. The wolves inside heard the noise and came out. Xiao Nian stepped back. Seeing the wolves, Heroine didn't hesitate. He pulled Xiao Nian behind him and stood in front of her. From 50 meters away, Xiao Chunlon saw Heroine's action. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Nian was not a good woman. She had secretly flirted with Heroine behind Qin Shua's back. Then her face showed excitement. If Qin Shua found out about these two, he would definitely divorce her. At that time, Xiao Nian would have no one to rely on, just like her. Thinking of this, Xiao Chunlon ran down the mountain. She wanted to bring Qin Shua to see that Xiao Nian was a fickle woman. Xiao Nian, standing at the cave entrance, didn't notice Xiao Chunlon's reaction, because she was greeting the alpha wolf. "Little wolf, come here," Xiao Nian beckoned to the wolf. Heroine's eyes widened suddenly. "Xiao Nian, be careful. Wolves are not the same as dogs." But before he finished speaking, he saw the wolf wagging its tail and walking over to Xiao Nian, its tail sweeping the ground. It even lay on the ground, rolled over, and showed its belly, asking for a pet. Xiao Nian pinched the wolf's ears. "You're quite well behaved today." Heroine was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. He hesitantly asked, "Xiao Nian, this is a dog, right?" Xiao Nian didn't answer, but simply said, "Come inside with me." Heroine swallowed hard and saw Xiao Nian walking into the cave. He followed closely behind. As he passed the wolf, he was holding his breath, ready to attack if the wolf dared to hurt them. He was determined to kill the wolf if it attacked. But in the next second, he saw a bear appear at the cave entrance. The entire bear was blocking the entrance tightly. Then he heard Xiao Nian say, "Big bear, make way." The bear obediently moved aside like a grandson, clearing the way. Xiao Nian went straight into the cave. Xie also saw the big bear smile at him. He rubbed his eyes, feeling that everything today was completely overturning his understanding. In the eyes of ordinary people, wild animals are dangerous, but to Xiao Nian, they seemed just like household pets. Xie, come in quickly. Xiao Nian was waiting inside, looking impatient. What was wrong with this guy? Had he been scared silly? Oh, Xie was indeed a bit stunned. But as a future business tycoon, he quickly recovered. He hurried into the cave, and once inside, he saw more than 10 wolves and 2 bears. He seemed to have lost his previous fear, or perhaps the overwhelming fear had made him feel as calm as dead water. Xiao Nian didn't pay attention to him. She directly opened the wooden board, revealing the cellar below. She pointed inside and said, "These things should last quite a while. Usually, Little Wolf stays here. There's no need to worry about others entering the cave." Okay. Xie nodded blankly as he looked at the dozen or so wolves lying on the ground, begging for petting. "Don't worry. I brought you here today just to let Little Wolf get to know you. They won't attack you in the future," Xiao Nian said, waving her hand to the little wolves. "Go smell him. If any children with the same smell come up the mountain later, don't attack them." She still remembered from the original story that Xie younger siblings were attacked by wolves, which led to them meeting Xiao Chunlan and Fang Yuming. Now that Fang Yuming was no longer around, if the 2 children encountered wolves again, it could be dangerous. The alpha wolf sniffed Xie and then wagged its tail, walking over to Xiao Nian and obediently lying at her feet. At this moment, Xie was no longer afraid because these wolves and bears clearly listened to Xiao Nian. He only sighed that Qin Shua was very lucky to marry such an excellent wife like Xiao Nian. Meanwhile, Qin Shua was outside the military district, meeting Xiao Chunlan. "Captain Qin, really, I saw Xie and Xiao Nian go into the cave with my own eyes," Xiao Chunlan said, raising her hand. "I swear on my life I didn't lie to you." Qin Shua looked at Xiao Chunlan with a very cold gaze, so cold it seemed like it could freeze someone to death. Xiao Chunlan shrank back in fear. "If you don't believe me, you can come with me to the mountain. If it's really too much, I can call some aunts and older women to come with us." Qin Shua clenched his fists. Was she threatening him? If others found out what Xiao Nian was hiding inside, what would happen? And last night, Xiao Nian had told him that if Xiao Chunlan came to stir trouble, he should cooperate. Qin Shua relaxed his clenched fists and said coldly, "No need. I'll go with you." Xiao Chunlan didn't expect Qin Shua to speak like that, but then she thought, no man could tolerate being cuckolded, so she calmed down. She then took Qin Shua up the mountain. When they arrived at the cave, Xie had just finished checking the goods inside and covered them up. However, he was holding a box of cake, which Xiao Nian had asked him to bring home for his younger siblings. "Lieutenant Qin, look, they are right inside this cave." As Xiao Chunlan spoke, she prepared to push aside the bushes and lead Qin Shua into the cave. Suddenly, someone rushed out from behind. That person grabbed Xiao Chunlan's neck with iron-like hands, squeezing so hard it almost broke her bones. Xiao Chunlan screamed, but was suddenly pulled by her hair and dragged backward, stumbling into an embrace that reeked of blood. "Xiao Chunlan, have you been secretly with Qin Shua all along? Did you betray me?" A cold voice whispered in her ear. Xiao Chunlan's whole body froze. It's Fang Yuming. Hadn't he been taken back to the capital? How could he be here? She struggled to turn around and saw the bloodstains on Fang Yuming and a fresh scar on his face. She trembled with fear. "No, it's not me. I don't know what's going on. Why are you here?" Actually, Fang Yuming had returned here a few days ago, but he had been hiding in the mountains. Today, when he saw Xiao Chunlan sneaking around, he wanted to kill her. Although he didn't like her, he was furious when he found out she had secretly aborted their child. That was a child with their noble Japanese bloodline. Why did she do that? Especially after seeing Qin Shua and Xiao Chunlan go up the mountain together later. Fang Yuming suspected that Xiao Chunlan had long been secretly colluding with Qin Shua, which was why she had harmed him. Now, he had lost everything. Although the organization rescued him, they found he didn't hold many secrets about Hua, so they abandoned him. Fang Yuming lost his mind. All he wanted was to come to the northwest and find a way to kill his enemies. Qin Shua, Qiao Nian, and Xiao Chunlan didn't try to escape. Hearing Xiao Chunlan's words, Fang Yuming sneered. He turned around and threw her to the ground, stomping her hand with his military boot. Why am I here? Of course, to kill you. He crouched down and grabbed Xiao Chunlan's chin. You dared to abort our child. Did you already conspire with Qin Shua to watch me die? Xiao Chunlan cried in pain, tears streaming down her face. She caught a glimpse of Qin Shua standing nearby, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, looking cold and indifferent. She hurriedly shouted, Qin Shua, help me. Fang Yuming is from Japan. He wants to kill me. Fang Yuming looked in her direction and smiled at Qin Shua. Long time no see, Lieutenant Qin. Qin Shua also smiled. You guys keep going. Just pretend I'm not here. Qin Shua had already noticed Fang Yuming's presence and wondered what he was trying to do by following them. He didn't expect it to be revenge against Xiao Chunlan. But Fang Yuming now looked really miserable. Suddenly, Fang Yuming pulled out a small dagger from his pocket and threw it directly at Qin Shua's head. Since you're all here, let's all die together. And those two inside, I'll send them to join you later. Qin Shua sidestepped quickly, and the dagger stuck into a nearby tree trunk with a loud thud. The blade was still vibrating. Qin Shua's normally calm face darkened when he heard Fang Yuming's plan to kill Qiao Nian. He placed his hand on his waist where his gun was and looked cold as ice. Fang Yuming, surrender now, and I'll make sure you stay intact. Stay intact. Fang Yuming looked like he was hearing a huge joke. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Chunlan and pressed the dagger against her neck. Get out of the way, or I'll kill her right now. Xiao Chunlan was so scared she went weak. The knife had already cut her skin, and blood was seeping out. Qin Shua, help me. Xiao Chunlan hated Fang Yuming now. He was a madman. But she was even more afraid that Qin Shua wouldn't help her. If Fang Yuming took her away, she was doomed. Qin Shua's finger was on the trigger, but his eyes were fixed on the direction of the cave. He knew Qiao Nian and Heroine might still be inside. They probably heard the noise here. Suddenly, a wolf's howl came from the cave. Fang Yuming's face changed. He looked cautiously at the entrance. What's inside? Xiao Chunlan was also confused. She only knew Qiao Nian had hidden something, but she never heard of wolves inside. In the next second, 2 gray wolves jumped out from behind the bushes. Their bright red eyes stared fiercely at Fang Yuming, and they growled threateningly. Fang Yuming pulled Xiao Chunlan back a step and tightened his grip on the dagger. Get back, but the wolves seemed to understand him. Instead of retreating, they slowly moved closer. Fang Yuming panicked. He had been in the northwest and knew how fierce these wolves could be, especially since these weren't afraid of people. Qin Shua, drive these wolves away, or I swear I'll really kill her. Fang Yuming's dagger was pressed against Xiao Chunlan's neck, with a little blood seeping out. In Fang Yuming's mind, Qin Shua was an honest soldier who would never ignore Xiao Chunlan. Qin Shua didn't move, just looked at him coldly. You think you can still escape? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Nian came out of the cave, followed by Heroine holding a cake. She saw Xiao Chunlan being kidnapped, frowned, and didn't expect to meet Fang Yuming here. She subtly made a hand gesture toward the wolf pack. The wolves, seeming to understand the signal, suddenly sped up and lunged at Fang Yuming. Fang Yuming screamed and instinctively let go of Xiao Chunlan to block the wolves. Qin Shua seized the chance, rushed forward, kicked Xiao Chunlan aside, and raised his fist to punch Fang Yuming in the face. The wolf pack also seemed to understand the situation and started attacking Fang Yuming. Xiao Chunlan sat on the ground, watching Fang Yuming surrounded by wolves, then looked at Qiao Nian with a faint smile. Qin Shua, expressionless, faced the enemy, and Heroine, calm as ever, stood nearby. Suddenly, a chill ran up their spines. They seemed to have known this would happen all along. With the help of the wolves, Qin Shua quickly defeated Fang Yuming, took out a rope, and tried to tie him up. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuming drew a very delicate surgical knife from his boot. Qin Shua thought Fang Yoming's surgical knife was aimed at him, instinctively raising his hand to block. In the next second, he heard a crisp tearing sound of fabric. Everyone froze. No one expected Fang Yoming, who just a moment ago seemed about to attack Qin Shua, would suddenly stab the knife into his own abdomen, then drag it down along his stomach, shouting, "When cherry blossoms fall, I follow them," returning to dust. He moved so quickly that there was no time to stop him. Qin Shua's hand hung in midair, his forehead veins bulging. He never expected Fang Yoming to end his own life at this moment. But then he thought, perhaps this ending had been foreshadowed all along. Fang Yoming's eyes looked strange from the start, almost hollow and numb. Blood was flowing from his abdomen. Now, lying on the ground, sunlight filtering through the leaves shone on his face, revealing a faint smile. Her smile was even uglier than her tears, as if she had finally let go of a heavy burden. He had long lost the desire to live. Since being abandoned by the Sakura organization, he felt like an unwanted orphan. Even returning to the Northwest was just an obsession. He never thought about whether he could succeed in revenge. What he didn't expect was that these people could even tame wolves. He knew he couldn't escape today. Instead of being taken away for questioning and forced to betray the organization, he would rather end his own life. He's dead, Xiao Chunlan's scream caught in her throat, turning into a short sob. She suddenly stepped back, her back hitting Xie, but she didn't dare look back. Her eyes were fixed on the body on the ground, filled with mixed emotions she couldn't explain. The man she once wanted to spend her life with was just now choking her, trying to kill her. Now, he lay silently before her. She shouted, "How? How could this happen to him?" But no one paid attention to her. Xiao Nian's gaze fell on Fang Yoming's blood-stained, drying clothes, her brow furrowing. She knelt down, her fingertips about to touch the surgical knife, but she quickly pulled back. There might be evidence on it. She couldn't touch it randomly. This guy died cleanly, but all the clues about Dr. Sakura, other laboratories, and the organization behind him had been taken away. The Special Operations Department was still waiting for him to be examined. Now that he's gone, how can they explain? Although she could have used spiritual spring water to heal him before he took his last breath, she couldn't just reveal her secret like that. "Should we take him back?" Xiao Nian asked. "We need to bring him to the military district," Qin Shua thought for a moment before replying. "They need to do an autopsy. Maybe they can find some residual clues on him." Xiao Nian knew that they probably referred to the Special Operations Department. "All right, let's go down the mountain first," Xiao Nian said and started walking down, but then she frowned. "If we keep doing this, we might alert the people below." Qin Shua nodded. "If we wait for them to come, it might take a long time." Xiao Chunlan suddenly remembered the woman who had questioned her. Could it be that the department where that woman works? But how does this wealthy young lady, Xiao Nian, have any connection to those people? "First, find a cloth to cover him. I'll have Little Wolf and the others guard here, so no one dares to come close," Xiao Nian said. She knew she could tame animals. Director Zhong already knew this from their last mission in Yun Province, so she wasn't worried. "Okay," Qin Shua nodded, then added, "Wait here on the mountain. I'll go inform the others over there. They should be back soon." Xiao Chunlan looked at Fang Yoming's body, thinking about the suffocation during the last interrogation. She knew she might be locked up for a few more days this time. Just as she was feeling anxious, her eyes caught sight of the bread in Xie hand. She suddenly widened her eyes and snatched the bread from Xie. Hastily, she asked, "Where did you get this bread?" Then she looked at Xiao Nian and asked in disbelief, "Are you Xiao Nian? Did you give him this?" Although the bread's packaging was torn, Xiao Chunlan recognized it. In her past life, her man was very lazy. He made her earn money to support the family, and every time he got paid, he would spend it all. She often bought discounted bread close to expiration to have for breakfast. And this particular one was her favorite flavor. Xie quickly took the bread back and kicked Xiao Chunlan. "Why are you grabbing my stuff?" Xiao Chunlan ignored Xie action and rushed straight to Xiao Nian. She grabbed her arm. "You're Xiao Nian, right?" "I knew it. This bread, I recognize it. How could something like this appear in this era? Tell me, is your space?" the one described in novels, where you can store things. At this moment, Qin Shua pulled Xie away. Xie thought, is there something he shouldn't hear? But he also understood that this was a secret between Qiao Nian and Xiao Chunlan, so he didn't say anything and let Qin Shua pull him away. After they walked away, Qiao Nian looked down at Xiao Chunlan, who was sitting on the ground looking disheveled. Gotten smarter, Xiao Chunlan's face immediately lit up with surprise. Qiao Nian, I guessed right, didn't I? You're the beloved daughter of the Qiao family, Qiao Nian? You have a space and you can store things inside. Zhou Nian sneered and grabbed Xiao Chunlan's hair. So, what are you so happy about? Xiao Chunlan didn't resist. Instead, she suddenly smiled, her eyes full of confident enthusiasm. Zhou Nian, let's be honest, neither of us is really from this world. You know that deep down. She leaned in closer, speaking softly but with a proud tone. You have that incredible power in space, and I am the heroine favored by fate in this story. Think about it, if we work together, there's nothing we can't do. Xiao Chunlan seemed to see a bright future, her voice growing more urgent. With my luck and the resources in your space, it would be easy to become rich and powerful here. Don't you want to try? Zhou Nian almost laughed at her so-called perfect logic. She looked at Xiao Chunlan's confident face and found it both absurd and funny. This woman, who was the one who stabbed her to death and stole her life, now had the nerve to talk about cooperation, and she even boasted about heroine's good luck. Zhou Nian raised an eyebrow, gripping Xiao Chunlan's hair tighter, her voice cold as ice. Xiao Chunlan, have you forgotten why I ended up here? She took a step forward, closing in on Xiao Chunlan, her cold gaze almost piercing her mind. If it weren't for that knife you stabbed me with in the supermarket, I would still be drinking coffee in my mall. You killed me once, and now you want to talk about working together. Do you really think I would believe the words of a murderer? Xiao Chunlan's pupils shrank suddenly. But she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she said, Zhou Nian, think about it. If it weren't for me, would you have been able to travel to this world? Have this space power? Marry a good man like Qin Shua? Her words made Zhou Nian feel momentarily confused. She had never seen someone so shameless. Zhou Nian stared at Xiao Chunlan's face, which looked like she was doing her best to seem grateful and almost couldn't hold back from kicking her. She sneered. According to your logic, I should thank you for stabbing me? Thank you for throwing me into this era. Xiao Chunlan did not seem to notice the sarcasm in her words and instead became more proud. Look, aren't you living quite well? The things in this space should be enough for your needs. Qin Shua listens to you and follows your commands. Isn't that much better than just eating, drinking, and having fun in your original world? She leaned in closer and lowered her voice, as if sharing a big secret. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. As an outsider, without my protection as the heroine, you'll eventually be punished by fate. Think about how badly Qiao Nian was treated in the original story. It's because she offended the heroine in the book. As for that one strike, Xiao Chunlan waved her hand lightly, dismissing it. That's all in the past. Why dwell on it? Now, we come from the same world. We're like ants on the same rope. We're smarter than the people here. We need to understand more about the future and use what we know from the story to make our lives better. Only through cooperation can we both win. Qiao Nian finally understood. This woman was not only shameless, but also completely crazy. She stood up and looked at the wolf pack nearby. I won't cooperate with you. Xiao Chunlan also stood up and looked at Qiao Nian. Aren't you afraid I might tell others your secret? Qiao Nian sneered. What secret? Our secrets as time travelers? Or your secret as the author of this book? You say if others find out you're the author, those who are struggling might hate you and want to hurt you? Or even imprison you to rewrite their lives. Qiao Nian smiled at Xiao Chunlan. Having seen how terrible human nature can be, Xiao Chunlan's eyes flickered with fear after hearing her words. But thinking about Qiao Nian's face, she still said, if others find out you have space, what do you think they'll do? Will they try to cut you open? Qiao Nian's eyes flashed. Was Xiao Chunlan trying to threaten her? Space? Do you have any proof? After speaking, she waved at the wolf pack, and the alpha wolf came over directly. Xiao Nian also waved toward the cave, and her little bear family came out. Remember this woman. She's a bad person.
Keep an eye on her for me.
If she dares to reveal anything about me, just kill her, Xiao Nian said without hesitation. Xiao Chunlon had previously thought that Xiao Nian could control the wolves just by chance. But at this moment, seeing the three bears, she was completely stunned. Clearly, she was the heroine of this world. So why did the space and beast-taming abilities, which were her special powers, belong to Xiao Nian? Xiao Chunlon swallowed hard.
Xiao Nian, how?
How did you do it? It's none of your business. But don't worry, I don't like bloody scenes. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlon heaved a sigh of relief, but then Xiao Nian spoke again. But I like watching enemies lose everything little by little, begging for mercy like stray dogs. Xiao Nian's voice was soft, but it felt like ice needles stabbing Xiao Chunlon's ears. She raised her hand, her fingertips brushing the fluffy head of the little bear, but her eyes stayed fixed on Xiao Chunlon. You think the secret in your hands is a bargaining chip? To me, it's just a death omen. If you dare tell others I'm from another world, I will let the wolf pack accidentally throw you into the old laboratory site on the mountain, where many remains of Japanese soldiers are buried. Who would believe the nonsense of a crazy woman then? If you mention space, I will say those future things are stolen from the Japanese laboratory. Anyway, Fang Yuming is dead, and there's no proof. Who do you think the special agents will believe? With each word Xiao Nian said, Xiao Chunlon's face grew paler, until her lips trembled. She never thought Xiao Nian would plan her escape so thoroughly. The threats she thought she could use to control her instead became Xiao Nian's weapons to turn the tables.
You
can't do this. Xiao Chunlon took a step back, stepping on a piece of gravel and almost falling. I'm the heroine. The story shouldn't be like this. Story? Xiao Nian smiled, reaching out to touch the wolf's ears. From the moment you tried to kill me, the story should be rewritten. She stood up, looking down at Xiao Chunlon from above. Now, I give you two choices. Either go back to your Guanxi Valley and be a good subordinate, forget everything that happened today, or... She didn't finish her sentence, but suddenly, the alpha wolf bared its teeth at Xiao Chunlon, and the little bear let out a threatening growl. The answer was clear. Xiao Chunlon looked at the encircling wolves and bears and finally couldn't hold on anymore. She knew Xiao Nian wasn't joking. This woman was more ruthless, crazier, and more skilled at using everything at her disposal. The so-called heroine aura was completely powerless in the face of absolute strength.
I
understand. Xiao Chunlon's voice trembled with tears. She turned to run but was stopped by the head wolf. Remember, Qi Nian's voice came from behind. Your life is now in my hands. Don't try anything funny. Only then did the head wolf step aside. Xiao Chunlon almost tumbled and ran down the mountain. She ran far enough to still hear Qi Nian and the animals laughing softly behind her. Their laughter felt like needles stabbing her heart. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her skin. Qi Nian, just wait. Even without wolves and bears, I will make you pay. After all, I am the one who understands this world's story best. One day, I will take back everything that belongs to me. In front of the cave, Qi Nian watched Xiao Chunlon's fleeing figure with a cold look in her eyes. Does she really think I'll believe her? She said to Qin Shua, who had arrived quietly. Nian, why not just put her in the space? Don't worry, I will handle everything, Qin Shua said, holding her hand. Qi Nian smiled softly. A Shua, for someone like her, putting her in the space might actually be a kind of protection. I want to see what else she can do. Then she looked up at Qin Shua, her eyes honest. A Shua, I have something I don't want to hide from you. I want to tell you I am not really Qi Nian. I came from another world. Qin Shua suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, then slowly loosened it. But his palm felt warmer than before. He looked down at Qi Nian, his eyes calm, as if he had let go of a heavy burden. His voice was deep and gentle. I know. Qi Nian was stunned. You know? Yeah. Qin Shua brushed her hair aside gently, his fingertips careful and tender. Since the first time you took out the spirit spring water to save me, I had my suspicions. Later, when you took me into the space and I saw those photos in the villa, I guessed. He paused, his throat moving slightly. But Nian Nian, remember this. No matter which world you come from, you are my wife, the person I hold close to my heart. Xiao Nian's heart felt as if something had struck it. A mix of warmth and emotion rose within her, and her eyes turned red. Since she had come to this world, she had always feared that Qin Shua would discover she wasn't the original person and would turn away from her. She had never imagined that he had already guessed the truth, nor that he would so easily accept her differences and choose to stand by her side without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid?" she asked softly, her voice slightly trembling. "Afraid that I'm strange, or that I'll bring you trouble?" "I am," Qin Shua said with a gentle smile, brushing a tear from the corner of her eye. "I'm afraid you'll be wronged, afraid someone will hurt you, afraid that because of my shortcomings, you'll leave and return to your old world." He pulled her closer, resting his chin on her hair. "But I've never been afraid of who you are." The mountain wind passed through the trees, carrying the scent of grass and wood. Nearby, the wolves lay quietly, and a small bear curiously pawed at Qin Shua's boots. Xiao Nian leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. "Then you," she hesitated before asking, "don't you think I deceived you?" "It's not deception," Qin Shua said, tightening his arms around her as if to keep her close forever. "You never hid anything to harm others. You didn't become arrogant because of your journey here. You live more sincerely than anyone else." "Nian Nian, that's enough." He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. "Besides, the fact that you told me means you trust me. That trust means more than anything." Xiao Nian looked up into his deep, dark eyes and suddenly smiled. She rose on her toes and softly kissed him, the touch carrying a quiet sweetness and a sense of certainty she had never known before. "Qin Shua," she whispered, "meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me." Qin Shua chuckled and returned the kiss, deepening it slightly. In the distance, the sounds of wolves and bears faded into the background. For that moment, the world was silent. Only their heartbeats could be heard. When they finally parted, Xiao Nian's cheeks were flushed red. Qin Shua gently pinched her face and changed the subject. "Now, can you tell me about what happened with Xiao Chunlan?" Xiao Nian had no hesitation. She openly explained that this world was originally a novel and that Xiao Chunlan had stabbed her to death. Both of them, having traveled through time, told the story honestly. When Qin Shua heard about her cause of death, he rarely had tears in his eyes. He placed his hand over Xiao Nian's heart and asked tenderly, "Does it hurt?" Xiao Nian leaned her head against Qin Shua's chest and shook her head. "Shua, it doesn't hurt anymore. Nian Nian, I wish I could bring her back now and let her feel the pain you went through." Qin Shua's voice was cold like ice. He gently stroked her back, his knuckles turning white from the force. He looked at the person in his arms. She should have been cherished and protected, but she was suddenly stabbed. "Shua," she raised her hand to cover his hand. "She's not worth making you so angry. From now on, keep a close eye on Xiao Chunlan. She knows too much. Keeping her around is a risk," she said. Xiao Nian understood Qin Shua's feelings at this moment. She needed to give him something to do. "Okay," Qin Shua nodded, a hint of sharpness in his eyes. "From today, someone will watch her every step. I want to see how powerful her heroine aura really is." Then Qin Shua looked back at the person in his arms. "Nian Nian, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died long ago." Xiao Nian nodded. "So, since you saved my life, you might as well dedicate yourself to me." Qin Shua held her hand tightly. "All right, from now on, my life belongs to you." Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "That's settled then." After that, they didn't mention Xiao Chunlan anymore. Xiao Nian called in the wolf. "Can you communicate with the village dogs?" Qin Shua immediately understood her meaning. He let the dog watch Xiao Chunlan. At first, Xiao Nian thought about directly trapping Xiao Chunlan in her space, but today she was on the mountain with Qin Shua. She was worried she might be seen. If Xiao Chunlan suddenly disappeared, others might suspect Qin Shoa. Of course, she didn't need to tell Qin Shoa about this idea. The little wolf could now understand her words. It howled once to show it agreed. Go tell the nearby dogs to watch Xiao Chunlan. If she shows any signs of unusual behavior or tries to tell others my secret, bite her, she ordered. Whoa, the alpha wolf responded. Then it instructed the other dogs to go down the mountain. Xiao Nian finally relaxed and asked Qin Shoa, "Did you notify the Special Operations Department?" Qin Shoa nodded. "I just made a call downstairs. The Special Operations team from Lan City will arrive soon." "Who will come soon?" As they spoke, a familiar voice was heard. Xiao Nian turned around and saw Bai Hu. "Little White, why are you here?" Xiao Nian exclaimed in surprise. Bai Hu heard her call Little White and couldn't help but smile. "Isn't it your man who called and said Fang Yuming is here? Are you from the Lan City Special Operations team?" "No. Our team just arrived in Lan City and heard Qin Shoa's call. The Lone Wolf Squad had just arrived at the Lan City Special Operations Office when they received Qin Shoa's call and hurried to Lanshan." Xiao Nian looked behind her. "Where are the others in your team?" Bai Hu rubbed her forehead. "The captain brought a new recruit, a fool." Xiao Nian was quite interested in this new person. She didn't expect to meet him so soon. "How long will they take to arrive?" "About 10 minutes. Bai Hu said as she kicked at the corpse with her military boots, suddenly laughing. "These Japanese pirates, they want to die with a sense of ceremony, cutting their stomachs at the moment of death." Xiao Nian glanced at Fang Yuming's stiff body and sneered. "Ceremonial nonsense. Even if their intestines spill out, it still stinks." As they discussed the method of self-sacrifice over a corpse, it was as normal as talking about the weather. "Why are you guys here this time?" Qin Shoa didn't want his Nian Nian to be influenced by others, so he quickly changed the subject. "Oh, Director Zhong told us directly that the laboratory we found is near the border in Meng Province. Are we going too?" Xiao Nian asked. "Big sister." Suddenly a voice called out, interrupting their conversation. Xiao Nian looked toward the sound and saw a tall, simple-minded young man running over. "Desheng, why are you here?" Xiao Nian never expected to see Sun Desheng from Jiang City in the northwest. Sun Desheng ran a few steps closer, scratching his head. "Sister, I am now." He paused, then quickly added, "I can't say, but I am working for the country and serving the people now." The White Fox quickly confirmed her idea, saying, "Spirit Cat, do you know our team's Wukong?" Xiao Nian nodded and Sun Dasheng looked a bit surprised. "Sister, are you Spirit Cat? Do you know me?" Xiao Nian asked. Sun Dasheng nodded. "I know. The team leader told me not to say I anymore. I heard from the team leader that Spirit Cat is a very strong member and can tame animals, but I didn't expect it to be you, sister." While they were talking, Guleng quickly arrived. He was still quiet and reserved, just greeting Xiao Nian and Qin Shoa. He crouched down to check Fang Yuming and confirmed it was a suicide. He then told the others who came with him, "Take the person back to launcher first, then do a detailed autopsy to see if we can find anything unusual." The others quickly carried Fang Yuming away. Guleng then said, "The director told us to wait until Xiao He and the others arrive, then we will leave together." "Do you know the exact location?" Qin Shoa asked. "At the border of Meng Province, the Soviet Union, and Outer Mongolia. There's an ancient tomb of a great Khan there." Hearing this, Qin Shoa frowned. "I think I know that place. It's hundreds of kilometers of uninhabited land, on the grassland, with no hidden spots. If we accidentally fall into the tomb, it will be very dangerous." Guleng nodded. "Yes, so we must be very careful this time." Then he pointed to Sun Dasheng, the new team member. "This is Wukong." Qin Shoa nodded. "Got it." Xiao Nian thought for a moment and asked, "This mission is more dangerous than the last one. Do the newcomers have to go?" Sun Dasheng, a bit slow-minded, worried Xiao Nian. She was afraid he might get into trouble. Guleng didn't say anything, just looked at Sun Dasheng. "Wukong, they don't believe in your abilities. Show them what you can do." Without hesitation, Sun Dasheng crouched down and placed his palm on the surface of a large rock. Suddenly, he exerted force. There was a cracking sound, and the surface of the rock split with spiderweb cracks, then collapsed loudly. Xiao Nian was shocked. She knew the boy was strong before, but She didn't expect him to be this powerful. Sun Dasheng was also worried that everyone wouldn't want to take him along. He quickly said, "Sister, I may be a bit slow, but I will listen to you. If I can't handle this mission, I'll have to stay back in the village." I believe this was said by Director Zhong, or the village chief of Suanjia village, and only this naive child believed it. But since it was their own choice, she couldn't interfere. She could only say, "All right, take care of yourself." Lone Wolf had already investigated the new team members and wasn't surprised that he and Xiao Nian knew each other. Moreover, people who knew each other liked that worked together more smoothly. After discussing, the two teams prepared to split up. Unexpectedly, Sun Dasheng wanted to go back to the military compound with Xiao Nian and the others. Lone Wolf didn't stop him because he knew well the relationship between Sun Dasheng and Xiao Nian. Along the way, Sun Dasheng kept talking about what had happened during these days. He told her how he had joined the army, and after months of intense training, he was finally brought back by Director Zhong to the Special Operations Department. Xiao Nian then learned that Director Zhong and the village chief of Suanjia village had fought together in the past. Village chief's son had long noticed that Sun Dasheng was special, but he didn't mention it because the boy was still young. After Xiao Nian left, Sun Dasheng wanted to join the army. So, village chief's son directly contacted Director Zhong. Hearing all this, Xiao Nian only sighed. Sometimes, fate is a very wonderful thing. Who would have thought she would become colleagues with Sun Dasheng? Jiang Yongmei saw Sun Dasheng and, upon hearing he was Xiao Nian's younger brother from Jiangcheng, warmly greeted him. She cooked braised pork and a small chicken stew with mushrooms, making the boy's face covered in sauce. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian was quietly preparing for her upcoming mission. On the other side, Xiao Chumon's days weren't so good. Woof woof woof. After coming down from the mountain, Xiao Chumon felt the village dogs were staring at her. No matter where she went, those little dogs barked at her. Xiao Chumon was confused. After confirming they weren't wolves but dogs, she wondered why. Could it be that even the village dogs were tamed by Xiao Nian? These dogs, just like Xiao Nian, were annoying. Walking on the road, before reaching home, she ran into the fool, Li Hong. Since she returned to Guanshigou, this fool kept pestering her. At first, Xiao Chunlon was annoyed, but later she found that Li Hong was strong and could help her with chores. Finally, she stopped always chasing Li Hong away and started letting him help her. "Honey, give me a kiss." Li Hong grinned, saliva dripping from his mouth, reaching out to get close to Xiao Chunlon's face. Xiao Chunlon was already in a bad mood because of Xiao Nian's matter. She turned her head away in disgust and said, "Go away." "Who do you think you are, my wife?" Li Hong refused to give up. He spread his arms and hugged her waist, with strength like a wild ox. "You said yourself before that you're my wife. From now on, you have to sleep with me." Xiao Chunlon never said that, but she thought maybe it was the original owner's stupid words. A foul smell hit her face, making her stomach churn. She remembered Xiao Nian's proud attitude and Qin Shua's cold eyes when he looked at her. Looking at the foolish man in front of her, trying to hug her and drooling, a sudden anger surged inside her. "Let go. You idiot," she shouted, pushing him away and scratching his arm with her nails. Li Hong winced in pain but held her tighter. He mumbled, "Wife, sleep, kiss." His face got closer, and his sweaty breath sprayed on her face. Xiao Chunlon felt sick. Flashbacks of Xiao Nian's arrogant face and Fang Yoming's dying scene flashed through her mind. She suddenly raised her hand, grabbed a stone from the corner of the wall, and without thinking, threw it at Li Hong's head. "Go to." A dull thud sounded. Li Hong's body stiffened, and his arms slowly loosened from around her. He stared at her blankly, as if he didn't understand what had happened. He opened his mouth to say something but only let out a muffled whimper before falling straight down. Blood slowly seeped from his head, staining the dirt beneath him red. Xiao Chunlon still clutched the blood-stained stone, trembling all over like a leaf. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't mean to kill him." Her eyes looked vacant. But seeing Li Hong lying still on the ground, she suddenly realized she had killed someone again. In her past life, she killed Xiao Nian because she was truly hateful. Now, she killed Li Hong to get rid of this fool's harassment. None of it was her fault. It was these people who kept provoking her. Xiao Chunlon suddenly threw away the stone and turned to run. She didn't dare go home, didn't dare look back, only ran into the mountain where no one was. The wind howled in her ears as she ran out of breath. But she felt like a pair of eyes was always watching her from behind, just like the eyes of a wolf in the cave. I am the heroine. I won't be harmed. Jiao Nian quickly received a message from the guard at the military residence gate, saying that Xia Rui wanted to see her. It was evening now. Jiao Nian knew something urgent must have happened. Otherwise, Xia Rui wouldn't come looking for her at this time. She quickly put on her coat and went outside, with Qin Shua following her. Sun Dashing, who was eating, also grabbed a chicken leg and ran out with them. What happened? Jiao Nian asked. Xia Rui looked a bit anxious. This afternoon, Li Hong died. Someone saw him talking to Xiao Chunlon. Now Xiao Chunlon is missing too, probably ran up the mountain. Jiao Nian and Qin Shua exchanged a quick look and understood immediately. Xia Rui was worried that Xiao Chunlon might reveal her secret if she was caught. Did you report it to the police? Jiao Nian asked. Xia Rui nodded. The village chief reported it. The police should be arriving soon. Let's go straight up the mountain, Jiao Nian said. I'll go with you, Xia Rui and Sun Dashing said at the same time. Jiao Nian introduced, this is my younger brother I met in Jiangcheng, Sun Dashing. Then she pointed to Xia Rui. And this is also my younger brother, Xia Rui. Her mother is a good friend of my mother. Sun Dashing, hearing this, asked somewhat naively, Sister, how many good brothers do I have? Does my brother-in-law know? Jiao Nian rolled her eyes and patted Sun Dashing's shoulder. Are you really that stupid? Or pretending? Hurry up and go, or someone might get caught later. While speaking, Jiao Nian led the way up the mountain. The four split up to search. Jiao Nian and Qin Shua went one way, Xia Rui and Sun Dashing another. Based on her understanding of Xiao Chunlon, Jiao Nian believed she would be hiding in her secret cave at this moment. Without hesitation, she ran straight toward that cave. By the time the moon climbed the mountain, Jiao Nian saw, outside the cave, on the open ground, Xiao Chunlon was surrounded by three-headed wolves, disheveled and with muddy and dark red bloodstains on her pants. She hugged her arms tightly, her eyes full of fear. Jiao Nian, help me. Seeing Jiao Nian, Xiao Chunlon seemed to grasp her last straw. Her voice was hoarse as she cried out, Li Hong is dead. I didn't mean to kill him. He kept pestering me and I didn't want to deal with such a fool. Please help me hide this. I will listen to you from now on, and do anything you ask. Xiao Nian stood outside the wolf enclosure, her gaze fixed on the dried bloodstains on her body. Suddenly, she remembered the day she died. When Xiao Chunlon stabbed the knife into her heart, it seemed she was also covered in blood. She didn't speak. Instead, she raised her hand to signal the wolves to step back half a foot. Xiao Chunlon thought she was wavering and quickly stepped forward, her knees weak, almost kneeling. Jiao Nian, I beg you. We come from the same world. You can't just watch me die. If you hide me in your space, once the danger passes, I'll leave immediately and never come back. Hiding in your space? Jiao Nian finally spoke, her voice cold enough to make people shiver, even in this summer night. Why should I let you in? Because you're a murderer? Xiao Chunlon's face turned pale. She suddenly looked like a cat that had been caught off guard. She stood straight, her eyes full of pleading that quickly turned into hatred. Jiao Nian, don't be so shameless. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If I get caught, I'll be the first to tell everyone about your space ability. If the special agents or the Japanese find out you have such a special power, what do you think they'll do? Cut you open? Or lock you up for research? She stepped closer, lowering her voice, her tone filled with malicious certainty. You think you can be safe forever? Don't forget, your parents are still in the real world. Jiao Nian's breath suddenly caught. On the day you died, your mother fainted from crying over your body, not eating for 3 days. Xiao Chunlon's voice was like poison. each word stabbing into Xiao Nian's heart. Your father locked himself in the study, his hair turning mostly white overnight. The funniest thing is your mother. She kept saying that if she had listened to you and fired me, you wouldn't have died. I heard she hits her head against the wall every day. If your father hadn't been watching closely, she would have gone with you long ago. Xiao Chunlun spoke every word carefully, each one piercing into Xiao Nian's heart. Since crossing over, she couldn't let go of her parents the most. Last time she dreamed they had a child and lived happily.
Was all that just a lie?
Her voice suddenly rose sharply. She raised her hand and grabbed Xiao Chunlun's chin.
Ha, Xiao Nian, you're scared.
Do you know what your mother always says? Daughter, I've harmed you, she sneered. Xiao Nian's other hand clenched into a fist, her nails digging deep into her palm. The smell of blood filled her tongue. In front of her, she saw her father with white hair and her mother desperately seeking death. If it weren't for someone like Xiao Chunlun causing trouble, her parents wouldn't have had to suffer the loss of their daughter in middle age. A wave of overwhelming anger broke through her reason, and she suddenly lunged at Xiao Chunlun. Her fingers tightly gripped her neck, applying such force that it almost broke her slender bones. Qin Shua's voice suddenly rang out. He quickly embraced Xiao Nian from behind, pulling her back half a step. His palm pressed against her trembling hand, and he spoke softly to comfort her. Don't dirty your hands. Let me handle this. Qin Shua had wanted to act as soon as Xiao Chunlun mentioned stabbing or revealing information about Xiao Nian's face. Now this woman dared to make Nian so upset. Without hesitation, Qin Shua drew the gun hidden in his chest and aimed it at Xiao Chunlun. Xiao Nian's vision was already blurry, and her ears were filled with Xiao Chunlun's suffocating sobs and her own rapid breathing. But the moment Qin Shua pulled out the gun, she suddenly regained her clarity. She raised her hand to hold Qin Shua's, feeling his trembling from anger. A Shua, such trash shouldn't be allowed to die so easily, she said. Moreover, Qin Shua's gun was always aimed only at enemies of Huagua. She didn't want Qin Shua to be haunted by this mentally. Xiao Chunlun, struggling to breathe, collapsed on the ground and coughed violently. Seeing their actions, she thought they wouldn't dare to kill her, so she continued speaking. What's the use of killing me? It won't change. Cough, cough. Xiao Nian's parents. Living in pain, she gasped. Her cough was heart-wrenching, but her eyes still carried a malicious smile. They will feel guilty and blame themselves for your death for the rest of their lives. Hearing Xiao Chunlun's words, Xiao Nian took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only a chilling cold remained in her gaze. She looked at Xiao Chunlun and spoke in a frighteningly calm voice. Little bear, take her into the mountain cave. The little bear guarding the cave entrance saw her words and brightened his eyes. He quickly ran over, dragging Xiao Chunlun into the cave like a dead dog. Xiao Nian and Qin Shua followed closely behind into the cave. Xiao Nian, what are you planning to do? Xiao Chunlun screamed in fear when she saw the 3 bears and more than 10 wolves inside the cave. She took out a few freshly slaughtered chickens and threw them to Xiao Xiong's family. She then took out snacks and ice cream, sharing them with Qin Shua. Xiao Chunlun saw the potato chips in Xiao Nian's hand and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Xiao Nian noticed Xiao Chunlun's reaction and smiled. Xiao Chunlun stared at the chips and nodded instinctively. Xiao Nian, since we're fellow villagers, can you help me out? As fellow travelers, could you give me some food? Fellow villagers? And then backstab me? Xiao Nian asked back. Xiao Chunlun shook her head. Xiao Nian, I swear, as long as you help me, I will never oppose you again. Xiao Nian threw a stone at Xiao Chunlun's face. Do you think I'm stupid? Blood immediately dripped from Xiao Chunlun's mouth. She shouted, Xiao Nian, you're crazy. Xiao Nian didn't reply. Instead, she said, you want to enter the space, right? I can send you a now. Xiao Chunlun's face lit up. Really? Xiao Nian's voice came slowly, clear in Xiao Chunlun's ears. My space needs someone to help me farm. That's you. Clear the wasteland in the backyard and plant potatoes. Also, Xiao Xiong's family needs a companion and you're perfect for that. No. Xiao Nian, you're crazy. Xiao Chunlon went mad when she heard this. She just wanted to hide inside for a while, not stay forever. She angrily cursed, Xiao Nian, I curse you. I curse you to never see your parents. I curse your parents. Xiao Nian's face was cold as she took Xiao Chunlon and Xiao Xiong's family into the space. She also pulled Qin Shuayan. Inside, there was no day or night, only eternal daylight. Xiao Chunlon was thrown onto a patch of wild grass, with endless wilderness behind her. In front of her was a lazy black bear licking its paw. She curled up under a tree root, having not drunk water or eaten all day. Her throat was dry as if it was on fire. Water. Give me some water. She begged the nearest little bear, her voice hoarse. The little bear looked up, human-like, and curled its lips before turning and picking up a stone. It then threw it in front of her with a smack. At this moment, Xiao Nian also brought Qin Shua inside. Seeing the little bear's action, she smiled. Little Xiong, you're so cute. Xiao Chunlon looked at the mud on the stone and suddenly screamed in despair. Xiao Nian, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have mentioned your parents. I shouldn't have threatened you. Let me out, I'll kowtow to you. In response, there was a roar and Xiao Nian's laughter. Didn't you want to enter the space yourself? Shouldn't you be happy? Once inside the space, you won't have to face the punishment for killing. Xiao Chunlon shook her head. She regretted entering the space. She originally thought she could enjoy good food and comfort inside, but she didn't expect Xiao Nian to be so cruel. When Li Hong was bothering her, she only wanted to push him away, not to kill him. When surrounded by wolves, she thought that because Xiao Nian was from the same hometown, she might at least give her a way out. Even when she was thrown into the space, she thought Xiao Nian was just scaring her. But now she understood. Xiao Nian truly hated her, to the point of wanting her to be slowly consumed by despair in this fake, lonely space. The thought of only being able to contact these bears in the future made Xiao Chunlon afraid. She was still young, still wanted to marry, but if she was trapped here for life, it would be better to die early. At this moment, she even wished the police would come and arrest her. Killing someone might not mean death, but being locked inside here was truly worse than death. Xiao Nian, let me out. I will turn myself in. Xiao Nian ignored her and said to the little bear, Go get thee and make her work. The little bear tilted its head, thought for a moment, then ran behind the mountain. Soon, it returned with a rusty and threw it in front of her. It even bared its teeth in a threatening way. Seeing the terrifying three-headed bear, Xiao Chunlon's hands trembled as she picked up the. She grew up poor, working with her parents in the fields, and had vowed never to do farm work again. But now, it felt like she was back in that painful life. Xiao Nian, why? She muttered. Why can you live so well? Stop talking nonsense and get to work, or I'll let the little bear toss you around, Xiao Nian said. The little bear excitedly grabbed Xiao Chunlon, ready to spin her around. Xiao Chunlon panicked and quickly said, Xiao Nian, I have news about your parents. Don't you want to hear? Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow. You, who can't even speak properly, what nonsense are you talking now? Your parents. Xiao Chunlon deliberately stretched out her voice, watching Xiao Nian's expression. Your father took your mother for IVF so she could survive. Xiao Nian tightened her grip on Qin Shua's hand. They had twins, a boy and a girl. Xiao Chunlon said proudly, her voice sharp. Your mother is now holding the little girl, calling her Nian Nian every day, completely forgetting about you. Your father looks at those two children and never mentions you anymore. They don't need you at all. She thought Xiao Nian would cry, get angry, or break down like her. But Xiao Nian was just stunned. Then her eyes slowly turned red, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Really? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief and joy. They had twins. Xiao Chunlon was confused. You're not angry. Why should I be angry? Xiao Nian smiled, her eyes shining brighter than the light in the room. They didn't fall apart because of me. They didn't give up on life. They have new children now, and I'm happy just thinking about that. She was truly happy. Her parents had worried so much about her all her life. She was always afraid her death would completely destroy them. But now, with new lives filling the emptiness, they could finally move on from their sadness. How can you not be angry? Xiao Chunlon looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. They replaced you. They betrayed you. Replaced? Qiao Nian shook her head calmly. My parents will always be my parents. The twins are my little brother and sister. Isn't it good to have two more people to love? Xiao Chunlon completely lost her mind. She rushed forward to grab Qiao Nian, but was knocked down by a small bare paw. No way. You're lying to me, she cried, lying on the ground with her hair covering her face, her voice sharp and desperate. No one would ignore their parents' love for other children. You're just a liar. Qiao Nian looked at her hysterical state and suddenly said with interest, Is it because your parents don't love you? They favor your brother and only love him, so you've hated me because I am an only child, because my parents only love me. While I was alive, I received all my parents' love. When they had new children, I was happy. But you, in your past life, your parents didn't love you, and in this life, they still don't. This statement was truly heartless. Xiao Chunlon was about to go crazy, wanting to rush at Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian dodged and then said to the little bear, In the coming days, watch her carefully. Give her a few potatoes and half a bowl of water each day. As long as she doesn't starve, it's fine. Don't let her touch anything else.
No.
Qiao Nian, Xiao Chunlon's scream rang out. You can't do this. I am the author. I am the heroine. This goes against the story. Qiao Nian didn't look back. She left the space with Qin Shua, still able to hear Xiao Chunlon's unwilling crying. Qin Shua held her hand softly and asked, Are you really okay? Yes. Qiao Nian leaned on his shoulder and looked at the starry sky. It's all over now. Just knowing that her parents are still alive is enough. Big sister, have you found anyone? Sun Dashing's voice suddenly came from nearby. Qiao Nian saw Sun Dashing and Xie rushing over and shook her head. Sun Dashing scratched his head. Xiao Chunlon is really bad. She killed someone and still dared to run away. Xie blinked but said nothing. He knew these two had definitely caught Xiao Chunlon. When the four of them went down the mountain, they also met villagers and police searching the area. The nearby police recognized Qin Shua and asked a few questions. They knew they were also looking for Xiao Chunlon, but found no other clues. They told them to leave. Back home, Qiao Nian entered the space again. She saw Xiao Chunlon being swung around in the air by two bears, screaming constantly. Quietly, Qiao Nian withdrew. Soon, Xiao He, Jiao Jiao, and the glasses came over. Xiao He brought news. They had found the laboratory of the Japanese in the grassland border. It was located at the Black Wind Pass, near the borders of 3 countries. There was an ancient emperor's tomb there. The Japanese had dug it open and conducted experiments inside. Seeing Qin Shua frown, Qiao Nian asked, Is that place very dangerous? Qin Shua nodded. Black Wind Pass is in a lawless zone between the Soviet Union and Outer Mongolia. It's always windy enough to overturn carts, and most of it is grassland with few hills for cover. Qiao Nian understood now. It was very easy for their group to be spotted if they went there. But this matter had to be done. They could only be very careful. When do we leave? Qiao Nian's voice was hoarse. She hadn't rested all night yesterday and was quite tired. Qin Shua gently lifted her hair from her ear and touched her cool face with his fingertips. Rest during the day, leave at night. You should sleep for a while. I need to discuss with the lone wolf, okay? Qiao Nian was silent for a moment and then adjusted her military coat around him. She continued, My idea is to split into 2 teams. One in the open, one in the dark. I will operate in the dark. That's too dangerous, Qin Shua frowned. There are not only Japanese people but also Soviet border patrols. Any mistake could cause diplomatic problems. Exactly because it's dangerous, I will stay in the dark. Qiao Nian looked up at him with clear eyes. I will prepare some medicines, weapons, and compressed biscuits in the space, enough to support our 2 small teams for a month. You stay in the open, I stay in the dark. This way, no one will go hungry or die from lack of medicine. Qin Shua looked at her and suddenly smiled. He knew that his Nian Nian was never the type to hide behind others like a vine. Okay, he said, holding her hand. I need to discuss with the lone wolf first, but you can't stay alone in the dark. Just as she nodded, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door, accompanied by Sun Dashing's noisy voice. Brother-in-law. Sister. When are we leaving? Qin Shua opened the door and saw Sun Dashing's eager face. This was his first mission, so he must feel excited. Qin Shua smiled. We leave tonight. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm just eager to learn from brother-in-law. Sun Dashing scratched his head, but his eyes flicked toward Xiao Nian. Besides, I'm pretty good at fighting and can help sister. He paused and lowered his voice. I heard we're going to the Soviet Union? Are their ice pops sweeter than ours? Xiao Nian was amused by him. She took a piece of chocolate from the space and handed it to him. Eat this first, then I'll tell you about the Soviet Union on the way. Sun Dashing's eyes lit up. He unwrapped the candy and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, Thanks, sister. Qin Shua told Xiao Nian to rest and went to find the lone wolf himself. 3 days later, at a secret assembly point on the border of Meng province, 9 team members from both squads were already waiting here. Qin Shua lowered his voice and said, Ling Mao and I will handle logistics in the dark. Xiao Heizi, you 3 follow the lone wolf team and follow Fox Wolf's orders. Other people didn't ask any more questions. The rules for all the special operations teams are, don't ask why, just follow orders. When the convoy set out, dawn was just breaking. Xiao Nian sat in the front passenger seat, watching the desert rush by outside the window. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked Qin Shua, Does the Special Operations Department have more details about the laboratory at Haifengku? He replied, only that it's related to an ancient site called Hengquang Tomb. It's said to be the tomb of a Khan from the Mongol Empire period, full of traps. The locals are too scared to go near it. Xiao Nian thought for a moment. The Japanese often hide their labs in such places. Last time it was on a mountain in the southwest, and now it's a tomb. What are they so afraid of? Being caught, Qin Shua said coldly, looking ahead. No matter where they hide these disgusting things, I will find them. Sun Dashing sat in the back seat, munching on beef jerky given by Xiao Nian. Suddenly, he said, Sis, do you think all Soviet people have big beards? Are their bread loaves as big as basins? Xiao Nian laughed. We'll see when we get there. But first, remember, once we reach the border, we follow the lone wolf's orders and don't run around. Got it, got it. Sun Dashing pounded his chest. I promise to stay close to brother-in-law and not fall behind. The convoy traveled over bumpy dirt roads, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiao Nian looked at Qin Shua's focused face and suddenly felt more at ease. No matter if the wind at Haifengku was howling or if there were traps in the tomb, as long as they were together, there was nothing to fear. In the evening, the team arrived at a relay station 50 kilometers from the border. As soon as they got out of the car, a special operations liaison hurried over, looking serious. Captain Qin, something's happened. We lost contact with our informant at Haifengku. Qin Shua's heart sank. When did this happen? Earlier this morning, the liaison handed him a note. This is the last message he sent. Tomb door opens, cherry blossoms eat people. Xiao Nian leaned in to look. The handwriting was messy, as if written in a panic. Eat people, she frowned. Could they be researching the phrase carnivorous plants? Xiao Nian didn't finish the thought, as it sounded too unbelievable. No matter what they're researching, we have to go in and see. Qin Shua clenched the note tightly. Then he said to the nearby lone wolf, Notify the team members that they can rest tonight. At dawn tomorrow, we will hike into the Black Wind Pass. As night deepened, the kerosene lamps at the relay station flickered dimly. Zhou Nian sat inside the tent, carefully checking the night vision goggles, climbing ropes, and spiritual spring water in her space. When Qin Shua entered, he saw her staring blankly at a small metal box. This was taken from her glasses because they needed to split up, so each pair carried one. What's wrong? He asked as he approached, noticing it was a signal jammer. I'm thinking, what if there's no signal inside the underground palace? How can we contact the outside? Zhou Nian looked up. The space can store things but can't send messages. That's a problem. Qin Shua picked up the jammer and weighed it in his hand. I brought a military radio. As long as we're not too deep underground, it should work. If that fails, we have the old rule of the lone wolf team, leave a sign. Zhou Nian nodded and placed the radio in the most visible spot of her space. Qin Shua watched her busy figure and suddenly hugged her from behind. Nian Nian, after this is over, I'll take you to see the sea. Zhou Nian was surprised. The sea? Yes. Qin Shua rested his chin on her head gently. The southern sea, the sky in your space, is just as blue. Let's find a quiet place, stay for a few days, and not think about anything. Zhou Nian smiled and turned to hug him. Sounds good. I'll wait. Outside the tent, Sun Dashing yawned and made a wish to the starry sky. Hope this mission goes smoothly, and when I come back, my sister will cook me a chicken. The wind at Black Wind Pass was sharp, like blades cutting into your face. Zhou Nian wrapped her Mongolian robe tighter and looked at the swirling dust storms in the distance. She couldn't help but lean closer to Qin Shua. They were hiding in an abandoned stone house, half a mile from the legendary King Khan's tomb entrance. The wind and sand are too strong. I can't see far away, Qin Shua whispered, holding a small telescope covered with fine sand on the lens. Zhou Nian nodded and took out a telescope from her space, much better than Qin Shua's, bought during her last trip abroad. She looked into the distance through the telescope. Shua, there are herders over there, following her pointing finger, for herders dressed in sheepskin coats, leading horses, approached the group of Lone Wolf and his companions. Lone Wolf and his team pretended to be criminals trying to escape the country. The herders moved naturally. One even bent down to pick up a stone, as if checking the road conditions. Qin Shua frowned and said, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Qiao Nian asked. Herders wouldn't come out to graze in this weather, and they wouldn't just lead one horse. He lowered his binoculars, his voice turning colder. These people are from the country of Wok, maybe the same as those on the outskirts of the Wild Mountain. Qiao Nian also thought of this, but they weren't worried. It was clear that Lone Wolf was on alert. At this moment, Lone Wolf was pretending to be a family with Jiao Jiao and White Fox. As for Sun Dashing and the others, they were still hiding in the dark. When Lone Wolf was about 10 meters away from them, suddenly something changed. The lead herder suddenly raised his hand, not to greet, but to draw a silenced pistol. Almost at the same time, the other three moved quickly, revealing they were armed with Japanese Type 38 rifles, not herders. Bullets shot from a distance, hitting the stone wall where Qiao Nian and the others were hiding, sparks flying. Qin Shua reacted quickly, pulling Qiao Nian back to hide. Meanwhile, the three from Lone Wolf's side had already engaged the four enemies. Within moments, they gained the upper hand. When those herders fell, seemingly helpless in battle, a group of well-trained black-clad fighters suddenly appeared around them. The three from Lone Wolf's team were clearly no match for the black-clad fighters, who had others hiding nearby. Everyone with glasses also moved forward to support. "Since we've been spotted, let's go in," Qin Shua said and charged out. He didn't shoot immediately, but used the cover of the stone house to flank around, grabbing a ninja's dagger and stabbing it into the other's chest. His movements were quick and clean. In just 3 seconds, he had taken down one. 2 ninjas saw this and immediately turned to run toward Qin Shua. At this moment, Sun Dasheng ran over, kicking one of them in the neck, causing the person to fall. The other was shot in the leg by Qin Shua and screamed as he fell to the ground. Qin Shua stepped on the gravel, pointing his gun at the injured ninja, and asked, "Where's the laboratory?" The ninja quickly bled black blood from the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes. Guleng saw this and squatted down. He calmly picked up the agent's dropped dagger and used the tip of the knife to lift the collar of a person pretending to be a herdsman from Japan. "Dr. Sakura is inside, right? Where is the entrance to the King of Sweat tomb?" The person's pupils suddenly shrank, clearly surprised that he knew about the King of Sweat tomb. In that moment of hesitation, Guleng suddenly struck out, slicing his cheek with the dagger. "I don't have time to wait." The smell of blood stimulated the Japanese man. He seemed to give up and shouted in rough Chinese, "The tomb entrance is 50 meters ahead, under the stone bunker. Please don't kill me. A dull gunshot sounded, but it wasn't from Gulang's team. Suddenly, a blood hole appeared on the Japanese man's forehead. His eyes widened in shock, and he died before finishing his words. Qin Shua quickly turned his head toward the direction of the gunfire. Beyond the northwest sand dunes, a shadow flashed past, as fast as a gust of wind. Chase! He stood up, ready to rush over, but Xiao Nian held him back. Don't go. She pointed at the distant sandstorm. The wind is too strong, visibility is poor, and there are snipers. It's too dangerous to follow. Qin Shua clenched his teeth, but finally stopped. He knew Xiao Nian was right. Impulsiveness wouldn't solve anything. The team members had already begun clearing the battlefield. Xiao Nian approached the bodies and squatted down to check. All of them had a tattoo on their arms, a blooming cherry blossom. It was exactly the same pattern as those on the hillside. These are core members of the Cherry Blossom organization. Xiao Nian stood up, her voice serious. Their defenses here are tighter than we thought. Qin Shua walked over and, upon seeing the tattoos, looked cold as ice. It seems Dr. Sakura is very likely inside the tomb. He paused, then looked at the others. Are there any injuries? Everyone shook their heads. No. Qin Shua asked again. Should we go directly to the stone bunker to investigate? Gu Leng nodded. Get your gear ready. We're leaving immediately. Xiao Nian handed out her first aid kit. Take some medicine inside, just in case. It contains some hemostatic drugs and a few small bottles of spiritual spring water. The wind and sand gradually lessened, and the setting sun cast a long shadow over the stone bunker in front. Xiao Nian followed Qin Shua and the team, hiding behind the sand dunes, slowly moving closer. They didn't know exactly where the entrance to the underground palace was. Was it a cellar? Or a secret passage? When they were about 10 meters from the bunker, Qin Shua made a stop gesture. Everyone paused and held their breath. The area was very quiet, except for the sound of the wind. There was no other movement. But the calmer it was, the more strange it felt. Sun Dashing couldn't help but whisper, Captain, no one's here. Are we wrong? Qin Shua didn't speak. Instead, he raised the binoculars that Xiao Nian had just taken out and carefully observed the area around the bunker. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a dark stone at the bottom. Its color was darker than the others, and there were marks that looked like they had been carved by hand. Lone Wolf, look through the binoculars at that black stone. Is there a? Lone Wolf took the binoculars from Qin Shua and looked quickly. After a moment, he nodded, yes. A tiny, like it can be opened. Qin Shua's eyes lit up. The entrance might be right below that. Just then, Xiao Nian suddenly tugged on his sleeve and pointed to the sand dune on the east side of the mound. Look over there. Behind the sand dune Xiao Nian pointed to, a large stone about half a person tall was slowly rolling down. Behind the stone, a faint figure was curled up, dressed like a special agent. It's Lao Sheng. Lone Wolf whispered urgently. Just as he was about to move forward, Qin Shua held him back. Xiao Nian didn't know who Lao Sheng was, but she was sure he was from the special agency. She just didn't understand why he was here. He looks suspicious, Qin Shua said, holding the binoculars and frowning. Lao Zheng's body twisted in a strange way, like a puppet being controlled. His face was buried in the sand, one hand exposed, with blood in the fingernail cracks, digging at the sand toward the stone bunker. This is the work of the Cherry Blossom organization, Qin Shua said coldly. They want to lure us over with Lao Zheng. As he finished speaking, Lao Zheng suddenly looked up, expressionless, but with a stiff smile on his face. He made a strange sound and then charged toward the bunker, moving faster than someone injured should. Stop him! Lone Wolf shouted. Little Black rushed forward quickly. Just as he grabbed Old Zheng's arm, he saw Old Zheng pull out a hand grenade. The pin was pulled, and the fuse was sparking. Be careful, Xiao Nian shouted. Little Black pushed Old Zheng away suddenly and rolled on the ground. The explosion sounded behind the sand dunes, sending sand flying high into the air. Old Zheng's figure was instantly swallowed up. After the dust settled, only a blackened crater remained. This bunch of troublemakers, Sun Dashing said for the first time, clenched his fists, his knuckles white, and his face full of anger. Don't get distracted, Qin Shua said, holding his shoulder. The more they try to anger us, the calmer we need to stay. Xiao Nian took out a few boxes of compressed biscuits from her space, pretending to be from her bag, and handed them to the team members. Eat to restore your energy. The real fight is still ahead. The stone bunker looked even more broken from a distance. Its black stone walls were covered with dry vines, looking like fierce scars. At the bottom edge of the black stones, there were obvious signs of grinding, making it stand out from the surrounding rocks. The entrance is right below here, Lone Wolf said, tapping the black stone with a dagger, making a dull, hollow sound. Qin Shua reached out to push, but suddenly saw a faint red mist seeping from the cracks in the black stone, carrying a strong, unpleasant smell. Poison gas, he said, quickly pulling his hand back. Glasses took out a small glass bottle, poured out a clear liquid, and dripped it into the mist. The liquid instantly turned dark green, bubbling and boiling. It's nerve toxin. Forcing the door open will spread it out. Breathing it in will numb your nerves. What should we do? Sun Dashing asked anxiously. Xiao Nian looked at the 3 stones embedded in the stone door, turquoise, coral, and white jade, said in Mongolian script. Suddenly, she remembered old Zheng pointing to the middle one, the red coral. Try pressing the red stone. There's an inscription on the Mongolian script, Bai Hu suddenly said. She brushed her fingertips over the carvings. These 2 characters mean eternal life, and these 2 mean sacrifice. As a Mongolian, she was familiar with her own script. The red coral in the middle corresponds to the character Kai, open, Bai Hu continued. Maybe pressing it will open the door. Do you know Mongolian script? Xiao Nian asked. Bai Hu nodded. Yes, I am Mongolian. What if more poison gas is released? Lone Wolf asked cautiously. Xiao Nian took out 3 gas masks from her space, lighter than military ones, suitable for outdoor adventures. Put this on. Everyone else step back 10 meters and cover your nose and mouth with a wet cloth. Qin Shua took a deep breath and pressed against the red coral. The stone responded with a soft clicking sound as it sank down. No poison gas was released, but the stone door slowly vibrated, cracking open from the middle, revealing a wide entrance for 2 people to walk side by side. A cold, damp air flowed out, mixed with a faint smell of blood. It's open, Sun Dashing whispered. Xiao Nian shined her flashlight inside. The passage was dark, with walls covered in faded murals depicting warriors on horseback and sacrificial scenes, matching historical records of the Khan's tomb. Lone Wolf and White Fox are leading the way. I, Xiao Nian, the glasses, and Jiao Jiao will follow. The others stay back and cover us, Qin Shua ordered. Everyone entered one after another. The murals on both sides of the passage became clearer. The images showed the Khan wearing a gold crown, with people kneeling around him, their faces showing strange, fanatic expressions. It didn't look like they were forced to sacrifice, but seemed voluntary. I read an ancient legend before coming here. It said a Khan was obsessed with eternal life and believed sacrifices could make him live forever after death, Qin Shua said, looking at the murals. These paintings are his imagined immortality illusion. Dr. Manhwa chose this place, so it's probably not just for hiding, Xiao Nian frowned. They might also be studying these strange things, Qin Shua added. At the end of the passage was a large stone chamber. In the center was a stone altar with complex carvings, surrounded by scattered bones and remnants of clothing that looked like ancient soldiers' attire. This is the main hall of the tomb. Qin Shua pointed to a narrow door at the far end of the chamber. The entrance should be inside. Just as Lone Wolf was about to step forward, a soft drip sound was heard. Xiao Nian shined her flashlight over and saw a piece of black mucus dripping from between the ribs of a decayed skeleton, falling onto the stone slab with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Be careful, she shouted. Before she finished, several dark figures suddenly rushed out of the darkness. They were people in tattered prisoner clothes, with pale gray skin, cloudy eyes, and hoarse breathing sounds. Their nails were long and black, clearly modified through drug experiments. They're live test subjects from the Manhwa organization. Qin Shua immediately fired his gun. The bullets hit the creatures, creating bloody holes, but they seemed unaffected by pain and kept rushing forward. Aim for the head, Lone Wolf shouted, changing magazines. The number of these creatures increased rapidly, closing in within 5 meters. Xiao Hei's rifle was out of bullets. He was blocking with a dagger, but his arm was cut open, and the wound quickly turned red, swollen, and black. Use explosives, Qin Shua shouted. Xiao Heizi threw a hand grenade. After the explosion, the experiment subjects collapsed, but soon new ones rushed over. Xiao Nian suddenly remembered the flamethrower in the space, which she had prepared during her outdoor activities. She quickly took it out and handed it to Qin Shua. Use this. Qin Shua took the flamethrower, pressed the switch, and flames burst out instantly. The experiment subjects were scorched by the fire, screaming loudly. Their movements noticeably slowed. Retreat through the narrow door, he shouted. Everyone fought and backed away. Sun Dasheng protected the white fox, but was scratched 3 times on the back by the experiment subjects, groaning in pain. Xiao Nian was quick. She took water from the space and poured it on his wounds, which immediately reduced the swelling. Let's go. Qin Shua used the flamethrower to drive back the experiment subjects and led the way into the narrow door. Xiao Nian was the last to retreat, and with Xiao Heizi's help, they pushed a large stone to block the entrance. The loud thud of the experiment subjects hitting the stone came through, and they couldn't get in for now. Everyone sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Dasheng's back wound was still bleeding, but the pain was less intense. These things are even more evil than zombies, he wiped his sweat. They are humans modified with drugs, Qin Shua said seriously. The Sakura organization turned this place into a lab. Suddenly, White Fox pointed at the wall of the passage. Look at these words. The wall was covered with Mongolian script, densely packed like a spell. Qin Shua stepped forward, his finger brushing over the carvings. What does this say? White Fox said. These are the names and last words of the buried. It says, guarding the tomb for the King of Sweat, to be with eternal life. And there's also a Han Chinese name. Qin Shua followed her finger and stopped suddenly, his gaze fixed on a name, surprisingly in Chinese characters, Li Haidang. Xiao Nian was also stunned. Li Haidang, the woman who had always caused trouble for them and disappeared after bringing Zhu Mingfang to the hillside. Why is her name carved here? Could Li Haidang also be here? Xiao Nian asked. Qin Shua nodded. From what we see now, Li Haidang is also from the Webwa country, and she might even hold a high status there. The knocking outside gradually stopped, but no one dared to relax. Rest for 5 minutes. Qin Shua calmed his emotions. Check your gear, treat your wounds, then keep moving forward. 5 minutes later, Qin Shua announced, let's go. They passed through a corridor engraved with the names of those who had been buried there. Suddenly, the space opened up. This was a long hall, dozens of meters long, with many half-human-sized Buddha statues on both sides. The statues had Mongolian-style guardian looks, with fierce faces, weapons in their hands, and robes covered in thick dust, showing they had been silent for hundreds of years. Tattered prayer flags hung from the ceiling, gently swaying in the breeze, making faint sounds like whispers in the dark. This is the 1000 Buddha Hall, Qin Shua said, shining his flashlight over the statues. It's the first level of the Khan's tomb, and historical records say it has traps to prevent theft. I think it's more likely to have deadly traps, Sun Dasheng whispered, standing beside Qin Shua. Little Black pointed at one of the Buddha statues. That base is heavily worn down, probably touched by someone. Jiao Nian looked at the floor tiles beneath the statues. The tiles varied in color, and some of the gaps between them were free of dust, indicating they had been moved recently. Just as she was about to warn everyone, a soft click sounded. It was her glasses accidentally stepping on a light-colored tile. Suddenly, the Buddha statues on both sides turned. Their faces, which had been looking forward, suddenly faced the center of the hall. The weapons they held snapped out, revealing sharp blades. At the same time, the ground trembled. The tile under her glasses sank down suddenly, revealing deep, bottomless quicksand. She shouted in alarm as her body started to sink. "Grab my hand." Qin reacted quickly. He took a quick step forward, knelt down, and reached out to pull her. Sun Dashing and Little Black also rushed over. The three of them worked together and finally pulled her out just before she sank to her chest. Her face was pale with fear. She staggered back after standing up, but accidentally kicked another Buddha's base. This time, the Buddha's eyes suddenly shot out poison darts. "Watch out." Zhao Nian quickly pulled Qin Shuo aside. The poison dart whistled past his shoulder and hit the stone wall across. The arrow's tail trembled slightly, and the tip glowed with a strange green light. "This place is a trap," Sun Dashing cursed. He raised his gun and fired at the base of one Buddha statue, trying to break the trap, but only sparks flew. The statues were made of solid black stone, extremely hard. Qin Shuo adjusted his glasses and stepped back to the edge of the corridor. He frowned and said, "Don't touch any Buddha statues or floor tiles. Follow my lead and walk where I step." He carefully examined the ground and noticed very faint scratches on the dark tiles, like marks left by previous visitors. "These dark tiles are safe." Everyone immediately followed his steps, staying close to the wall and walking carefully on the dark tiles. Xiao Nian walked in the middle, her eyes alert as she looked at the Buddha statues on both sides. She always felt those fierce faces looked alive, staring at them intently. Halfway down the corridor, suddenly heavy footsteps sounded ahead. They weren't their own, nor the sound of wind or sand. It was a slow, awkward step, but with great force, as if something huge was approaching. "Be alert," Qin Shuo whispered urgently. Everyone immediately raised their guns, and the flashlights shone forward. From the shadows, several people slowly appeared. They were very tall, with sickly blue-gray skin. Their exposed arms had bulging veins, like wriggling worms. Their eyes were cloudy and dull, with no expression. Saliva dripped from their mouths, and they made strange sounds in their throats, like zombies from old TV shows. The scariest part was their hands, long, black nails like beast claws, shining faintly in the flashlight. "These are experiments made for Mongolian people." Xiao Nian's voice was tense. She had seen similar descriptions in the files from the Sakura organization she got in Yun province. They were living beings altered by drugs, losing their reason, incredibly strong, and insensitive to pain. More and more of these creatures appeared, blocking the corridor's exit. There were at least a dozen. When they saw the group, they roared like sharks smelling blood and lunged forward, moving much faster than the mutated creatures they had encountered before. "Fire," Qin Shuo ordered. Gunshots echoed through the corridor. The bullets hit the creatures, but only made a few blood holes and didn't stop them. One creature's shoulder was shattered, but it kept charging forward as if nothing happened. "These things aren't afraid of bullets," Lone Wolf shouted, changing his magazine. "Aim for the head." Bullets hit the creatures' heads, finally slowing their movements. Because there were too many test subjects, when one fell, another immediately took its place, quickly closing in within 10 meters. Running out of ammo, Little Black shouted. His rifle was empty, and he was using a dagger to block the approaching test subjects. Zhou Nian watched the increasingly close test subjects, her heart pounding. If this continued, before they could escape the corridor, they would run out of ammunition and be forced to surrender. "Ashua! Get out of the way," she suddenly shouted. Qin Shuo understood immediately, pulling the team members to the sides to dodge. Zhou Nian clasped her hands at her sides and silently whispered toward the space. Suddenly, 3 black shadows shot out from her side and landed among the test subjects. They were 3 little bears. They were the family Zhou Nian had placed in the space earlier. The safe environment inside made them shiny and healthy, and they had grown bigger than when they were in the cave. Seeing the test subjects, they were not afraid but instead roared excitedly. Although the others looked a bit surprised, it was clear that hesitation was not the time now. While the 3 bears attacked fiercely, they also started fighting. The father bear at the front slapped a test subject in the chest, sending it flying like a rag doll into a Buddha statue, with the sound of bones breaking clearly heard. Mother Bear, and the little bear also didn't hold back. The mother bit into a test subject's arm and tore it off, while the little bear pressed its paw on the test subject's head and slammed it onto the ground, smashing its skull in a few hits. The test subjects were intimidated by the fierce attack of the three bears and their family, and they suddenly stopped. "Now's the time," Qin Shua shouted. "Break through." Everyone took the chance to follow the little bear toward the corridor exit. Zhou Nian ran last, shining her flashlight into the eyes of the test subjects to distract them. At the same time, she threw smoke bombs from the space. White smoke spread out, temporarily blocking the test subject's vision. In the chaos, one test subject suddenly lunged out from behind a Buddha statue, aiming at the last white fox. The white fox had just changed its magazine and had no time to react, about to be caught by the test subject's claws. "Be careful," Sun Dashing reacted quickly, pushing the white fox away, but he couldn't dodge himself. The creature's sharp claws deeply scratched his back, leaving 5 blood marks that revealed the bone beneath. Blood, dark red and black, quickly seeped out. "Great Sage!" Qiao Nian exclaimed. The great sage groaned softly and quickly stabbed his dagger into the creature's throat. The creature twitched a few times and fell to the ground. The great sage also swayed, his face turning very pale. The wound on his back swelled and darkened visibly, showing that poison was spreading. "It's poison." Qin Shua immediately stopped and wanted to help him, but more creatures surrounded him. "Brother-in-law,
Don't worry about me.
take sister away," the great sage shouted with his last strength before collapsing. Qiao Nian reacted quickly, rushing over to hold him. Her fingers touched the wound on his back, which was burning hot. She knew she couldn't wait. Without thinking much, she took a bowl from her space, filled with spiritual spring water. While the smoke was still thick, she quickly opened the great sage's mouth and poured half a bowl of the water inside. The cool liquid slid down his throat. The swelling on his back seemed to lessen a little, and the spreading dark lines slowed down. But he was still unconscious, breathing weakly. "Big Bear, carry him on your back," Qiao Nian shouted at Bear Dad. Big Bear immediately ran over and carefully carried the great sage on his back. Qiao Nian picked up a rifle from the ground and fired at the attacking creatures. Her aim wasn't perfect, but she didn't care about accuracy now. She just wanted to buy a few more seconds. Mama Bear and Little Bear were still fighting the creatures. Mama Bear's ear was torn open, but she seemed to feel no pain and kept biting fiercely. Qiao Nian watched with pain and threw a few pieces of raw meat soaked in spiritual spring water from her space. These were snacks she prepared for Little Bear's family, now used as bait to motivate them. Little Bear sniffed the meat and became even more excited. The big bear even grabbed one of the creatures and threw it like a shot put, knocking down a group of them. "Retreat!" Qin Shua seized the moment and led everyone out of the Thousand Buddha corridor into the next passage. Qiao Nian was the last to retreat. Before leaving, she shouted to Little Bear, "Come back!" Mama Bear and Little Bear, hearing the command, quickly broke free from the creatures and dashed into the passage behind her. Qin Shua pushed a large stone blocking the passage aside. With a loud crash, it sealed the entrance. The sound of the experiment hitting the stone came through, but they couldn't get past it for now. Everyone was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. The corridor was messy, and the team members were injured to some extent. Bai Hu's arm was cut, Xiaohei's leg was kicked by the experiment, and he was limping. The most serious was Sun Dashing, who was unconscious. Qiao Nian crouched beside Sun Dashing, touched his forehead, which was still very hot but better than before. She let out a breath of relief. The spiritual spring water still worked, but the toxin was too strong, so he hadn't woken up immediately. "How is he?" Qin Shua asked, his voice full of worry. He had just broken through a head and didn't see Qiao Nian feeding medicine to Sun Dashing. "He's stable for now, but still not awake," Qiao Nian whispered. "We need to find a safe place for him to rest." Qin Shua nodded and looked at the 3 bears. Mama Bear was licking the wound on her ear with her tongue, while Little Bear came over, nudging Qiao Nian's arm with his head, as if asking for praise. The others looked at them with complicated expressions. They had always known Xiao Nian had secrets, but they didn't expect her to have such powerful battle-ready bears out of nowhere. Bai Hu hesitated, unsure how to ask. They are the ones I rescued in the mountains earlier. I didn't expect they'd be useful today, Xiao Nian explained simply, not saying much more. Today, her space had been exposed, and she needed to think carefully about what to do next. The others didn't press further. They knew that if Xiao Nian hadn't released the 3 bears in time, escaping would have been very difficult. As for everything else, they chose to pretend they didn't know. Lone Wolf was inspecting the 3 experiment bodies they had knocked down. Suddenly, he found a blood-soaked small notebook from the tattered clothes of one of the experiment bodies. "What is this?" he frowned, carefully opening the notebook. The paper was wrinkled and stained with blood, making the writing blurry, but some sentences could still be read. Xiao Nian and Qin Shua both moved closer to look. The mother organism's condition is stable, and its tolerance to cherry blossom extract has increased. After the 37th injection, aggression increased, but intelligence completely regressed, meeting the weapon standard. Continuous observation is needed. Responsible person, Haidang. When they saw the name, Haidang, Xiao Nian and Qin Shua both shivered. Qin Shua's fingers instinctively clenched the paper, almost tearing it apart. It's definitely her. A cold feeling rose in Xiao Nian's heart. She had previously thought Li Haidang was just a minor member of the Cherry Blossom organization, but now she realized she was actually the person in charge of the experiments. Taking Zhu Mingfang to the hillside was probably not a random decision but part of a plan to capture experimental subjects. This cherry blossom extract is the drug used to modify the test subjects. Guleng looked at the notebook with a serious face. They can now produce these monsters steadily. Sun Dashing let out a soft sound on Xiao Haizi's back, his brows furrowed as if having a nightmare. Xiao Nian gently touched his forehead. His temperature was a little lower than before, and she let out a small breath of relief. No matter who she is, once we find her, we can shut down this laboratory, Qin Shua said, folding the notebook and putting it into his pocket. His eyes were sharp as a blade. Take a 10-minute break, then we continue. No one objected. The corridor was very quiet, only the sounds of team members tending to wounds and Xiao Xiong licking his injuries. Xiao Nian approached the panda, gently bandaging the wound on its ear with a cloth soaked in spiritual spring water. Mama Panda was very obedient, watching her without moving. "Sorry for the trouble," Xiao Nian whispered. Mama Panda nudged her hand with her head, as if saying, "No trouble." Xiao Nian smiled, but her heart felt heavy. She looked at Qin Shua. He was leaning against the stone wall, eyes closed, resting, but his brows remained tightly knit. She knew he was thinking about Haidang. Haidang was likely the daughter of Qin Daegu and Qin Han. After 10 minutes, Qin Shua stood up. "Let's go." Everyone followed him, with Mama Panda carrying Sun Dashing on her back. Mama Panda and Little Panda walked cautiously at the front, like loyal guard dogs. At the end of the corridor, faint sounds of flowing water could be heard. The flashlight beam revealed damp stone walls covered with green moss, and a damp, fishy smell filled the air. Zhonyan looked at Sun Dashing leaning on Dad Xiong, clutching her rifle tightly, with only one thought in her mind. No matter what lies ahead, she must push through. For Sun Dashing, for the Chinese people who were captured, and for the innocent victims used as test subjects. Walking through a damp passage, the scene suddenly changed. They entered a round stone chamber, with a large star map painted on the ceiling. The floor was carved with complex patterns of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and in the center was a bronze star instrument, its pointers rusted. "This is the star chamber," Qin Shua said, shining his flashlight around. "It's the second level of the King of Sweat's tomb, said to be related to worshipping the star gods." Zhonyan noticed that the edge of the star map had several lines of Mongolian script, similar in style to the inscriptions seen on the stone door earlier. She was about to step closer to examine it when she suddenly heard faint footsteps behind her. A cold female voice spoke, with a slight, barely noticeable tremor. Everyone immediately turned around, guns aimed at the source of the sound. From the shadows, A woman in a white coat stepped out, her long hair tied back, face dusted with dirt. It was Li Haidang, who had been missing for days. She held no weapons, her hands raised in front of her chest, her gaze calm as she scanned the group, finally resting on Qin Shua, then shifting away. Li Haidang, Zhou Nian said cautiously, remembering her previous provocation in Beijing. Li Haidang ignored her and looked at Qin Shua. I know you're looking for the core laboratory. I can take you there. Why should we trust you? Zhou Nian stepped forward, her eyes sharp. What is your relationship with the Cherry Blossom Organization? You'll find out when you go inside. Li Haidang lowered her eyes. Then her voice grew quieter. I have my reasons. She stepped aside, clearing a path. Take 3 steps forward. Place your left foot on the Z position, your right foot on the Wu position. Otherwise, you might trigger a quicksand trap. Qin Shua was about to move forward when Zhou Nian stopped him. She signaled everyone to stay still. She stepped 2 steps according to Li Haitang's instructions. If she was lying, she could immediately enter a different space. The tiles under her feet trembled slightly, but did not sink. Follow me, she said. Li Haidang turned and walked forward with steady steps, looking nothing like her previous delicate appearance in Beijing. She avoided the intersections of the ground patterns and circled around the 3rd tile on the left side of the star chart. Even when passing by a stone wall, she reached out and pressed a small bump. Suddenly, a hidden compartment popped out of the wall, containing a few poisoned crossbow arrows. Everyone followed behind her, feeling nervous and scared. These traps were very well hidden. If Li Haidang hadn't warned them, they might have been seriously hurt just by entering the star room. Xiao Nian watched Li Haidang carefully, worried she might suddenly do something harmful. Perhaps noticing Xiao Nian's reaction, Li Haidang simply said, You don't need to be so cautious of me. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have pressed the trap just now. You know this place very well, Xiao Nian suddenly asked. Much better than ordinary researchers from the Sakura organization. Li Haidang paused for a moment, but didn't turn around. I've been here for 3 years. I can walk around with my eyes closed. 3 years? Qin Shua continued, his tone calm but with a hint of suspicion. Have you heard of a person named Qin Han? As soon as the name Qin Han was spoken, Li Haitang's body suddenly stiffened, as if under a spell. Her fingers clenched the collar of her white coat, turning white at the knuckles, and her breathing became uneven. After a long moment, Li Haidang slowly turned around, her face still calm. She is my mother. Qin Shua's pupils shrank sharply, and he almost dropped his rifle. He stared at Li Haidang tightly, his throat tight with emotion. What proof do you have? Li Haidang just smiled indifferently. Believe it or not, that's up to you. In fact, both Qin Shua and Xiao Nian already believed her about 80%. Who is your father? Xiao Nian asked again, her eyes fixed on Li Haidang, not missing a single expression on her face. Li Haidang looked up directly at Qin Shua and Xiao Nian, her voice steady and without any fluctuation. Back then, Qin Han was taken to the border of Yun province by Dr. Sakura, also my father, Matsumoto Kenichi. After I was born, I was kept under house arrest. I grew up in the laboratory, and my only task was to watch her and prevent her from escaping. She seemed to be talking about something unrelated to herself. As you think, I am indeed a member of the Sakura organization. I have also helped them by bringing Zhu Mingfang to the wild hillside, all to help catch experimental materials. Then why are you helping us today? Xiao Nian still asked her heartfelt question. Li Haidang chuckled softly. You will find out soon. Where is your father? Dr. Sakura now. Qin Shua's voice was filled with restrained anger. Was it true that he took away the eldest aunt and fathered a child? At the core laboratory, Li Haidang replied calmly. He placed the virus mother in an experimental pod and monitors it day and night. I brought you here not to help you, but to destroy the mother. Xiao Nian looked at Li Haidang and asked, How do you know we will trust you? She asked calmly. After all, your previous actions are enough for us to see you as an enemy. Li Haidang looked at Xiao Nian and said, I don't mean any harm to Qin Shua. Everything I did in Beijing was just to get your attention. Otherwise, how could I have let you easily find my listening device? Xiao Nian suddenly remembered that Li Haitong's obvious lack of intelligence earlier didn't seem to match her current appearance. Li Haitong continued, whether you go or not is up to you. I must destroy the mother. After speaking, she ignored them and moved forward on her own. Xiao Nian and Qin Shuo exchanged a glance. Let's go. Li Haitong heard their voices and pointed at the stone wall behind the star instrument. Enter from there through the blood pool hall, and you'll reach the core laboratory. But there are the most elite guards of Dr. Sakura and a perfect experimental subject, bred from Qin Han's genes. No matter what's behind, we must go in. Qin Shuo's voice regained calm, but carried unwavering determination. And we need to shut down this lab. He turned to the others. Lone Wolf, you and Little Black keep watch on the left. White Fox, take care of Yukong. Li Haitong led the way to the stone wall, pressing a button on the base of the star instrument. With a click, the stone wall slowly moved aside, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person. Inside was pitch dark, with faint sounds of machinery humming. Let's go. Li Haitong looked back at Qin Shuo and said, once inside, you must follow my instructions. The traps there are more deadly than the combined dangers of the Thousand Buddha Corridor and the Astronomical Room. Qin Shuo nodded, signaling her to lead the way. Xiao Nian walked beside Qin Shuo, quietly holding his hand. If Li Haitong showed any signs of trouble, they would immediately enter the space. Father Xiong carried the unconscious Sun Dashing, following closely behind. Little Bear seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and didn't cause trouble like before. Instead, he stayed close to Mother Xiong. The buzzing sound in the corridor grew louder, mixed with faint breathing. After passing through a narrow passage, the scene before them made their spines chill. This was the third level of the underground palace called the Blood Pool Hall. It was more like a huge biological lab than a hall. In the center was a round blood pool, with floating fragments inside. Dark red liquid flowed through pipes into surrounding glass containers. Inside the containers, there were incomplete experimental bodies, some with scales, some with twisted limbs, trembling slightly in nutrient solutions. In the deepest container, a pale woman lay with her eyes closed. She was connected to many tubes, and her face looked exactly like Li Haitong's. Who is she? Xiao Nian asked. Li Haitong's eyes were moist, her voice trembling, no longer calm. She instinctively reached out to touch the container. She is my twin sister. Don't touch her. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat stepped out of the shadows. His eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses gleamed with excited fervor. He was thin, with long fingers, playing with a test tube filled with green liquid. It was Dr. Cherry Blossom, Matsumoto Kenichi. Father, Li Haitong's voice was cold, like ice, with no warmth of a daughter. Matsumoto Kenichi ignored her, focusing on Qin Shuo. A mocking smile appeared on his face. A Qin family member? An unexpected guest. I didn't think Qin Huan's nephew would find this place. It seems I underestimated the Qin family's abilities. Qin Shuo pointed a gun at Matsumoto Kenichi. You can use your own daughter for experiments? You truly are a despicable Japanese. Daughter? Matsumoto Kenichi chuckled softly, shaking the test tube. No, she's not my daughter. She's my most perfect experimental subject. Do you know what that means? Her genetic sequence contains the secret code of the Chinese people. The virus grown from her cells will only infect Chinese individuals and has no effect on our Yamato people. This could be a great invention that changes the course of the battle. Crazy. Xiao Nian couldn't help but curse. Using living people for experiments makes you unfit to be called a scientist. Science requires sacrifice. Kenichi Matsumoto pushed up his glasses calmly, as if talking about the weather. Her sacrifice is worth it. Besides, I still have a daughter alive, right? He looked at Li Haitong sharply. Haitong, your task isn't finished. Bring me the 38th injection of Sakura powder. Li Haitong stood still, her voice cold. I won't help you anymore. What did you say? Kenichi Matsumoto's tone darkened. Don't forget, your life is in my hands. The life support system for your sister is controlled by me. He pressed a button on the wall. The person inside the incubation chamber suddenly frowned in pain and curled up. Stop, Li Haiting shouted, her eyes turning red instantly. I'll get it! I'll get it! She turned to fetch the medicine but was stopped by Qin Shua. Don't trust him, Qin Shua whispered. He's using your sister to threaten you. Li Haiting shook off his hand, her voice no longer as calm as before. What else can I do? Watch my sister die. She looked at Qin Shua with complicated eyes. She's been with me since I was young. If she hadn't volunteered to enter this incubation chamber, I'd be lying inside it today. Do you think I brought you here for fun? I've had enough of this life. Suddenly, she raised her voice, as if shouting at Matsumoto Kenichi or telling herself, I deliberately took Zhu Mingfang to the wild hilltop, deliberately left fragments of the experiment logs, just to lure you here. I've wanted to destroy all this for a long time. Matsumoto Kenichi's face changed. You dare betray me? I not only betrayed you, I want you dead. Li Haiting shouted loudly, taking advantage of Matsumoto Kenichi's distraction. Suddenly, she pulled out a black magnetic card from her white coat and quickly shoved it into Qin Shua's hand. This is the key to open the incubation chamber. Hurry. Deserve to die. Matsumoto Kenichi roared furiously, pressing another red button. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded. The blood pool hall began to shake violently, and debris fell from above. Self-destruct program activated. The entire underground palace will collapse in 10 minutes, Kenichi Matsumoto said with a fierce expression. Do you want to die with us? Qin Shua protected Xiao Nian and looked at Kenichi Matsumoto cautiously. Why would I die with you failures? Matsumoto smiled. He pointed to a hidden door in the corner of the wall. I've prepared an escape route long ago. As for you, stay here and keep my perfect creation company. He pressed the last button. Suddenly, bubbles appeared in the blood pool, splashing water everywhere. A monster over 2 meters tall crawled out from the bottom of the pool. It was covered in dark red scales, had no features, only a mouth full of sharp teeth, and its limbs were thick like pillars with claws that gleamed like metal. This was the final experiment, the mother, created using Li Haitong's gene. Roar. The mother let out a deafening roar and lunged at the nearest lone wolf. Fire! Qin Shua shouted. Gunshots echoed through the hall. The bullets hit the mother's scales but bounced back without leaving a mark. It's invulnerable, Xiao Haizi exclaimed, being hit by the mother's tail and crashing into the wall. Kenichi Matsumoto watched the chaos and smiled with satisfaction. Dying at the hands of the mother is your luck. He turned to walk into the hidden door. Stop him, Qin Shua shouted. Xiao Nian saw there was no time and quickly ran over. She used her space ability to bring out a large stone and blocked Matsumoto's path. Matsumoto's eyes widened. What is this? But no one paid attention to him. Qin Shua had already taken out a rope and tied Matsumoto up. Xiao Nian took a dirty cloth and covered his mouth. Li Haiting, Qin Shua asked, how do I use the magnetic card? Li Haiting pointed to the control panel beside the incubation chamber. Insert it into the slot on the right and enter the password 9527. Hurry. The weak spot of the mother is its neck, where there are no scales. Qin Shua immediately ran to the control panel. Xiao Nian picked up a rifle from the ground and aimed at the mother's neck to shoot. The bullets couldn't, but temporarily forced it to retreat. Lone wolf. Cover Xiao Haizi. Xiao Nian shouted. Bear, go. 3-headed bears burst out of space, roaring as they pounced toward the mother. Dad Bear jumped up and grabbed the mother's leg. Little Bear took the chance to climb onto her back and frantically bit her neck. The mother cried out in pain and wildly shook her body. The entire hall shook more violently, and falling stones rained down like rain. Qin Shua had already inserted the magnetic card into the console and entered the password. Kenichi Matsumoto saw his actions and kept making whimpering sounds, but no one paid attention to him. The high-voltage electric in the incubation chamber suddenly shut off, and the door slowly opened. Sister, Li Haiting rushed over, trying to pull the person inside out, but found that her tubes and instruments were connected, so she couldn't tear them apart. Cut off the tubes, Li Haitang pointed to the red valve on the instrument. Turn off the life support system. Qin Shua immediately followed her instructions. As he pulled out the tubes, Li Haitang's sister suddenly coughed violently and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the person holding her, she froze for a moment, then tears burst out. Sister. Haiying, sister has rescued you, Li Haitang's voice choked with emotion. At this moment, the mother broke free from Little Bear's grip and roared as she charged toward the incubation chamber. Her target was Haiying. Be careful, Qin Shua suddenly turned sideways, pulling Li Haitang and Haiying, who was curled up in her arms, behind him. Almost simultaneously, the mother swung her bloody claws, scraping past his shoulder and hitting the stone wall. Cracks spread instantly, revealing the bone-deep cracks. Haiying's face was buried in Li Haitang's neck, and her arms were covered with tiny needle holes. She had been kept here as an experiment since she was 7 years old, never seeing her mother. Run quickly. Li Haitang pushed Haiying into Qiao Nian's arms. The underground palace is about to collapse. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Qiao Nian caught Haiying at that moment, noticing that although the girl looked exactly like Li Haitang, she was so thin she was just a skeleton. Cease! Haiying suddenly cried out, clutching Li Haitang's clothes tightly. I won't go with others. I want to stay with you. Li Haitang's eyes instantly turned red, but she forcefully pulled apart Haiying's hand. Be obedient. Go out with them. You haven't seen your mother yet. Let them take you to see her. Qiao Nian, take her and go. Li Haitang did not look at Haiying again, but called out in the direction of Qiao Nian. Maybe mother doesn't want to see her, but as long as she can see her mother, that's enough. She has never. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly grabbed a broken steel pipe from the ground and rushed toward the roaring mother figure. Qiao Nian only then realized that Li Haitang had never intended to survive from the start. She deliberately left clues on the wild hillside, even leading them to this laboratory. All the disguises and all the betrayals were to give Haiying a way to survive. Don't go, Qiao Nian shouted loudly, holding Haiying, who was struggling. You can't beat it. But Li Haitang seemed not to hear and quickly moved to the side of the monster. At the moment the monster turned around, she suddenly the steel pipe into the joint of its limb. Roar! The mother figure, in pain and furious, turned its head sharply toward Li Haitang.
Haiying.
Remember what sister said, live well after you go out. Li Haitang suddenly laughed loudly, tears in her voice. Don't learn from sister. She quickly pulled out the steel pipe and, with her other hand, stabbed the hidden surgical knife into the most vulnerable part of the mother's neck. With a poochie sound, the blade went in without a handle. The mother figure let out a deafening roar, and intense pain caused it to lose control completely. Its giant claws, with the force of splitting mountains and rocks, fiercely struck Li Haitang's back. Sister, Haiying's cry was heartbreaking. Li Haitang, like a piece of paper torn apart by a fierce wind, was heavily thrown against the stone wall opposite. Her white coat was instantly soaked with blood. As she fell, her gaze crossed the smoke and dust, precisely landing on Haiying's face, a faint smile still on her lips, as if saying, Don't be afraid. Sister, Haiying cried out in pain. The falling debris hit harder, and the liquid in the blood pool began to boil. Qin Shua clenched his teeth, grabbed Kenichi Matsumoto, and said to Qiao Nian, Let's go. Qiao Nian took one last look at Li Haitang's body, then at the still raging mother figure, and turned to follow Qin Shua. The Little Bear family also followed behind, with Dad Bear carrying Sun Dashing and Mom Bear carrying Haiying, struggling to run on the shaking ground. The blood pool collapsed behind them, and a huge roar drowned everything. But the mother figure ran out from inside, and just as she was about to slap the last person in line, Qiao Nian. Sister, be careful. Sun Dashing woke up unexpectedly. He slipped from Dad Bear's back and fell to the ground, staggering as he rushed forward and pushed Qiao Nian away. The giant claw of the mother creature brushed past his arm, drawing blood and splattering blood everywhere. The stone wall was struck, creating a deep hole. Dashing! Qiao Nian shouted in alarm. Sun Dashing, clutching his bleeding arm, grinned and said, "Sister, don't worry, I'm tough." He looked toward the side corridor, where several boxes of explosives left by the Cherry Blossom organization were stacked. "Sister, if we up this part of the corridor, can it stop it?" Xiao Nian immediately understood his plan.
No.
"We're too close to the exit. The explosion might bury us too, then let's up its feet." Sun Dashing pointed at the ground where the mother creature was standing. "I see these stones are loose. If we them up, it might trap it for a while." Qin Shua quickly disagreed. "That's too dangerous. You won't have time to retreat. There's no time." Sun Dashing grabbed a pack of explosives and was about to rush forward. "Brother-in-law, take everyone and go first." "I'll hold it back." The mother creature seemed to sense his plan and roared as it charged again. Xiao Nian reacted quickly. She threw a rope from her space and wrapped it around the mother creature's hind leg. Lone Wolf also took the opportunity to lead other team members forward, distracting the mother creature and affecting its attention. "Now's the time," Xiao Nian shouted. Sun Dashing, holding the explosives, rolled and crawled to the creature's feet. He quickly lit the fuse and then ran back a few steps. But the mother creature's reaction was much faster than expected. It suddenly lifted its hind leg and slammed its giant claw down on Sun Dashing's chest. Ugh! Sun Dashing spat out blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite. He crashed heavily into the stone wall, slid to the ground, and his breathing was weak. Dashing! Xiao Nian's eyes filled with tears. Almost at the same time, the explosives detonated with a loud bang. The bottom of the corridor collapsed into a deep pit several meters deep. One of the mother creature's hind legs was trapped, unable to move for the moment. But no one was in the mood to celebrate. Sun Dashing lay in a pool of blood, with a chunk of his chest caved in, his breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. Xiao Nian rushed over and held him, her hands trembling as she checked his nose for breath. "Dashing, wake up. Don't sleep." Qin Shua also rushed over, his face grim. He immediately saw Sun Dashing's injuries. His sternum was broken, and his internal organs were bleeding heavily. Even if there was a surgical table now, it was too late to save him. "Nian Nian, it's too late. Quickly use the spirit spring water," Qin Shua warned. While he was speaking, Xiao Nian had already taken out a bowl of spiritual spring water from her space. The support staff from the Special Operations Department were nearby, but she couldn't care less. She pried open Sun Dashing's mouth and poured the entire bottle of spiritual spring water inside. A miracle happened before everyone's eyes. The collapse on Sun Dashing's chest visibly healed, the bleeding wounds gradually closed, and his faint breathing became steady and strong. He coughed a few times, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Xiao Nian in confusion.
"Sister.
Why did you come to the underworld with me?" Xiao Nian gently patted his head. "Stop talking nonsense." This scene was clearly seen by Director Zhong and several support personnel from the Special Operations Department who had just arrived. They froze with their guns raised, their eyes shifting from shock to disbelief. One of them dropped his flashlight with a clatter. No one spoke. The corridor was silent except for the angry roar of the mother creature. Xiao Nian knew that the secret could no longer be kept. She stood up, blocking Sun Dashing in front of her, and looked calmly at the people from the Special Operations Department without explaining. At that moment, Lone Wolf suddenly shouted, "Quick, up this mother creature. Otherwise, if it regains its strength, we won't be able to kill it again." The mother creature, struggling wildly in the pit, it was almost climbing out. Lone Wolf suddenly yelled, "Dynamite!" Qin Shua immediately understood, took out the last 2 grenades from his backpack, pulled the pins, and threw them at the mother creature. With the explosion, more rocks fell, temporarily burying half of the creature's body, but its huge claws were still digging frantically, and stones at the edge of the pit tumbled down. "We won't last long," Xiao Nian said anxiously, watching the approaching. The sea cherry in her arms was crying silently, clutching her clothes tightly, eyes filled with fear as she stared at the buried mother creature. Qin Shua pulled out Kenichi Matsumoto and pushed him toward the nearby support personnel. "Watch him." Then he turned to Xiao Nian. "The passage is about to be blocked. We can only use the backup exit, but from the direction of the backup exit, the mother creature's increasingly furious roars could be heard. It was about to break free from the rocks. No time left, Qiao Nian suddenly shouted. She looked at Heiying trembling in her arms, at Sun Dasheng who was being supported by the little black boy and still dazed, then at Qin Shua's anxious face. She took a deep breath. The secret had already been exposed. Saving their lives was the most important thing now. She raised her hand and shouted to everyone, "Hurry up, hold hands." Qin Shua didn't hesitate at all. He was the first to push aside Matsumoto Ken and then pulled the arm of Director Zhong nearby. Sun Dasheng pulled up Gu Lang, who then grabbed other members of the Special Operations team. Qiao Nian was the last to carry Heiying, just before she broke free from the rubble and the giant claws struck. She led everyone into the space. The moment they entered, a deafening collapse sound came from behind. Inside the space, everything was silent. Everyone stood on a lush green field, looking at the clear stream in the distance, momentarily stunned. Sun Dasheng touched his healing wound on his chest, then pinched himself. "Is this a dream?" Qin Shua came over and looked outside through the space, where faint sounds of collapsing rocks could be heard. He whispered, "You're lucky you reacted quickly." Director Zhong and the other team members stood still, their eyes sweeping from the field to the spiritual spring, finally resting on Qiao Nian with complex expressions. They finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. It was real. One team member wanted to speak, but was stopped by Director Zhong. Qiao Nian walked over to Qin Shua, feeling the cold sweat on his palm. She knew that from the moment the space appeared, everything had changed. Director Zhong. Qiao Nian turned to face the highest leader of the Special Operations team, her expression calm. "The space is my secret, kept for many years." Director Zhong opened his mouth, wanting to ask many questions. He wanted to know how she created the space, where the things inside came from, and who she really was. But in the end, he only asked, "What do you want to say?" "I want to use it for the country." Qiao Nian's answer surprised everyone. The space can store food, medicine, and weapons, providing support during border crises. "I am willing to hand it over." Qin Shua suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes full of concern. Although it was her private property, her mission forced her to reveal it. "Nian Nianyu." Qiao Nian held his hand and gently shook her head, signaling him not to speak. She looked at Director Zhong and continued, "But the space has a limit, and only I can open and control it. If the country needs it, they must trust me, and also protect me." Director Zhong was silent. He had served in the military for over 20 years and had seen many strange things, but he never thought there could be a personal space that only existed in legends. But Qiao Nian's words made sense. Rather than forcibly taking such a treasure, it would be better to cooperate and share benefits. "I will report to my superiors," Director Zhong finally said seriously. "Before any orders come, we will keep the secret and ensure your safety." He paused and added, "Everyone present earlier will sign a confidentiality agreement, and this information will not be leaked." Qiao Nian nodded. She trusted Director Zhong's reputation. Although the special agents were shocked, they were very disciplined and would not easily reveal secrets. Qin Shua came over and asked quietly, "Are you really sure about this?" "Yes." Qiao Nian looked up at him, her eyes clear. "Instead of being suspected or chased, it's better to take the initiative and control the situation. At least this way, we can keep some freedom." She paused, holding Qin Shua's hand. "And because you're here." Qin Shua's heart immediately felt at ease. No matter what the future holds, as long as they face it together, there's nothing to fear. In the space, Sun Dasheng was curiously looking around at the fields. The lone wolf pulled him back and warned, "Don't touch things randomly. This place is very strange." Bai Hu then leaned on Qiao Nian's shoulder. "Woman, such a fun place, and you only tell me now? You're really not thoughtful." Qiao Nian was about to speak when Bai Hu continued, "By the way, do you and Qi Lian often?" Qiao Nian rolled her eyes, knowing this woman couldn't speak well about others. Haiying sat on a stone by the creek, staring at the flowing water with a blank look, still clearly affected by her sister's death. The team brought by Director Zhong was tense, standing back to back, alert and observing this unfamiliar world. Only when Director Zhong signaled them to relax did they dare to move slightly. Xiao Nian watched the scene and suddenly thought that exposing the space might not be a bad idea. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about losing everything someday because she couldn't hide it anymore. Until a long time had passed, Director Zhong finally asked her, "How is the situation outside? When can we go out?" Xiao Nian listened carefully to the vibrations coming from outside the space. After the roaring sound gradually subsided and only scattered falling rocks could be heard, she said, "It should be stable for now." She led everyone out of the space again. Outside, everything was in chaos. The original passage was completely buried, leaving only a narrow for one person to crawl through which faint daylight shone. "From here, we should be near the entrance to the underground palace," Qin Shuo observed. "I'll go ahead and check the way." He was the first to crawl out. After a moment, he called back, "It's safe." Everyone took turns crawling out. The wind and sand outside had stopped, and the sunlight was blinding. Director Zhong looked at the familiar scene, took a deep breath, and said to Xiao Nian and Qin Shuo, "I'll contact our superiors immediately. You stay at the base and wait." Qin Shuo nodded and took Xiao Nian's hand. Lone Wolf and the Special Operations team followed behind. The group headed toward the distant base. No one spoke, but everyone knew that from the moment they entered the space, their lives and the secrets of Huagua had been completely changed. Director Zhong took everyone who entered the space, including Kenichi Matsumoto and Haizakura, back to Beijing and arranged for them in another office of the Special Operations Department. Except for him and the top leader, no one else was allowed in. This secret office was hidden in a canyon in Lingshan, Beijing. It was surrounded by barbed wire and guards disguised as herders, and the atmosphere was tense and serious. When they arrived, it was the third day since they evacuated the underground palace. Xiao Nian sat at the long table in the meeting room, facing Director Zhong and the highest leader of Huagua, whom she had only heard of but never seen. The moment she saw the leader, Xiao Nian suddenly felt like crying. It was like being wronged outside and seeing the most caring elder in her family immediately upon returning home. The senior leader smiled, looking relaxed and kind. "Then you can think of me as your family member," he continued. "Comrade Xiao, Director Zhong has already reported the situation. Now, please tell me more about that space." Xiao Nian took a deep breath, her fingertips gently curling under the table. She pulled out an apple from her backpack. It was just taken from the space, with water droplets still on its skin. "The space is something I accidentally found. I can't explain exactly where it came from," she said, avoiding mentioning time travel, and instead called it a family heirloom adventure. "It's about 100 acres of space, capable of storing things. The flow of time inside is different from outside, so items won't spoil." To prove her point, she reached out to the empty air and grabbed something. She took out a box of compressed biscuits, a box of penicillin, and a brand-new semi-automatic rifle, neatly arranged on the table. The old leader's expression didn't change much, just asked, "Are you the only one who can operate it?" "Yes," Xiao Nian nodded. "Besides me, no one else can enter or take things out." She paused, then added, "I can show you how to store items." She walked to the wall, placed her hand on a desk lamp, and in the next moment, the lamp disappeared. When she raised her hand again, the lamp reappeared perfectly on the table. The old leader finally showed a hint of emotion. He looked at Qin Shuo and asked, "Comrade Xiao Qin, did you witness the whole process?" "Yes." Qin Shuo stood up and saluted. "The space saved us in the Black Wind Pass. Many people from the Special Operations Unit have seen it." For the next 3 hours, Xiao Nian took the old leader into the space, showing him various items inside. Especially after learning that the spiritual spring water could heal injuries, the old leader's eyes filled with tears. "Comrade Xiao Qiao, thank you. Now that we have this, we can lose fewer comrades on the battlefield." As he said this, the old leader looked ahead, as if reminiscing about someone. Then he asked many questions. "Could we grow food? Are there dangerous creatures? Would this space affect Xiao Nian's health?" Xiao Nian answered all. only hiding the story of her time travel. Some secrets must stay hidden deep inside. At sunset, the old leader finally made a decision. After careful consideration, we have decided that Comrade Xiao Nian's space will be classified as a top national secret, code name Kunlun. He looked at Xiao Nian with a serious expression. Starting today, you will enjoy the treatment of a senior officer with a dedicated guard team. You can choose your residence and workplace freely, but you must accept the protection of the state. I have one more condition. Xiao Nian raised her head and met the general's gaze. First, I must have full control over the space operations. Second, my personal freedom cannot be restricted. Qin Shua and I must stay together. Third, anyone entering the space that day must sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. Leaking information will be treated as treason. The old general nodded quickly upon hearing this. Agreed. Your safety is the country's safety. Comrade Qin Shua, as your husband, is indeed the most suitable guard. He looked at Qin Shua. Qin Shua, from today, you will be the deputy director of the Special Affairs Department. The team that entered the space that day will be divided into two groups, responsible for your safety. Qin Shua stood at attention and saluted. I promise to complete the mission. As they left the meeting room, the sunset dyed the sky over the canyon red. Qin Shua held Xiao Nian's hand, his palm warm. It's all over. No, it's just the beginning. Xiao Nian smiled, but a faint weariness flickered in her eyes. From now on, we will be the country's secret. To understand the situation inside Xiao Nian's space, the base arranged a small, independent residence for them, with a kitchen and a study. Guards patrolled around but never interfered with their lives. Hai was placed next door, cared for by medical staff. Her mental state improved greatly, though she sometimes stared out the window in a daze. She didn't mention Li Haidang or Dr. Cherry. Lone Wolf, Sun Dashing, and others were called in for a talk by Director Zhong. The leader asked me to sign a confidentiality agreement and said, "From now on, I will be part of the Kunlun project." After Sun Dashing returned, he scratched his head and asked, "Sister, can I stay with you all the time now?" Xiao Nian looked at the scars on his arm, which hadn't fully healed, and nodded. Of course. A few days later, Director Zhong brought two special agents from the department who had entered the space that day to see Xiao Nian. They need to measure the size of the space inside to prepare equipment and supplies, and they also want to extract a bowl of spiritual spring water for research. Xiao Nian didn't refuse and led them into the space. At this time, it was early summer. Potatoes in the fields had just sprouted green shoots, and fruit trees by the creek were full of green fruit. The three-headed bear was lying on the grass, sunbathing. When it saw Xiao Nian, it immediately wagged its tail and ran over. They had seen these bears before, so no one was surprised by their presence. The measurement took a whole day. Excluding the supermarket and the villa, there were over 900 acres of empty land. It was agreed earlier that the villa was Xiao Nian's private property, and no one could enter without her permission. When they reached the last patch of wasteland, Director Zhong suddenly pointed at the distant bushes and asked, "What is that?" Xiao Nian looked in the direction he was pointing and felt a jolt in her heart. She saw Xiao Chunlon curled up behind the bushes, her hair messy, her clothes torn, her face covered in mud, staring at them with cloudy eyes, muttering to herself, "Xiao Nian is dead. I am the heroine. The story needs to change." She must have heard the noise and suddenly rushed out like crazy, lunging at Director Zhong.
Who are you?
Are you here to take me away? I am the author. I am the real owner here. The little bear family immediately stood in front of Xiao Nian, growling at Xiao Chunlon. Director Zhong's face darkened. He signaled to the team behind him, "Control her." The team members were about to step forward, but Xiao Nian stopped them. "No need." She looked at Xiao Chunlon coldly. "Let her stay here." Xiao Chunlon kept shouting wildly until she saw the respectful attitude others had toward Xiao Nian. Then she suddenly quieted down, but soon burst into a sharp cry. "Impossible.
How are you not dead?"
How can this be? Are you still using the lives of those sacrificed border soldiers?" She gently pinched the leaf, breaking it into two pieces. Do you think space is just for hiding and becoming a dictator? Xiao Nian looked up, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Chunlan's tattered clothes. When you stabbed me with a knife, did you also think that killing me would allow you to take over the space? Now, seeing the special agents respect me, I feel like locking away the things that save lives, letting people outside freeze or starve. She stood up, looking down at Xiao Chunlan. This space can grow food, hide things, and save border soldiers' lives. These are much more important than your little dreams of making money. Xiao Chunlan was angered by her words and shouted, "That's my stuff."
Why should I give it to them?
Do they deserve it? Because they patrol the border in the wind and sand, because they fight on the battlefield risking their lives to protect our country, because they have sacrificed so many, yet they still want to defend their homeland. Xiao Nian's voice suddenly rose, and you, Xiao Chunlan, only hide here shouting I am the author. Have you ever thought about these people? Xiao Chunlan trembled with anger. You don't understand. They're all fake, just paper figures. This world is just a story. Why take it so seriously? Xiao Nian slapped Xiao Chunlan across the face. This world is fake, and you created it. But what I see are real people bleeding, sacrificing, and working hard for this country. She turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She glanced back at Xiao Chunlan, trembling with rage. Oh, right. You always say you're the author, right? Then you should understand one thing. Only thinking about making money for yourself will eventually turn you into a stepping stone. The wind swept across the fields of the space, carrying the scent of grass, leaving Xiao Chunlan's angry curses far behind. Xiao Nian knew that arguing with a mad person was pointless, but some words she had to say for herself. She's not a saint. When she handed over the space, she also doubted whether she was doing the right thing. But some things must be done, right? Back at the small courtyard, Qin Shua was chopping wood in the yard. Seeing Xiao Nian return, he put down his axe. Is everything taken care of?
Yeah.
Xiao Nian walked over and leaned on his back.
They didn't ask Xiao Chunlan.
They won't ask in the future either. Qin Shua held her hand and said, "The old general said that you are in charge of everything in the space." After dinner, Xiao Nian sat by the window, looking at the distant lights of the watchtower. Suddenly, she asked, "Shua, do you think what I did was right?" Qin Shua hugged her from behind and rested his chin on her head. "Yes, it was." He paused. "You saved yourself and us. Look at this." He pointed to the telegram on the table, which was just received. "The border troops have received the spiritual spring water from your space, and it helped save several soldiers who were close to death." Xiao Nian looked at the words on the telegram, and her worries slowly eased. She nodded. "It's always good when the space can be useful." She hesitated and looked at Qin Shua.
But
"I guess we will have to keep this secret for the rest of our lives. I'll be with you," Qin Shua said softly, gently rubbing her hand. "And the person said that as long as the space can serve the country, they won't interfere with our freedom. If one day they really want to do something to us, I will take you away. We will hide in the space and never come out so they can't find us." Xiao Nian smiled. Yes, they could still hide in the space. Compared to those soldiers buried in the borderlands, this little lack of freedom doesn't matter much. Maybe it's not so bad, using one secret to keep millions safe. It's worth it. Night deepened, and the base was silent. Xiao Nian lay on her bed, listening to Qin Shua's steady breathing. She reached out and touched her chest. She knew that from the moment she became a state secret, peaceful days had become a luxury. But as long as Qin Shua was by her side, and there was someone worth protecting, she could face any difficult road. Deep inside the space, Xiao Chunlan curled up on the cold ground, finally stopping her screams. She looked at the unchanging faint light with empty eyes, repeatedly muttering a word no one could understand. The plot is wrong. All wrong. Xiao Nian should have died. Long ago, Xiao Xiong heard her words, dragged her, and threw her down under a withered tree in the wasteland. A harsh slap landed on Xiao Chunlan's face, making her see stars.
Xiao Nian
didn't die, Xiao Chunlan muttered to herself, nails digging deep into the dirt. She became the master. Everyone listens to her. This realization was like a poisoned dagger, sharply piercing her last line of defense. She had always thought she was the one controlling the story, the author of the plot. Xiao Nian was just a character she could manipulate freely. But now, the character had broken free from the script, and she, the author, had become a trapped ant in the corner. No, impossible! Xiao Chunlan suddenly screamed, running towards a villa with her hands and feet. I wrote the story. You can't change it. I am the heroine. Her struggles seemed like hopeless madness in Xiao Xiong's eyes. Mama Xiong growled and stepped forward, pressing her back down the ground with a paw. Xiao Chunlan couldn't move, only crying out in despair. Tears mixed with mud on her face, blurring her vision. From that day on, a crazy figure appeared deep in the space. Sometimes she sat under a tree, giggling foolishly, holding a stone and carving, "I am the author," into the ground. Sometimes she suddenly became furious, shouting curses into the air, wishing Xiao Nian would meet a bad end. Most of the time, she curled up under a withered tree, staring blankly at the distant fields, repeatedly muttering, "The story is wrong. It needs to go back on track." Xiao Nian occasionally asked Xiao Xiong to bring her some raw potatoes, but she never approached her. This woman, once hated to the bone by her, was now only a sad figure. Her existence was just a reminder to Xiao Nian. Fate is never truly in anyone's control. Only oneself can rely on. She and Qin Shu never wanted children because they were worried something might go wrong later. After sending away all their elders, they gradually grew old and became key protectors of the country. Before dying, Xiao Nian wanted to separate the space and give it to the nation. But unexpectedly, a faint voice called out to her. The voice was very distant and soft. "Xiao Nian, do you want to return to your own world? Who are you?" Xiao Nian asked carefully. "I am the way of this world," the voice replied. "So, you are the one who brought me here?" Xiao Nian understood quickly, having experienced many things in her life. "Why?" she asked. The way of the world sighed and said, "Because Xiao Chunlan's reckless actions caused chaos and suffering in this world. Many beings gained awareness, and gradually I, the way of this world, was born. They're not willing to suffer, they want to live. So, you want me to come here?" Xiao Nian asked again. "Yes, because you have great love, unlike Xiao Chunlan, who is narrow-minded and confused." Xiao Nian rolled her eyes. She wondered how this so-called way of the world could tell she had great love. She hadn't noticed herself that way. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the voice continued, "You just don't understand yourself. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how I can go back," Xiao Nian said eagerly. "I can send you back, but the space must stay on Chinese land. It was created by the people of China to ensure their future, risking their lives for it." "All right, but I have a condition," Xiao Nian said. She was living well in her own world, and didn't need such a thing. "I know what you want. You want Qin Shu to go back with you, right?" the voice asked. "Yes, just say yes or no, okay? When you return, you'll see him. But you must tell the Special Operations Department that the space entrance is in the cave halfway up the mountain behind the base." After saying this, Xiao Nian's expression cleared for a moment. She quickly turned to the young man in front of her, who was over 30 years younger, and spoke to the newly appointed director of the Special Operations Department. "The space is in the cave halfway up the mountain behind the base." Then, with a sudden movement, Xiao Nian tilted her head and died instantly. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear the voice of the universe saying, "I have given you a gift. Remember to check it when you return." When Xiao Nian opened her eyes again, she saw her mother looking at her with concern. She quickly took out her phone. It was July 19th, the day she died. "Mom, I miss you so much," Xiao Nian said, hugging her mother. "You're grown up now, still acting spoiled. Your dad and I are going to meet a friend soon. You need to go to the supermarket alone." This was exactly the same as when she died before, her parents going to meet a friend. She was stabbed by Xiao Chunlan in the supermarket. "Okay, Mom. You and Dad go ahead," she replied. She wanted to see how long Xiao Chunlan would be sentenced for stabbing her with a knife. In this life, she was caught off guard before, but now she would be more careful. As for Xiao Chunlon in the space, she had already been dealt with and was gone. Speaking of the space, Xiao Nian shook her head. Forget it, that thing never really belonged to her. Suddenly, she found herself back in the space again, in the same villa living room as before, but this time there was no spiritual spring water, no supermarket, and no vast land behind the villa. It was just a simple house she could come and go from any time. Inside, there were photos of her and Qin Shua taken every year, from their wedding to her death, each year recorded. Perhaps this was the gift the universe mentioned. After leaving the space, Xiao Nian tidied herself up and went to the supermarket. Sure enough, she was talking with the manager of the fresh produce section when she noticed Xiao Chunlon sneaking closer. As Xiao Chunlon raised her arm, Xiao Nian quickly sidestepped to avoid her. She saw Xiao Chunlon stab a sharp knife into a nearby winter melon. Fearing causing panic among customers, Xiao Nian quickly restrained Xiao Chunlon and asked the manager to call the police. Xiao Chunlon was soon taken away. On her way out, she was still shouting, "Xiao Nian, you spoiled rich girl. Why do you live better than me? I work so hard, and yet I get beaten by men." Xiao Nian wanted to ask, "Then why don't you divorce?" But she thought it was pointless to ask. For someone like Xiao Chunlon, many things couldn't be explained clearly. After hearing about this, Xiao father and Xiao mother hurriedly went back home. Seeing that Xiao Nian was safe, everyone finally relaxed. They heard it was Xiao Chunlon, and Xiao's mother felt very regretful, constantly saying, "I shouldn't have kept her just because I felt sorry for her." Xiao Nian comforted her. "If you had fired her earlier, maybe she would have attacked me outside. We can't be sure what she might do or what method she might use, so it's better to prevent it." The family talked for a while, and Xiao's mother insisted they must send Xiao Chunlon to jail. After finishing this, Xiao's father cleared his throat gently. "Nian Nian." Seeing her father's expression, Xiao Nian knew he was hiding something. "Just tell me." "Well, Mom and Dad went to visit an old friend and he has a son." As soon as she heard this, Xiao Nian understood they were trying to set her up with someone. She immediately refused. "No, I refuse. I am against marriage. I don't want children. But the next second, when she saw the person walking in, she froze. The visitor was wearing a military green shirt, tall and straight like a white poplar in the northwest. "Nian Nian, Dad didn't mean it that way. He just wants you to meet someone. This is Qin Shua. If you don't want to, it's okay." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Nian stood up directly. She walked over to Qin Shua, placed her hand on his shoulder, and asked playfully, "Hey, handsome, do you want to get married?" Qin Shua's face instantly turned red. He didn't expect Nian Nian to be so straightforward. He nodded. "Yes. Great, let's go get the marriage certificate." Xiao's father and mother widened their eyes. "Nian Nian, isn't that a bit too hasty? Maybe you should think about it more." Xiao Nian waved her hand. "No rules, no rules. Mom and Dad, you don't understand. When you meet someone you like, you should grab the chance, or someone else might take them away." After saying that, she pulled Qin Shua and ran out. In a quiet place, she took him into her space. "Ah Shua, I miss you so much." In her previous life, Qin Shua had left her first, and she hadn't seen him for a whole day. Qin Shua hugged Xiao Nian. "Nian Nian, I miss you too."